Sure. Am I clear at the back? Can you hear me, sir? You can? It's all good? Yes. एक मेरा हैंड माइक भी मिलेगा हैंड माइक दे दीजिए फॉलो नहीं हैंड Morning, everybody. This is Shiv, the mic check for Sanjeevani 2024. और उसका बेस बढ़ा दो है हैंड माइक का try not. Hello. Morning, everybody. Morning. Do not for This is just the mic check. Shiv's walking around. That's it. Keep a push. Push. This is morning. Shiv's doing checks of the Jubilee 2024 Healthcare and Wellness Expo. Along with that, also for PW Healthcare World, the biggest healthcare excellence awards 2025. So, what you बढ़ा दीजिए Previous Healthcare Excellence Awards 2025. Can you feel a push in my voice? Like, yeah, lots of them on the console, I guess. Well. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. One. Hello, hello, check, check, check. One. Hello, one. Hello, hello, one, two, check. Hello, one, check, one. Hello, check. Hello. Just checking the Sanjeevani 2024 Healthcare and Wellness Expo. Much better. But volume बढ़ा दीजिए. This is for PW Healthcare World as well. I read a tagline as well wherever you go, there's in each CG cancer center near you. और ये podium पे भी ठीक कर दोगे? Yeah. Mhm. Right. Morning, everybody. I please request all of you to take your seats so we can start in the next 2 minutes. Yes. Please take your seats so that we can start now. Console. Push back up. Morning. My please take your seats. I'm so sorry to announce again, but just want to get started on time. Humble request. Thank you. We'll take a minute and then let's get going. Thank you. Morning, esteemed guests, dignitaries, our participants as well. A very warm welcome to you. My name is Aditya Malik. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to Sanjeevani 2024. To make sure that all of you are warmed up in this cold winters of Delhi, let's just give our own selves a warm round of applause. Yes? Let's also check your energy. Thank you. We're gathered here today with a shared vision for the future of healthcare. The Services Export Promotion Council, SEPC, plays a key role in supporting trade, investment promotion, and also fostering an enabling business environment. In healthcare, SEPC has led several initiatives to promote medical value travel, positioning India as a global healthcare leader. With a larger pool of doctors, world-class hospitals, wellness centers, and robust infrastructure, India is poised to become the global hub for healthcare. Sanjeevani 2024, taking place from December 16th to 18th at the Yashobhumi Dwarka, will showcase India's strengths and also reinforce our country's reputation as a trusted destination for responsible and credible healthcare. Key highlights of Sanjeevani 2024, healthcare conferences, 100 plus women hospitals and wellness centers, 250 plus international representatives, 5,000 plus B2B matchmaking sessions, and 1,000 plus visitors from India and abroad, many like yourselves. So thank you for being here. You can clap when you must, absolutely. And this event will foster innovation, collaboration, and knowledge exchange, connecting participants from over 40 countries to India's leading hospitals and wellness institutions. We are proud to announce BW Healthcare World as a conference partner for Sanjeevani 2024. The event will be covered in the upcoming issue of BW Healthcare World magazine, and the event is being streamed live on all social media platforms of VW Healthcare World and also on www.vwhealthcareworld.com. We are proud, excited to share details about the upcoming intellectual properties of VW Healthcare World, which promise to bring more insightful and impactful events to the world of healthcare. To set the tone for the day, Let's please take a look at the community overview of PW Healthcare World to give all of us a glimpse into the community. PW Healthcare World. Really is. So, so please scan the QR codes, display the standings, and then cards around the menu. Now, I would request if you're sharing anything online or please do so. You also make us reflection by using the hashtag Sanjeevani. So, for those is honored. Thank you for joining us. So, well, thanks and gratitude for this song. Platinum sponsors, Morgan Consultants, Read Our Life, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, Diamond sponsor, Amanda Hospital, good sponsors, Focus and Medanta, Silver sponsors, Akash Healthcare Super Specialty Hospital, and also Serve the Healthcare, Freedom Lounge sponsor, Good our delegated feedback sponsor, Sri Ramakrishna Hospital Medical Specialty, and a sponsor, Shannon. Our lanyard sponsor, CG, Partner C, Madhya Pradesh, Russell Supplies, NABH, Healthcare Sector School Council, Foundation of and Wellness, Conference Partner, DWD Care World, Think, how many of us every today? Radical brothers in the middle. And thank you for the submission. And to officially the today's event, we would like to assume the missionaries join us at the ceremonial and non-private ceremony. A tradition that we hope to present first to our heart, which represents triumph over darkness. The host requests our respected guests, Second Metro Chairperson, SABC, the Father Simha, Director General, SABC, the Sponsor Arena, Permitting registration SABC, and Manager Director, Yashoda Suda, Specialty Hospitals, Sanadika Kumar Bhagat, Joint Secretary, E-Health and MP, Pushyafa and Family Welfare, Dr. Davish Purhan, Managing Director, Vedanta Sakabunda, CEO, CW Future Web, DW Work, and also as the founder of join us for the land of the Sunday. Yes, was Sure, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. With that, it's now time to begin today's event, summit, the Freedom Zone, and discussion, fireside chats, and of course, keynote addresses. These requests, Mr. Karan Rathore, Chairperson, SPDC, Mr. Kumar, Chief Advisor, Committee Health SPDC, and also Chief Operating Officer of Global Enterprises Limited, Dr. Abbas Sinha, Director General, SPDC, Mr. Pasna Arora, Committee Administration, SPDC, and also Managing Director, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital, Mr. Madhukar Kumar Bhagat, General Secretary, Green Health MOD, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and also Dr. Naresh Raman, Managing Director, Vedanta, along with Mr. Harbinder Navina, CEO of PW Healthcare World, and also the Trauma Council join us at the stage. Let's welcome them. The warm applause, everybody. Thank you. Making your solicitation or services. Is that the point? Before we begin, let us stress Mr. Karan Rathore, Chairman, SEBC, first present a report of appreciation to Dr. Marush Sinha, Managing Director of Vedanta. Thank you so much, sir. And then request Mr. Karan Rathore, Chairperson SEBC, to now present talking to Mr. Madhukar Bhagat, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Thank you. I must. That's a petition. Thank you. Now request Dr. Abbas Sinha, Director General, SEBC, to now present talking to Ms. Pasna, Committee of Administration, SEBC, and Managing Director, the Shoda Super Specialty Hospital. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's request Dr. Sinha to once again present a token and now to Ms. Manship Kumar, Chief Advisor Committee at SWC, and Chief Operating Officer, Healthcare Global Enterprises. Thank you, ma'am. The first request, Mr. Harbinder Navina, CEO. Like also, that's the example of the Bible speaking to the chairperson of S. So, this is great. Welcome, I guess. It's also welcome, I guess. Dress with joining welcoming the instrumentally ensuring the vision of this very event. The second level chairperson SCG. One is good morning, overseas delegates, business delegates, government delegates, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, media and exhibitors. It is with immense pride and heartfelt gratitude that I welcome you all to Sanjeevani, an Expo come reverse bioseller meet on medical value tourism. The pivotal initiated by SCPC with the esteemed support of Ministry of Commerce and Industry
Today, as we gather here at the Yashobhumi Convention Center, we embark on a journey that reaffirms India's position as the world's most preferred destination for quality and affordable healthcare. It is with great honor and immense pride that I welcome you all to Sanjeevani, an Expo come reverse China biomeat or medical value tourism. This flagship initiative by SCPC with esteemed support of Ministry of Commerce and Industry underscores our collective commitment to position India as one of the world's most preferred destinations for quality and affordable healthcare. I extend a special welcome to our esteemed dignitaries joining us today, whose vision and leadership have been instrumental in shaping narratives of India's medical value travel. Allow me to recognize and welcome renowned healthcare visionary Dr. Naresh Trehan, Managing Director, Medanta, former Chairman, Services Export Promotion Council, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group, Shri Harvinder Narula, CEO, Business World, Healthcare World, Ms. Manisha Kumar, Member Core Advisory Committee, Healthcare SCPC, Chief Operating Officer, Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Ms. Upasna Arpa, Member Committee of Administration, SCPC, Managing Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospital, Mr. Madhukar Kumar Bhagat, Joint Health Secretary, E-Health and LBT, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Founder for Kailash Hospitals. Sanjeevani is a manifestation of nation's strength, our clinical expertise, and our innovative healthcare solutions and ancient wellness system like Ayurveda and Yoga, all seamlessly integrated to create a truly holistic healthcare experience. This event serves as a platform to showcase India's healthcare capabilities. This event serves as a platform to showcase India's capabilities, foster collaboration, and drive discussions on transforming India into a global health for medical value tourism. Today's program is a rich and diverse, featuring thought leaders such as Dr. Harish Mahajan, Dr. Sanjeev Singh, Dr. Sunil K. Khetrapal, Dr. Anupam Singh, among others. Through sessions that explore themes like innovation, cross borders, care, nursing, education, and integrated healthcare, we aim to uncover pathways to advance India's leadership in global healthcare. Let us use this occasion to strengthen the partnership, drive innovation, reform its position as a beacon of hope and healing in global healthcare and landscape. India stands tall as a global leader in medical value tourism, combined unmatched affordability, world-class infrastructure, and a legacy of medical expertise. Our country welcomes over 2 million international patients annually, offering services, world-class services across spectrum of specialties, including oncology, cardiology, orthopedics, and wellness. India has emerged as a global leader in medical value tourism, welcoming over 2 million international patients annually, and our healthcare system combines it with advanced technologies, internationally accredited hospitals, and highly skilled medical professionals. Our nation makes India as a destination of hope for the patients worldwide. By driven diagnostic, robotic surgery, and telemedicine coupled with internationally accredited hospitals, India continues to set a global benchmark in healthcare excellence. This event, Sanjeevani, symbolizes a confluence of healthcare innovation, government vision, and industry's collaboration. It is a platform to forge partnerships, showcase our strength, and to discuss opportunities to position India as a holistic hub for healing. Though initiatives like Heal in India program and liberalized visa regime, our government is creating an ecosystem not only attracts but also includes seamless experiences for international patients. Today's agenda reflects the diversities and the depth of healthcare offerings, from high-tech medical interventions and soulful harmony of integrated mind, body, soul therapies. We are charting a path towards global wellness. The presence of thought leaders, policymakers, industry pioneers here today is a testament to our collective commitment to shaping a healthier and more accessible world. I extend my sincere thanks to Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, our partners for their unwavering support in making Sanjeevani a reality. Together, we are not just showcasing India's healthcare capabilities, but also highlighting the compassionate ethos, the spirit of Vasudeva Kutumbukum. The world is one family. Let us make this event resounding success and a stepping stone towards even greater heights in medical value travel. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and I wish you a day fulfilled with insightful discussion and fruitful collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for saying for the photographs and everybody. Thank you. And now, before we going to step forward with the launch of the college here as a G50 by prefer. I was request all administrations from the organization panel. Because moving forward as we actually the civil supplement. What was the numbers for this? And I please request Dr. Baruch Rohan Chairman, Managing Director of Vedanta, along with some other quite good German Secretary, that I mean, sure that the fact that destroyers and everybody, huge round of applause. The knowledge we got as a junior 2024. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're also honored and deeply humbled to present a special award to the Chairman and Managing Director of Vedanta, Dr. Paresh Sriram, for his pioneering efforts to position India as a healthcare destination. Dr. John, your professor, standard for healthcare. Thank you so much. Last year, we would have sent the statement of appreciation. You know, the honors of these questions. So, as a very member, person, let's see how some good for the others. General Secretary, John Secretary, such control. What does that mean? Welcome. So all of us address Bangladesh, so I'm to deliver the address. So, thank you. Morning, sir. Well, thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all of you, and I have had the privilege of meeting some of you as we were coming in from different countries. So, really, we welcome to India and subsequently. So, I saw the enthusiasm in the delegates that have come from, I met people from Bhutan, from Africa, from CIS countries. So these are areas where from India we have traditionally provided medical services or healthcare services, but also if we build relationships with all these countries, where connection. However, we need to say most welcome. If you believe that the medical services in India equal that of anywhere in the world, which is evidenced by very some facts which I will lay out for you. And I personally am qualified. I'm the chairman and managing director of Vedanta Medicine. But also, I've had the privilege of working in the United States for 20 years before I returned back. So I know the standards that are practiced internationally.
and where India has come the last 15, 20 years in comparison to the services that are actually offered anywhere in Europe, in America, in Canada. India's some of the institutions have equaled that or bettered that, and we compare our results to internationally, and we find that the quality of care in India and the end outcomes are actually even better than some of the best institutions in the world. So, starting point is that. So, what I'm trying to say is that look, India is a provider of the highest quality of care at affordable cost with integrity and compassion. Now, if you look at the patient's experience when they come to India, I don't think that they can find that kind of combination of these four things that I just talked about better than any other place in the world. So, this is one pitch I can make to you with a very clear conscience and also a lot of integrity to say that India is offering now in the last 10, 15 years high quality healthcare at affordable costs, not low quality healthcare at affordable costs. So that's the differentiator that differentiates India's facilities. Some of them are JCI accredited, including Vedanta. So JCI accreditation means that this is Joint Commission International. So the same standards that exist in America are existing in these institutions when we get certified. And if the certification takes place every 3 years, and they actually test all the facilities, including safety, including sterility, including infection rates, everything they evaluate of an institution before it is certified as accredited by JCI. Then our Indian standards, what we call NABH, National Accreditation Board for Healthcare Facilities, also are parallel to these standards. So when an institution gets accredited by NABH in India, that means it has assured a good quality of services that it will offer. The third layer is, which I can, as chairman of Vedanta, can be a little bit proud of, is the fact that Newsweek International conducts a study every year of 28 countries to see which are the best hospitals of the world. So Vedanta for 5 years in a row has been chosen as the best private hospital in India and one of the only private hospitals to be in the first 200 hospitals of the world. So if you can see that this standard has been achieved, which is equal, as I said already, or as good or better than anybody in the world, but there are many institutions in India who are also good. So I think that this pitch that we make today is one, threefold. One is, of course, when a patient needs specialized care, and specialized care will include all the highest standards that you can find in robotic surgery, in transplant surgery. We do liver transplants, kidney transplants, heart transplants, lung transplants, and heart-lung transplants very successfully in this country. And also that we have, in addition to all these high-end services, cancer is becoming a big problem around the world. Our oncology institute is better than most that you can find because of the fact that integrated cancer services are available in our hospitals where you have the highest end of oncologists, highest end of surgeons, and also radiation oncologists so that there is a seamless treatment across all forms of cancer. Heart disease, of course, is the other major problem around the world. And I can tell you with conviction, at least I can speak on myself because I'm a cardiac surgeon, is that 90% of the patients who are considered inoperative, means there is no remedy for them, we can fix them. So anywhere in the world, if the heart function is 20% or even less, and people give up and say there's nothing you can do and this person is destined to die, please don't give up because we have the abilities in some of our institutions to be able to give those patients a 97% chance of survival. So I think that these are pieces of information which we would like to disseminate. And then, of course, we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you what are the requirements that you believe your population, your patients need from us. And what are the kind of things that we can iron out which presents difficulty to your patients in one accessing coming to India, or they may have experienced in any way outside of the medical services, also even in the medical services. Because if at the end of this meeting of Sanjeevani, we have enough inputs from you, we shall be able to iron out some of the rough edges that may exist for the patients who travel from overseas. Again, there is one major thing that India offers which nobody offers, and that is the combined integrated approach to modern medicine and traditional medicine like Ayurveda and other forms of Indian medicine, which we practice very extensively. Because the whole idea is not only to treat disease, but to keep people healthy. So, if I can use my own example, every year for 2 weeks, I will go for Panchakarma, which is an Ayurvedic rejuvenating system, which actually detoxifies you for, in other words, it's like get you ready for the next year till you come back. So, I think that these are things that which are unique to India. We combine many of the therapies together. I'll give you an example. We have done a lot of research on strokes, on neurological injury. People who have had strokes and then have to recover, we find if you combine their therapy with modern medicine and Ayurveda massages and medicines, the recovery is at least 70% faster than they would if you treated them just with medical treatment. So there are many, many advantages that you can access. The other thing that I would like to talk about is that India is open for training medical personnel from anywhere of your countries or anywhere in the world. If you so believe that we can help in establishing services overseas by assisting you to train the personnel in India or over there or in your countries, then that is another avenue which is very, very, very close to our heart that we would like to do it. And most of us don't even charge you except for what their own maintenance will be. So I think that there are many opportunities here. We can also do joint ventures with you, establishing hospitals in your countries. So India is open to all these suggestions. The healthcare industry is very robust. As you know, our population is large. And you know that now 99% plus patients do not leave India for treatment anywhere in the world. So you know that people can afford it here. They can not only people who are super rich also don't leave India for treatment anymore. It used to be 15, 20 years ago, that was the trend, but that doesn't happen. So without prolonging, and you have a whole series of exchanges that are going to take place today. But my request still stands at the end of your 2 days of experience here, if you can give us concrete suggestions of how we can make things better for your people to travel to India and back. We would like to provide that seamless service from the time a patient contacts us, visa, arrival in India, taken to the hospital, treated, and back to the airport and back to the country. That's what we are aspiring for, and we would like your suggestions how that can be accomplished. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Sorry I have to leave. But my colleagues, all senior colleagues are here. They will keep you enlightened what India is. Thank you very much. Have a good day. together. ये तो आपके साले ना यार तो नहीं ये है ना ये बोल तुम्हारे बताओ उसके बाद में Can you realize the production chairman managing director? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Can you have the chair with someone in the chair? Moving forward, the next for whose address, please join me. Welcome Mr. Madhura Kumar, Joint Secretary and Wish you a very family, very soon. Let me louder, no? Yes, it is the morning. Thank you. Morning, sir. Thanks a lot. Respected Dr. Trehan, Dr. Rathor, Upasna ji, the officials who have organized this wonderful meet of SCPC, the sponsors, and most importantly, our guests, dignitaries who are around over here from so many different countries that are the value. Now, I think also I spent live today for this session. So I'm a representative of the ministry, which is entrusted with the responsibility of looking after medical value tourism, the digital initiatives of the government, and facilitate the sector. Now, at the policy level, for digital initiatives or for other initiatives, invariably have a look. Look at the 4 pillars. These 4 pillars have guided me, they have held good, and they are also the touchstone as to the policy making in the medical field. These pillars are the pillar of availability of medicine and medical services. Second is accessibility of medicine and medical services. The third is affordability. And the fourth is quality. And let us see how does these 4 pillars help identify what are the challenges in the field of medical value tourism in exchange of medical services between India and the rest of the world and the rest of the countries. First of all, availability. If we want medical value tourism to flourish in India, then the required medical services have to be available in India. As Dr. Trehan just said, that India is a destination for the top medical care. Any sort of medical care, whether surgical, regular treatment, Ayurvedic, Unani, or other forms of yoga treatments, they are available in India. And therefore, as far as availability of medicine and medical services is concerned, India has made excellent progress, and it is continuing to make that progress based on the institutions, the scientific community, the policy, and the endeavor of the industry. But there is an important element to this availability, and that is information and information asymmetricity, as we like to call in economic parlance. Information asymmetricity exists if there are 2 parties to a transaction and each party would like to know of certain information which is there in other parties' domain. Now here, institutions in India, hospitals like Medanta would like to know which are the patients abroad who want to avail of medical services, who are needy, who want quality care at an affordable cost, as Dr. Trehan mentioned.
And at the other end, there are the patients in different parts of the world who, because of variety of reasons, would like to come to India. There may be a segment of patients, as we call the market, which doesn't have the same access to the quality care, which may not be having the same affordability which India is ready to provide. And these we club in the South, as we say, the South-South cooperation. These we say in the Indian diaspora, which is settled abroad. But there is a large market of the first world countries also, where quality is not an issue, affordability is not an issue, but availability is an issue because there is a long waiting period. The demographic pyramid is inverting, and the dependence in that country, those countries, on the medical community, which is shrinking because of the inverting demographic pyramid, is becoming more and more because of the aging pyramid. And therefore, India is uniquely placed to offer health services to even that community. So the first aspect, as I said, was availability. The second aspect is accessibility. And this is an area where India and we, the remaining partner countries, partner institutions, the providers of medical services, the intermediary have to come together. As Dr. Pravin rightly said, a seamless solution has to develop that has to incorporate from the point of coordination when the patient is outside the country, is it wanting to avail certain services, to offering the right information, the appropriate package, accessing, interacting with the team of doctors, arrival in India, helping in coordination, infrastructural arrangement, tiding over the language problem, taking care of the infrastructure, the stay, the transportation, even things like the ambulance services, the food, currency exchange, and most importantly, developing a trust and a bond between the patient and the provider. These are issues where accessibility elements come. That is an accessibility element. Compliance to the local rules and regulations, if any, that is again an accessibility element. If we come to the next element, that is affordability. Well, the lesser said, the better. You won't find a destination which is offering that quality with the same degree of affordability as India. Quality, the medical community will talk about. We have an expo that will talk about the cutting edge operations, the surgeries, the treatment which is being done, that will talk about. But let me talk about building trust, openness. Let me also talk about the fact that India is on the cusp of digital revolution, where, as I see, entrusted with this responsibility, that India is going to be in next 4 years, 5 years, interconnected with larger sections of digital systems. You have a treatment which has taken place primarily in a different country, and your records, a plethora of them, are not built on just paper systems. They are built on digital systems, and India is having integrated systems where those digital records can be understood, can be ingested, and can be applied for medical treatment. You have the Snowmid City Internationals, whose standards we meet, the ICD-11, whose standards we meet, the electronic health record, the FHIR records. And therefore, there is visibility as far as treatment is concerned as to what has actually transpired with the patient during his or her journey in the entire cycle in India, which is our strength. We have to work upon this strength. We have to understand what our international partners, our patients, our brothers everywhere in the world want. And as Dr. Truyan said, by the end of the day, we should be able to crystallize is our vision, what are the challenges, and what is the road ahead. Let me end with a quote from our Upanishads, which was written around several thousand years ago, but which talks about universality. And it says, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kashit dukbhag bhavet. It means, let all be happy, let all be disease free, and that is our motto. Let all see good, and let not there be any sorrow, because we are one interconnected world. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhagat, and as you see us all be happy. Good, right? It's now time to hear from Ms. Manisha Kumar, Chief Advisor Committee Healthcare SDBC, and also Chief Operating Officer for Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited. Signing on.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to Sanjeevani, which is an initiative by our Honorable Ministry, Government of India, and SCPC, aimed at positioning India as the hub, as a preferred destination for healthcare services globally. India's medical tourism has been rapidly pioneering, offering class clinical expertise, cutting edge technology, state of the art facilities, and all of that at a fraction of a cost as compared to that of Western countries with minimal waiting times for patients. India's medical tourism industry is touted to be around 87,000 crore rupees in 2024, which is projected to grow exponentially to about 425,000 crores by 2034. That is in a matter of a decade. India ranks among the top 10 healthcare medical tourism destinations in the world. An estimated 7.3 million patients from various international countries came to India for treatment in 2024, and this number grew from 6.3 million patients that came to India for treatments in 2023. Vast number of patients come to India from the Middle East, from Africa, from Southeast Asia and SAARC countries, and a growing trend of patients coming from Europe and other parts of Asia as well, largely for tertiary and quaternary care treatments like cardiac care, like oncology, organ transplants, and so on. With 1,600 NABH, which is our National Accreditation Board for Quality, so NABH accredited hospitals in India, and over 250 JCI, that is the International Benchmark of Quality Joint Commission International, accredited hospitals in India. India today offers comprehensive integrated care for over 200 medical services, ranging from the modern sciences and the cutting edge treatment in cancer care, cardiac care, organ transplant, all the way to Ayurvedic care, holistic healing, as well as wellness programs. To further enhance medical value travel, in the recent past, the Government of India launched a Heal in India campaign, which was aimed to create to create India as a stronger position in medical tourism, to streamline healthcare services in India by simplifying visa processes for patients coming from across the borders, to create dedicated infrastructure in healthcare providers, and also provide a single window of access to patients accessing from various countries. The rise of digital health, technology disruption in healthcare, today AI-powered solutions in healthcare. So all this has further propelled India's appeal as a top medical destination. Today, pre-consultations virtually done have become a game changer in medical tourism. For instance, with telemedicine, today our doctors are able to pre-consult, which is see the current conditions of the patients, view their medical history, assess the medical reports, and oftentimes also provide a diagnosis, course of treatment, treatment plan well before patients leave their countries to come into India. Given an example of our oncology hospitals, in this year, we have done such virtual consultations for over 1,000 patients coming from overseas, where a multidisciplinary team of doctors across medical, surgical, and radiation oncology, coupled with diagnosticians, oncopathologists, nuclear medicine experts have all sat together and actually created virtual tumor boards where they have progressively consulted with patients online, virtually deliberated on the case, and ran the virtual tumor boards to create precise treatment protocol for the patients and give them an estimated course of action of their treatment when they come to India, much before they have even applied for visas to come to India for treatment. Countries such as Maldives have strategically today partnered with India, acknowledging India's prowess as a healthcare destination, have strategically partnered with India for managing healthcare for various quaternary care ailments for their patients. United Kingdom has now shown growing interest in partnering with India for various healthcare advancements in this region. In September 2024, Indian Embassy with Ministry of Health in Muscat, Oman, hosted a very large healthcare-focused B2B summit. And this was a large platform created to further strengthen healthcare collaboration between India and Oman. Likewise, there is growing interest from pairs and institutions of various countries in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, and this only reinforces and underscores India's position and India's growing prominence in global health partnerships. India's diplomatic engagements in various global organizations like the World Health Organization, G20 Summit, and so on, also focus on initiatives of giving equitable access to healthcare to all people, innovation and value-based medicine and value-based clinical care, and also proven pandemic management and now pandemic preparedness for future have all placed India well ahead on the map of global health governance as well. So India's commitment to innovation and patient-centric care will only continue to ensure that India rises and takes giant steps in moving forward to setting itself as number one as a globally preferred medical tourism destination. With this, I once again welcome you all to Sanjeevani. I wish you all the best and hope you have fruitful discussions and make the most of all 3 days of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nishaji, for your address. Next, I have a short video from Dr. Anurag Bhatta, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of the Purposes and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, a virtually leader the media business world. In this, hi, good morning. Welcome to this gathering of healers, of healthcare specialists. We are very fortunate to partner with the Services Expert Promotion Council at News. Really, what this organization is fully part of the service industry to stakeholder the service industry together. Initiative with the services and service persons. Also, to the necessity for helpful necessity to the Western criminal medical matching and what I think patients from healthcare service relationship
Patient-centric, patient-centric, and it's medical program. We have these new resources. So it's a good partner. It's from the school, and I'm sure solutions will be virtual direction will be introductions and the initial that will become moving forward. Since we become system, we try to social interactions and social conference, therefore the expressive version by doing within social perception, expression concept is truly within a social impact. So thank you for those that we saw in regular future area and the children still between the communities together. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. And most of us been showing welcome to the meeting. Mr. Hamid, CEO of Governmental, so we also family. Please. Good morning, everyone. It's a nice goal. Thank you so much for. Um, I don't want to bore you with what we are doing, but I just want to share an experience with you. In 1982, one of my uncles had a heart attack. And at that point in time, we were told that we need to shift him to US to get the treatment for him. 1995, my father faced the same problem. And we didn't have to think of going overseas because we have now the technology available and the best treatment available in India, and it was operated by Dr. Trehan at the spots. That's where he was at that point in time. And today we are all sitting here talking about we not just offering treatment to our citizens in our country, but be able to offer the world-class treatment to the world in India. There was a time we always had the best doctors in our country, but we did not necessarily have the technology available at that point in time. But today, I think we are blessed with all the hospitals representing here. The world-class treatment is not better, not just to back to the world. We have the doctors, we have the most modern technology, offering treatment in the best environment that is created, creating exceptional outcomes for the world. And I was trying to figure out what is it that we have that the world does not have. And I was dabbling with this question until yesterday when I was, Abhijit and I were planning on what should be the theme. But I think Dr. Trehan spoke about it today, and I got my answer when he said that, we have the power of integrated health. What we term is as holistic health. When we have the power of not just what we can do with our body from the external technology, medicine, the doctors, but the power of healing ourselves or giving us the strength to respond to the treatment much better than what otherwise people would do. So I think, we're in a beautiful situation, and we, I think, are also very blessed seeing the participation of all of you to come here. That gives us the confidence that we're doing something good, we're doing something right when it comes to healthcare. So thank you so much to all of you for making this a reality for our country and putting us in a position where we can be of help to the world, to the humankind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vinod, for your address. Next, let's please invite a man who continues to drive innovation and work in the healthcare and process sector. Please welcome the room now, Dr. Adar Sinha, the Director General. Just NKC. Thank you, Adar. So good morning, everyone. And in fact, as the speaker before me mentioned about cool but a lovely morning, more so as you have all graced the occasion. This is the second successive Sanjeevani, and in fact, we used to organize Advantage Healthcare and many events in that day. Wanted to have that integrated approach. And Sanjeevani, as we all know, is life force. So it is not about one in like an offer to the it is about integrated holistic looking at healthcare. My job has become easy as Dr. Chauhan has already presented. I had a presentation, but I believe this is spoken. There's nothing new to share except the commitment the organization can make on behalf of our chairman, Mr. Rahul Karunati, and as head of the organization, and all the stakeholders taken together, we can only make a commitment that whatever fruits you have in India's system, in services offer, we would be as an organization, we'll be trying to keep on this trust and faith. Believe me, we've talked about cost effectiveness, we have been talking about competence and just like about the last time. It's a long way. As we talked, it's a long way as we have been through. And when we look at the entire services offer, basically what is to look at patient's journey approach such amount of challenges, opportunities, and the kind of expectation. At the same time, right now we will be focusing on the patient journey. Right now we also talking about technology. Right now we also talking about medical education. We're talking about medical training. And as mentioned, it's in certain specialty education. Sites definitely looking towards providing medical services as we are competent and affordable. We will be taking this initiative forward with announcement of next year's Sanjeevani, which will be held from 18th to 20th of 2025. And this long association will continue. We have been getting support from Minister of Commerce, Government of India, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, also many other stakeholders and associations. I hold the support of them to this initiative and to take this journey forward. Since a lot has been spoken about the healthcare, so I won't take much time, but I'll request that you have a lot of discussion coming up today. Please participate there. We have fitness B2B meeting tomorrow. Please participate. Request all the executives of everyone and the sees delegates. And I believe 60 from the government sponsored hospitals are also here. Please collaborate for not only the business opportunities, the ultimate is to serve, to prevent the disease occurrence, to take care in case we are not able to prevent, and also post healthcare treatment. Please thank you and it comes for the inauguration after 2 hours because thank you so much. Nice. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha, for your address. And now, please welcome to the program right person shaping the future of healthcare. What's the Preventive Administration at SXN also? Managing Director of the Sugar Super Specialty Hospitals.
Namaskar. Because I am not saying good morning because Namaskar is our parampara. It's our tradition to welcome anyone. So I'm welcoming you all who are from different countries. Same time, I must say thanks to my dear friend, Mr. Madhukar, Taranji, Manisha, Harvitlar, and Abhaji. And all those who are sitting here, because this is a very important event, not only for the industry, for government also. Because medical value travel is, our Honorable Prime Minister's dream that India has to be most desirable destination for medical value travel. Why? Why we are saying that you have to come to our country, our place? Because we are providing holistic healing. As actually, what happened? I am the last, so everybody has chosen and taken my words, whatever I thought I am going to speak. Like I wanted to say Vasudhaivam, because we feel everybody is our family. We are a big family as you people who belongs to different country, but we believe that you are our family. And when you come to Indian hospitals, you will find that we are providing quality care. And why we are providing quality care? Because it is mandatory for hospitals who are part of medical value travel that they have to be accredited. I'm not talking about only JCI, I'm talking about NABH, who is the biggest accreditation body in India. And all those hospitals who are participating here, they are part of, they are accredited by NABH. And luckily, I am on board of NABH, so I can tell you that accreditation is not less than any other accreditation body in the world. So when you will reach to that hospital who is already accredited, you will find that all those, you can say surgeries or any treatment you are getting in any other part of world like USA. I can share my experience. My husband fell sick in USA and we were admitted in a best hospital. When I compare my facility, I always feel that we are, rather, I should not say, but I am going to say that we are better than them because we are providing care then and there. There is no time. You need not to wait for anything. So this is the beauty of India. Same time, if somebody who is already admitted somewhere in any hospital in India, you will find that personal touch is there. You won't feel like that you are away from your home. So we are providing you a kind of care which is giving you a kind of attachment with that doctor, with the staff. You don't feel that you are alone, you are, away from your home or something like this. So we are trying to provide everything under one roof, even Ayurveda, and we are very innovative. I am going to start my hospital in 2 months, which is 1,200 bedded hospital, which is the best hospital in North India. I am saying, I should not say, everybody says apni taarif khud mat karo, but why I am saying, because we have made an emergency which is fully equipped with radiology, CT, MRI, and all those things like X-ray and ICU. So we are trying to, every Indian hospital is trying to create something new. And the most important part that for MVT, no one is coming for simple disease like fever and all. Somebody who is coming from different country, he is coming for a tertiary or quaternary care. So if you compare Indian hospital for tertiary quaternary care, you will find that we are better than any other hospital in any other part of the world. Because in India, what we are doing, we are providing you modern care, modern medicine, like we are doing transplant, liver transplant, kidney transplant, or whatsoever, linac. Like I am putting 4 linacs under one roof. Reason behind this that if somebody is coming from a different country to one hospital, that person has to get whatever he is expecting from that hospital. And same time, integrated care, that is now part of every hospital who is serving medical value level. Because when you are coming to India, there is always something in your mind that we are getting some, some meditation, some yoga, some Yunan, some Vedic. So we are trying to create an atmosphere for all of you. And we are putting our heart and soul for this. So I should say, welcome to India. Please choose any hospital, whatever you want. We all are trying to provide you best of the best care, and you are in safe hands. Thank you so much for SCPC for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Plasma, for this. Thank you. और इसी के साथ to present a word of thanks before we begin with the felicitation ceremony and also the inauguration. Please welcome to the stage Manu's dedication to advancing healthcare and fitness has truly inspired me. Please welcome Mr. Vinay Kumar Chopra, President of the Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness. That's right. Commercial. No, I will keep yes. Don't clap. Thank God with all your hearts. It takes nothing. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Namaskar. Before I say my vote of thanks, I must tell you that I represent an organization known as Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness Promotion. It is an association of all MVT companies, individual facilitators, and the hospital international department. All these are our members. We have close to 2,000 members, and we have 41 countries where we have the coordinators for FHWP, which we call as Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness Promotion. Out of our MVT companies or facilitators, more than 25 are accredited by NABH, and 700 individual facilitators are NABH trained. So they have attended the training of NABH. Now, the duty which has been given to me is the vote of thanks. I, once again, on behalf of Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness Promotion, extend my sincere gratitude to the Government of India, Ministry of Commerce, and SCPC for creating this exceptional platform to showcase Indian healthcare community to the global world. A special and heartfelt thank you to Dr. Adesina. Special thanks to Dr. Adesina, whose tireless efforts over the last 2 years have been instrumental in making this event a reality. I deeply appreciate the valuable time of the esteemed chief guests, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman and Managing Director of Vedanta Hospitals India, and Mr. Madhukar, Joint Secretary Health, in e-health, MVT, and telemedicine from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And the keynote speakers who have spared your valuable time out of their busy schedule to come here and grace the occasion. Over the next 2 days, we anticipate insightful sessions and productive B2B meetings with exhibitors. My heartfelt thanks also goes to our sponsors whose generous support has made this event possible. Finally, I express gratitude to all our FHWP members in India as well as abroad who have worked diligently to ensure the success of this remarkable event. Thank you, and let's make this event
during the next 2 days a truly memorable event. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chopra, for your address. Thank you. Moving forward, it's now time to honor the exceptional contributions of healthcare pioneers who've made relevant mark for the respective fields. I was going to request some other amounts of the student of medicine and kinds of things to audience presenting. So what we have is the talent to work with sleep and with that I will also call out the presentation and contribution we have just with the stage yes. For this request, I'll take the first. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, she will be represented by Dr. Anupam Sidhan. Dr. Reddy, Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals, has revolutionized healthcare delivery in India and beyond. These requests Dr. Anupam Sidhan, the Fourth Medical Director of Apollo Hospitals, to accept the honor on behalf. Well, okay, we'll move ahead and then take them back. Yes. To move the next one. Please have the next baby. Dr. Visual Chairman of Liver Transplant and Hepatobiology Science at Oprah for his hospital. Pioneer life-saving liver transplants. Sure. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir.
Confirm, please.
We please again have to video Dr. Reddy. Yes, represented by Dr. Anupam Sidhan, Group Medical Director of Apollo Hospital. He's receiving the award for Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals. He has revolutionized healthcare delivery in India and also beyond. Congratulations, sir, and also to Dr. Reddy as well. And with that, our next AVDs. Dr. Gaurav Kala, a field visa in a matter of transplant, serves as the clinical lead at Apollo Hospital in Delhi. His work is been work to countless families. Dr. Gaurav, everybody. Congratulations, sir. You wish to say something? Please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, SCDC, Gandhi and the entire team for having me and all of us here and for bringing us with them. It has been said since morning, various esteemed speakers, Dr. Johan, sir, and Dr. about how we plan to place India as a global healthcare destination. I think apart from summarizing it in a way, apart from offering a holistic care, what was missing so far is the innovation in healthcare. The taking a futuristic approach in healthcare. And I think that's where we are completely totally prepared for that. Apart from being the director at Center for Bone Marrow Transplant, I also represent a healthcare startup, which is dedicated to cell and gene therapy, and is looking forward to coming up with indigenous and cost-effective healthcare solutions for various human problems. So I think it's 3 to 4 weeks in healthcare and I'm sure we definitely attach for that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. But the next is congratulations, Sharasava, Director of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation at Fatula Bengal Hospital. So, as a neuro rehabilitation specialist, transforming lives with his expertise. Congratulations, please. Thank you very much. Just to tell you one more thing, don't forget this fourth facet of medicine. We have preventive, we have promotive, we have curative, and we also have reward medicine. Without that, no treatment is complete. So, as a reward solution, I do to tell you again, always focus on the complete holistic health care, which includes all sorts of facets of medicine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. With that, next story, please. Dr. Winshaw Raghunathan, the director of Astrology and Aerosports at Medicine at Kotila Bay by Ambani Hospital. A game changer in orthopedics. Says a senior word. Thank you. Congratulations. A humble request. All the doctors that come up on the stage, they come from the same fraternity as yours. So anybody who graces this stage, I think they deserve our applause. Yes. And I'm very greedy for applause. I'm very honest to you. Thank you. With that, the next lady, please. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, founder and chairman of Mahajan Imaging. So we define imaging and diagnostics in India. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, please. Thank you very much, SNPC, VW Health, for this honor. What I would also like to stress is that diagnostics, preventive medicine, predictive medicine is also very much a part of what can make use of VMT.
We have a lot of people, and these are not patients, who visit India. They actually are coming from the they may come to the other person but we show their testing done. So that is also out. Just treatment alone is not going to first. We also preventive medicine, predictive medicine with genome sequence fraction of cost, costs in the West, and of course, wellness through our Ayurveda and other Asian systems is there. So India actually uniquely is placed provide holistic treatment, holistic way of living, and yoga, which we recently put with functional and techniques, which has been said for 5,000 years, has been scientifically proved, its methods have been proved, and so to be able to come and treatment here. So much preventive care, such fantastic places that you can visit at the same time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Before we move to add this, please welcome on stage again. It was the highest number of liver transplants the so, so thank you so much. I think this is an honor standing in front of all the stories. I so century half century here. So I think I'm definitely around from so the from these are all set about strong Islam house. So as a 25 years, that's the patient comes from outside any country. So it's not going it's not only action, it's the family looking for help. Yes. And the notion family values in emotions. I think the family of patients who come from outside and they don't realize that then when someone head of the field, ideas become the that's the main challenge and assistance with the best of our cost. So much. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. And now it's always an honor to introduce our next partnership. Mr. The Managing Director of Dr. Lal Labs. So I said benchmarks in diagnostic healthcare, it is usually sure. More please, everybody, more welcoming, more warm. Mr. Armin Lal, diagnostic Dr. Arvind, not everybody. Congratulations, sir. Morning, sir. So just I'm going to look at those diagnostics are so important to learn the first a couple of words with I will discuss. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I welcome all the foreign delegates first of all to our country. All I can say is that we have been sending the patients here, and what we can do, I can guarantee you, even the best countries cannot do. I have my own children staying abroad, and I know what happens in the big countries also. So we wouldn't say that we are perfect, but we try to be perfect. And it's an honor and pleasure to receive your patients here. And I feel that one day we will break all the records and the maximum number of patients will be coming here. Talking about ourselves, I am Dr. Arvind Lal, and we run the oldest pathology services in India. It was started in 1949 obviously by my late father, and I took over in 1977. So we've been there for quite a long time. We completed our 75 years of incorporation a few months back. And currently we run about 300 labs in India, about 5,000 collection centers. And last year we tested nearly 30 million patients, which means that on an average day we can test about 100,000 patients. And besides introducing lots of new tests now, you can imagine that we were the first ones in India to carry out a thyroid test way back in 1982 or 1981. And since then, we never looked back, and lots of new things have happened, as you know. We're talking about next-gen sequencing, we're talking about very, very sophisticated tests in genetics and other parts. So all I can say is that our profession, which is pathology, is responsible for 70% of all medical or clinical decisions taken anywhere in the world, including in India. And if you remember, even during COVID times, the first thing was test, track, and treat, and not the other way around. So whichever disease it may be, any infectious or non-infectious disease, testing has a very, very large role to play. And in India, where the non-communicable diseases are showing their hood or fangs and killing 65% of our countrymen, I'm sure in your countries too, I think it's a day not too soon to recognize the fact that testing holds the key to all these places, to all these diseases. India is supposed to be the volcanic capital of diabetes, with about 80 million known and about 180 million below the radar, as I say. But hypertension is even much more than this. So you can imagine, I'm not going to talk about all the so-called non-communicable diseases, but I think pathology testing holds the key to anybody's diagnosis and finally, of course, treatment and prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Apeksha, please. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir,
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Tirupati, sir.
And we would like we come to an end of this ceremony. But please request all the dignitaries on the stage to give it and it's officially open and welcome the visitor to City 2025. And after this, we shall start with the first panel discussion of the day. It's not right. Important ones. Yeah, I'm try. Not should so with the first line discussion, I'm going to request to all the dignitaries to please take the seats. So that we can be starting also to please online. Because of Spanish, Spanish, also, three seats in the front. If anybody wishes to occupy seats in the front, you can. You can if you wish to. We can put it in seconds. Can the whole ready for our discussion and then move on. The seats are your three short together. Please. You can choose the side paintings anyway. You are welcome to the what is it?
Nitesh, your flowers are out. It would like चाहिए आगे बिजली के का बता दे
So, Dr. Lal Kasper. And with that, it's now time to move ahead with a first discussion of the day, but without further discussions, let's also take a moment to reflect on the immense potential India holds in transforming global healthcare, which we published. As we explore these key themes of development as trends, advancing technology, positioning India as a leader across global care, we're excited to welcome a first panelist on this stage. Our first session, so transforming cross positioning India as a collaboration. To expand discussion, we have with us Ms. Anisha Kumar, the Chief Operating Officer at Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited. The vast experience in healthcare operations was not a strong advocate for innovation in healthcare. Also, the panelists for this session are first Dr. Mahajan, founder and chairman of Mahajan Clinical Labs, a pioneer in medical imaging and diagnostics. Joining me. Come back and join me. No, start like that. We could. I'll introduce and then you join in the middle. Don't worry. Joining in is Dr. Sanjeevani, Medical Director of Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi NCRM Chief Medical Supported Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. Also joining us, Dr. Smita Putrapal, Director at there are 45 years of experience in healthcare management, policy development, and quality assurance. Also joining us, Dr. Subel, Group Medical Director, and Senior Consultant, pediatric gastroenterologist and hepatologist. But also his leadership actions for medical education as an instrumental in shaping healthcare services. Also joining the discussion in a while from Mr. Bhavika Kumar, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Before we begin, just a humble request to all our friends in the back, you can occupy the seats in the front as well. Yes, you can come in the front and occupy these seats as well. You can, yes, please. And Mr. Bhagat will be joining us in the video. Yeah, I've introduced them and actually joining us. It's confusing.
Also, if anybody can hear my voice exhibition, I started with the first line of discussion you can and I think I will see if my voice is that. We just wait for Mr. Bhagat and then shall get going. Sanjana, have we? On.
Hello. Hello, check. Am I on? Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming together for this session. In the opening sessions and inaugural addresses, much has been talked about how India is already on its way to becoming the most preferred destination for medical tourism. Indian healthcare services and healthcare ecosystem in India has been pioneering by delivering high-end clinical expertise, state-of-the-art infrastructure, cutting-edge technology, and some of the best of and most precise clinical outcomes to patients, all at a fraction of cost of as compared to what it costs for the treatment in Western nations, and also with minimal waiting times for patients. The Indian medical tourism industry touted to be about 87,000 crores in the year 2024 and is projected to grow exponentially to close to 425,000 crores in the next decade by 2034. Just in 2024 alone, 7.3 million patients from across the world, international patients, visited India for treatment, and this number jumped by 25% from about 6 million patients that visited India from various countries in 2023. Indian healthcare providers, both public and private, are well poised with latest advancements, high-end medical infrastructure, and today armed with digital health with a lot of technology disruption, use of IoT, AI, and such solutions that have enabled greater access, reach, precision in diagnosis as well as care of patients. With this context, I thank my esteemed colleagues for joining here today, our esteemed panelists for the discussion. And we'll open the conversation with Dr. Anupam Sibbil with your thoughts on what are two key factors, in your opinion, that currently position India as a preferred destination of medical tourism, and also how can these be leveraged to create strategic collaborations and partnerships with institutions and providers across borders.
Good morning. Warm welcome to all our colleagues from across the globe. I think one of the key things that we have to consider when we look at India and what it offers in terms of healthcare is not just treatment options available, but I think it's the whole package when it comes to what all India is able to offer. And I just give you a couple of examples. India has always believed in South-South cooperation. And one of the key things that when we hosted the G20 last year was the inclusion of the African Union in G20. If you look at the CARICOM conference, the second India CARICOM conclave that was organized just last month, the M stands for medicine. So India is looking at how is it that we can reach out to partners, how can we reach out to countries and actually build a relationship. And that relationship is built on one, what is it that we can do to provide assistance with procedures that are not possible in the countries from where the patients are coming. The second is in terms of capacity building. So if we look at all that has been done in terms of helping with creating of infrastructure or provision of health human resources. The Indonesian president very recently mentioned to our prime minister the shortage of healthcare professionals in Indonesia. The third, of course, is areas where we can assist with our capability, whether it's in manufacturing. And India is the third largest pharmaceutical manufacturer. More than 50% of the vaccines used in the world are manufactured in India. We have a robust medical technology business initiative which aims to increase from 11 billion to 50 billion in the years to come. So what India offers as a partner is a holistic approach. And of course, in addition to Western medicine, we are able to provide the magic of the East and the West, the traditional systems of medicine, combine that with allopathy, and the fact that for us, we believe in Atithi Devo Bhava, which means a guest is a form of God. So this is a unique value proposition. And I want to just give an example from another industry. And let's look at space. Now, India has launched satellites for more than 35 countries, including the United States. We have the ability to launch more than 100 satellites in a single mission. When a country chooses to partner with another country in space, they look at three things. They look at technology, look at expertise, and they look at cost. So we have the technology, we have the expertise, but the cost advantage. The film Gravity cost $100 million to make, but our Mars orbital mission, which was the first mission in the world to reach the orbit of Mars in its maiden attempt, cost $74 million. The film Interstellar was made after Gravity. That cost $165 million, and Chandrayaan-3, which made a landing on the South Pole of Moon for the first time, cost $75 million. So we understand frugal innovation, and that's what countries want when they choose partners in healthcare. Expertise, technology, and the value advantage of competitive costs. If you just look at numbers, we do more than 300,000 open heart surgeries, 320,000 joint replacements, 28,000 transplants. We do close to 30,000 robotic surgeries. We do 8% of the world's transplants. We at Apollo do 1% of the world's transplants. So clearly, when you add all this up, India is really unmatched in the ability to be able to help to assist partners, but most importantly, it's in keeping with our sentiment of South-South cooperation. We have to find solutions together for each other. The dependence on the North has to decrease, and that can only happen when we partner with countries in the South.
Thank you, Dr. Anupam. Very interesting and pertinent analogy with this pendant space missions, and how this translates to really value-based medicine and value-based technology manufacturing that's taking place in India, thanks to Make in India initiative today. My next question is to Madhukarji. Thank you for joining the panel. Given your work and experience in the public domain with the government, and especially around digital health and digital health mission, would be great if you shed some light on how technology innovations and digital health are shaping way and facilitating convenience, access, and information symmetry for international patients, and how does the government look at this aspect to propel India to a global preferred destination for medical tourism?
Thank you, Manisha. And a very relevant and a very important question. The actual journey of patient begins even before the patient has landed in the country. The patient first want information. Now, how is it going to get information? There are the traditional methods, there are the recommendations, there is the experience of the patients. But if you see the modern times, it is the portals which are very important. What sort of surgery has been done, what sort of treatment has been taken, which are the recommendations. And the patient also wants to interact with the care providers, with the institutions. He may be having certain doubts, certain clarifications. And therefore, in these particular areas, technology plays a very important role. Now, two areas I would like to emphasize upon. The first is the more static area, like the portals. And the Government of India had launched the Heal in India portal, known as the Advantage Healthcare India portal, which is having the objective of providing a one-stop solution as far as information is concerned, and tracking the patient's journey right from coming to India and even before that till the whole point. And in that, we have tried to bridge this information gap. We have tried to provide the entire information for hospitals which have been given, which have NABH accredited or having international accreditations. The information is given in different international languages, and device made for the patient to make its own login. Facility for interaction with the hospitals is also given, that they can call for a video interaction. The patients can address their queries. Telemedicine in this area is an extremely important field, where through means of telemedicine, where we can combine telepathology, teleradiology, as well as clinical diagnosis. And these three areas can give the care provider an idea as to what is the condition of the patient. And this can be combined with video counseling and video interaction, where the entire perspective of the patient is available, as much as been gathered, except for the physical examination. So if we see, these two are very important, and India has advantage as far as these two areas is concerned. We don't have just the best medical facility, we have the technical prowess. Now, I being part of Global Forum OECD as a country assessor information security, I go and do the country audits of different jurisdictions as a part of international team. And one of the reactions which I receive is, oh, you are from India, you must be good in IT. And therefore, our IT platform, our telemedicine system, the government has launched e-Sanjeevani. It has already promulgated government policies for telemedicine in 2019, 2020. These are very, very important fields for providing care which is beyond borders. Lastly, I would like to say that if I have a GP, general practitioner, if I've consulted a doctor who's a specialist, I will take treatment, and he advises certain tests. Now, if I am very well known to him, he does not tell me that, okay, you come and show me the reports. He said, okay, you mail me the reports, I send it on WhatsApp. And he says, okay, it's fine. So this is how technology is cutting corners, cutting costs, and helping facilitate save time. And the same technology can also help in pre-treatment, pre-visit, and post-treatment counseling of the patients also. Thank you.
Very pertinent points. Technology is really the stuff practice and of course, facilitating this was models and pre-consultations that pre-consultation like you mentioned. So that's the real change in agricultural from today. And extending the same question to Dr. Harsh, diagnostics has also seen a lot of disruption using technology. We've seen that a lot in diagnostics and cancer so as well. And I know Marjorie takes a from that. So please share your thoughts in the same way.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to welcome everyone here. Now, particularly talk about clouds and IT, which is well recognized. I think taken from there, it extended into the field of machine intelligence. I mean, it means sensitive to know that the first implement came from India, came from our and this is the diagnosis of brain hemorrhage head CT scans using AI. This was published in October 2018. And so, each day, you see, the first paper in the Lancet coming from investigation, often just to offer best of IT and digital tools that coming together. Not talking about, in 2018, actually proposed that in a hospital, in the diagnostic center, have to be developed approach. Because how much the applications are used to get the started, and then the pathology, cardiology. I mean, the field just keeps expanding. That's the platform which we showcased to in Chicago in 2018. And kind of started as a research division margin engineering in Delhi, and now it has become a startup which has an engine of its own. And again, this is the first, it's called Carpo.ai, and this is the first AI platform in the world to get US FDA first and only till now to get both US FDA as well as CE mark. So this is, and currently at Stanford, top for same every apart from Australia. The Singapore use this platform for its public hospitals, both for me as well as for using AI practice. So I think AI is actually going to revolutionize the way we practice. It will be, it's already has become a system. In my field, we want the CT scanners, the MRI scanners, the bed scanners that are being today. Reconstruction is done, so you can scan really rapidly and you can reduce the initial side effects. And this is automatic comparison to the X-ray or CT MRI diagnosis, something that means just physicians do. So it's playing a role in pathology, in research, for prostate cancer, for breast cancer, in mammography. It is playing a great role. And finally, I would say the potential of the use of AI, and India has become the first country in the world to use for tuberculosis. So to hand the next phase and laptop which is integrated, technicians are from village to village, from district to district, and automatically it's being made. It's not money. We don't speak from diagnostics. And again, our country and our prime minister say we set for ourselves a target of 2025 to eliminate tuberculosis from India. Whether we achieve it, at least that target has been set, and I'm sure we can achieve it before the 2030. And all this is being helped to some extent by use of technology, by use of medicine, technology, and artificial intelligence.
If I may just add to what you have said, sir, that in India, in government sector also, we have partnered with the private sector and a very robust program on artificial intelligence, which includes the diagnosis for tuberculosis and chest abnormalities, diabetic retinopathy, oral cancer, and 13, 14 such projects are already going on. And they are based on the AI platform which you were mentioning has been launched.
Thank you, Dr. Harsh. Excellent points. From oncology field in our hospitals, actually, just to add 2 points of examples to what you said, we have AI-based radiotherapy. So linear accelerators using artificial intelligence that make sure that the positioning is accurate with the nanometer and the dose is lesser than it's far more precise than accelerator. And also we essentially oncologists to use it really virtual reality interface. Seeing the study another and the surgery being done by surgeon in other city, country, so city reference, you can actually doctor a surgery and say sitting in one way, they can talk to a surgeon to actually and all of that. So this is the power of technology today and how to transmitting workers try and outside. Yeah.
Totally right. Especially based on sequencing.
Yeah.
Genome sequencing.
Yeah.
Genes that we recognized for precision medicine very country. It's not something which we know. This is exclusive to a few centers. This thing across the country and it means interest to those who come from a that they use as well as from genome sequencing and technology. It's very much part and parcel of diagnostics that are done in management.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally sure that I second that. Personalized medicine is in some cases examination thanks to precise diagnostics that we have available. My next question to Dr. Sanjeev. In your opinion and given your vast experience, how do you see medical infrastructure in India supporting cross-border care? How can Indian hospitals further leverage it? Get international standards, efficiency, and sustainability included.
Thanks very much for that question. Because I just wanted to add a question of the education. And you also mentioned use of technology. It's a big factor for most international questions you can do. And training, like, almost take after 3 years.
Yeah. That is the way to the question from everybody pass on to them. So, respect to how the parents will the nervous system and more sustainable. I think different both are history captured by the infrastructure investment in the state level. Just to get the information from this ad, patient you see, which is just phenomenal because that is how the training efforts that was a system which is already existing, which is always structured. But I mean, it has also stable. We need to leave this further. I think there has to be a certain style management, which needs to be a lot of learning has to be done in the world. There needs to be before the critical results which gets issued. Still some regulatory which takes its own facilitation on defining the ecosystem for medical business. So fantastic flexible dimension to build numbers to so responsibility that to the rest of this those incomes scholars extremely down. We need to see trade and something better and placing states in some states in same for me also making patients who are seeking so we've seen a bit of negative side business, but it also has to be business. Because the challenge about businesses, the same success definitely is going to get and that needs to get to that happen a simple facility celebration changes from single 5,000 patients, 5,000 patients from hospitals, so what success we've seen, opportunity we've seen so I think this is the system and everybody make sure the text of culture the section level have which is because we have seen the staff has no total as well as its policy. Those are the time but facilitate those it's not high level. And it's to the standard of the so those traditional I think also if it is slightly less away facilitate with performance and standardization protocol, which will make it sustainable economical. So a lot of help from the government has actually nice funding which is to the private sector. The temple is around this which is valuable.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. My question to Dr. Sunil now is we've talked a lot about everything that's working well and promise for the future. But looking back and looking inwards, what are some of the challenges that international patients could supposedly face in India when navigating complex terrain, different accessibility environment and so on? And what is it that healthcare providers across private and public have been doing and are looking to do to make it easy to get and far more accessible to cancer patients?
Yeah, thank you, Manisha. Welcome all the journalists from across the globe. Thank you because when I told my situation for my world, we were still analyst. And coming back to a question on the challenges. So yeah, talked about the students, about which we can leverage travel international patients. So in spite of all this, we need to have challenges. The challenges are multiple. So that is what most importantly, you also mentioned about the issues. Three topics three topics patients related to this medical tourism, patient safety, side of the issue. I will to have kind of the right time so that the educate the patients, international patients, may not have a benefit about these levels of tax implications and all those issues. I think that this is a good challenge I would say. Then secondly, within the country, infrastructure disparities. Well, because medical travel is limited to tier one cities. Within city also there is development disparities as far as the infrastructure is concerned. The competition. University and very few hospitals, 56, 7, 8 corporate hospitals which are into actively into medical treatment. So competition within city, other countries. So these are again challenges. So we need to for a holistic solution, trying to end right from the patient, end every touch point. International patient. As for a domestic patient, if I am in a hospital, I am at least touch points and visited so many areas from the reception, the registration, the doctor's consultation, diagnostic, IPD. So imagine a domestic patient from some other country. Aside from the clinic, what then it is the patient, you know, try to get the history of the patient and starting from the processing, inside processing, so that's sure those issues. So and I can see some of the hospitals, I can see intellectual patients, true service for requirements of all international patients. Like, for example, a hospital serve only vegetarian diet. A patient coming from countries like so Iraq and other countries, they expect different food preferences. So these are some issues, challenges, so we need to take up the holistic point of view. And for all activities, migration is a seamless process and experience. Apart from that, good outcome and quality of care.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you, Misha.
Like you said, of course, large separate hospitals and field and civil hospitals have made a lot of headway, created conducive environments for international patients to stay, including food references, translators, in-house, and so a seamless and journey for the patients and creating the network complexity. Really difficult person. Now, given the paucity of time, I will just take a quick roundup of closing comments from all panelists. And I'll start with Dr. Amitabh. If you could, during 2 minutes, summarize what would it really take for you to become a destination for medical tourism?
Thank you very much, Nisha. I think one is about perception. While India is recognized like the G for IT and other things, tourism, for example, I think the high quality competitive cost value position of India offers in medical treatment has to be highlighted and achieved through our missions. Connecting the business to the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of External Affairs, because Ministry of Commerce, because truly is different that is needed to sort of change the domain of it's not just about cost, it's about quality, it's about outcomes, it's about value. The second is we need to enhance the capability. It has to be donations linked by the emissions in different countries for an economic exchange, for maybe capacity building, for the fellowship program, and the African Pacific and so a few other countries will actually combined. And then in production and every touch point, it's medical device manufacturer, it's the pharmaceutical manufacturer, it's the vaccine manufacturer, it's the diagnostics and healthcare providers. When you interact with these some countries, we need to talk about the logistics approach some people offers target navigation across domains. And I think if we can do that with the public domain, we can do that in terms of reception. I think only one issue having because the system that we receive from the I think it says a reflection of the seriousness is attaching to this very important area, the advantage of cooperation and be used to some different countries.
Thank you, Dr. You may begin. On the block and this can be a very purposeful. It can come to fruition, hopefully in this decade. Now, passing on the same question to another question from government's point of view, perhaps in the natural disease.
Thank you, Manisha. Before the session started today, to discussing about what should be done. The question is back to the same conversation we had. What I have to say is let's divide this sector into four parts. The first part is, of course, the institutions, the hospitals. Second part, the second pillar is the patients. What is the journey of the patients? The third part is the medical service facilitators who are integrating the patients as well as the hospitals and the institutions. And the last part, but very important, is the government. Now, all these four parts of the four pillars are not meaningless. They have diversity. And this can be the platform, today can be a platform where we try to document what are the challenges each of these four sectors foresee. The patients have their perspective. They may be having an infrastructure issue, they may be having problem which they face with a particular hospital, they may be having food issues, foreign currency and convertibility may be an issue, taxation may be an issue. Let's try to document what is their perspective and what is their challenge. The facilitators who interconnect the hospitals and the patients, they will be having a similar perspective. What is the issue as far as the hospitals are concerned? Maybe a 10 or 12 big ones. And fourth, the government sector. The government sector, not Ministry of Health is the only player. They will be the home which issues visa. There will be the Ministry of External Affairs, which may require the embassies to come in picture. And then, of course, we have the state governments because the local law is very important. It's not that the medical valid travel is taking place only in NCR. It's taking place in Mumbai, it's taking place in Chennai, and the local administration plays a very important role. And therefore, all these four perspectives, what are the challenges and what are the visions of these four elements? That needs to be documented. Unless we document it, we cannot have a future vision, we cannot have a roadmap, and we cannot remove the constraint. The sector will still continue to go on its own course, but will it realize its true potential? That is the question.
Thank you, Madhu. Same question to Dr. Harsh.
See, I would say, most of everything has been said. When we talk of medical life travel, we tend to focus only on treatment. And generally tend to talk of South cooperation. I think the quality of medical care we have and the quality of diagnostics that we have, the wellness institutions that we have, if we were like education at all level, diagnostics, wellness, treatment can only be part of one seamless system, where not only from the south, but also from the north. people coming, patients, as well as those who seek to know the like preventive medicine, predictive medicine, stress, and also illness. That's that are so and efficiency. I think can most to and like it's like the mission of hospitals in way because it's huge. And I quickly say that the family, but even if we should say we people why I think the hospital listen about I think ministry tourism access to external affairs, government solution is important because if you can seamless transfer of patients and bodies exist for individual if taken care of it will be seamless travel and seamless treatment that people do here. So it's to be done.
Thank you. Good perspective and very refreshing thoughts. Dr. Sanjeevani.
It's also my before yeah, of the Boston comes. Before the cost of photo cost of the specialist which has to be going to now to is one of the most it is also important to say that what is integrated what is modern is a huge negative just trust meditation like also Jesus but also this action personalized person has shown of one result. Also to be financially constrained so that it all sort of works facilitated. A lot of work has been a lot of work steams to be done and the international insurance collaboration and the system from
Thank you. A lot of common themes emerging here of collaboration, removing bottlenecks, creating seamless journey into transportation. Does it
things about time, where I think so there's economies and I should also engage with the troubleshoots, lots of training which we can go certain consultants for the same staff, that's a big stuff.
Yes, absolutely. The matter of fact, again, example from children hospitals, we have about 65 fellowships for medical parameters, there's lots of clinical expertise. We really invite international students and etc. to come and final comments from sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Manisha. The work is implemented well, and for the various strengths which we have, the level of strengths markets only, yeah. And this focus is to provide industrial infrastructure and promote the strengths which we have and to ultimately improve the patient experience. So I think one of the strengths here we can enrich those strengths over the teaching expertise is better. Okay, and procedures certainly procedures so these are your people expertise. But in other countries, don't make it like as a restaurant. Study but some still can and the hospital which is located in the national vision would have stolen so education must be
as I mentioned about the cost of the stuff of infrastructure to whether something without the something which is situation to come stories travel to a country for the treatment. Consultation starts when the consultation starts. And then I think post the charge after going to place of the building. Consultation. Something which but still a lot of things are which are linguistic approach towards the organizations. So that has some should be what we don't think should and then stuff that the thing of the numbers is very good to the but it's not the numbers I would say the message so what's the practice. Firstly, so which were Bible, I like to question because I will be a Russian. That's my last thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just asking the organizers if we can take one audience question. Yeah, one or two. Yes, can you pass the mic to the gentleman in front? Please do introduce yourself for one question. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Abdi Adam from Nairobi, Kenya. I have been expert in Americans, and I run a group of hospitals in Kenya and also in South Africa, 9 in number. So my question is regarding we see we have a lot of patients that we are sending over from East Africa, especially again from Kenya. But I would want to know if there are any plans by the Indian private practitioners or in the healthcare players in the healthcare industry to have the same services, partner with hospitals that do have already running processes back in Africa and also in Kenya, whether they can also look at setting up enterprises to make it easier for patients rather than traveling all over to have enterprises and have some of the services that can be done over there. And the second question. So my second question is also you mentioned something on fellowships. I also want to know if and there is an healthcare leader that will be introduced among the panel in the management perspective. So whether there are fellowship programs, especially in the management, not in the clinical workup, but in the healthcare management cadre. So those are the two questions I have. Thank you. I'll try to answer your first question. There are quite a few hospital groups in India that have been shared across borders. So, for example, recently we started India and looking to install recently accelerator. Actually, children hospital with all variation modalities and so it is all the demands of public hospitals. And they best facilitate and create ease and access for bringing patients from high-end clinical treatment that is not be possible in international countries will continue.
Thank you for that question. We've extensive experience in partnering with organizations in Africa. Started with coaching and issues with GCI in the first time in Africa. Projects from civil to India, Lagos, Zambia, so I think the list of countries had the populations of some of the big government facilities, some with private and out of the 54 countries, I think we used to flag the relationships with very strong. In terms of fellowships, we start to if you're already trying to get it easy, and it's clinical, it's complicated because we need to get from the medical council, but if it's to make this understand, it's start to work across the world. across the infrastructure across several hospitals. Which one? Oh, sorry. Yeah, what I was saying, I'm working with directly integrated with previously in the medical school.
Yeah, I agree. So, management fellowship or management education is actually open to work, very easily accessible medium. Any other questions? Or we're out of time? Go ahead. We'll close the session. We are here to interact with you.
Thank you so much. Hello. Okay, thank you. I will request Mr. Harvinder Nirman, the CEO of the Healthcare World, as leader of the please join us on the stage and was to talk to all the analysts. No, request Wilkes Snarky, the chief of the Healthcare World,
So much, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, model. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and before we go ahead with our next panel session, we have a medical prevention case. And for all this, subjects coming now on the stage, first to have the request to get the timer here for so make sure that it's run online, yes. For the next, and the first medical intervention case, as well for the podium, Dr. Patrick for and we aim to bottom in the urban enterprises. It's relevant.
Like,
Moment.
yeah.
Yeah. That was it. I would like to exists very in the system research. That doesn't make it comparable against the fully adjusted regulations of non related transplant questions. Very many questions. So this is basically a mail transmission because it is as complex as the that you'll see in the spaces start. So fantastic story. So similarly, transplants when it becomes transplants. That's the big black system to the best times. You can see human being and things. This is like so future which just and so this is first case 24 so he is visible to the better less is almost easy so the challenge demand transfusion so let's not keep up the aspect of the mistake performance goes down
majority of the questions don't get beyond the so then and then if they're extremely well managed, then that the class or we can but the also very mature diseases like brain cancer. Transplant means saying the person or something. Well, then happens for every same children that is one these there's a team and well family it's only for experimental justifications whereas the residents unless and also actually so life. So it's years of idea. So the once you know the and then that's considerably was also developed truly into last feature. This is a assessment because people actually compare the creamy person which are so long. And these are the best thinking and then the fear of the sense of choice. So I'll be one. So this is how yes. So this was but what else was a government these are the best you can and then somehow so we started on the usually from this for German to those photographs. So we started on the first photograph. Then at the end of the version, we achieved a very good response. This is in the West. So now let's find a friend what to do. Let's find was a true reading advancement results for that lesson. Often transplant are 24 thalassemia patients are extremely difficult because they will need many complications because of complications and the don't receive advances. And to make this worse, you also had the very infection level. So when we were giving future plan for 2 months, and then we started in one parallelly, to reduce the body. We started on my emotional preparations. Then we had the specific. It's the so but also it's hard it's family but so so basically we start off basically we said we arranged to fail the transplant the patient for transplant very well we very room for transplant to diagnostics. The problem came down. We did not have there's a book discipline, there's a match for an antinatal donor. We search for availability of donor set in the world. Then the only thing is far the nutrient is matched, especially matched. So we had to transplant and was matched donor. So we developed the condition was good. Condition was things like in the field, but you have to first see the pre-existing cells, the pre-existing bodies was regular. So that is the clinic is a fresh elders can't do a very numbers these persons because they have extra damage over violence. So we planned in such a way that we give which are specifically also bone marrow, but so we planned in such a way that we total plan we gave the she was speaking for them. So For the major problems, one donor cells so that's where we make we have that person how we return control the donor cells and coexist peacefully with the body. So we use the chemical syphilis and post transplant cells possible, which will usually the current was, you know, and then all these problems are stages in the structures, these this tell us what you read about the work expand those research was that resources that actually those infections resources that we develop so much just like we end up so we have and then we Islam to be secure of both the diseases. Thalassemia, I told the best future. In short, this is only one of the case, the very few cases of the world. The cases of the world. So right now, his little sports is the bone marrow is very clean. Even being ancestor, stable processes. This is what so this was one of the represents very good in his body. So successfully beside then there's the yes dying that comes at worst. So what we learned about this solution was it is important for working that this regimen to work to points it is very important to change development and that interdisciplinary approach is very essential, right? It's very good successes. This prevent this, the giving the message on the symptoms. She was ashamed of it. She was trembling wrong. She was diagnosed with a major suspect and she then she was diagnosed with fancy and then she also ran a skin for loops transfusion requirements. And then she was getting transfusion and then it was really a other situation. She had all the complications. She had basically and then she was she was unborn then she was basically maturity so this position so not the way so we can refer to but the rest is not the short so we don't get this kind of instructions so we have to know that it's like so this was the amazing still seeing programs. This nice the people that was it's almost don't think that 90% match is better than because it's really difficult. And then the option was chosen by a system on the learn so candidates because the cells is actually strong. And then for yes, that's she's really started to look up and then basically decided that after the transplant. So she became friends. So that's really for transplant. They get new this was for me but big words. So red of black, some short breaks like that. Sometimes then shadow and bounce like a jewel. But thankfully, the women says,
It is not that you just transplant and then at the end of when we're done, donors also come back. And you know, so many questions can develop 3 or 6 months. So the patient was very, it's very, we said, so it is to give a successful, just successful number for the hospital. We did one transplant for 200 get a successful outcome from the patient. And then she got a ticket back. The GDS which we expect that they don't make so that they are given us of insurance and then she has the best GDS which were just to be sure it's another. And then after that, because of the drugs, sometimes they develop gynecological complications, she developed the neurological complications. You can see some changes in the recalcitrance, and then for which we are just do the case. Then after we understood that so she became better. Again, she came back to hospital. And then she was at the hospital. But we had she was so had the really bad boss for sure. It's so the sound systems are the is supposed to be used the worst. So she has seeing the version. So she says how management take care of that struggle. He is struggling. Just listening to his mind. So being successful when it's on this person and to be she has put me she's she's got that door went down or that it's a theme source of it is not just that we bring them because they also very, very important support being from the medicine, the nutrition, and the then physiotherapy. She was very much, and then she went back home. Thank all the people who felt that. And she reduced things. So she just says that so this has manageable with machines. Basically, she's got that all this. So so a little bit longer period than would be. And then somebody grabs this was out here. It was very important that we give them back the best care, not just the numbers or not just show business. It is not a business. It's a business with double responsibility because we are here for those now. So we need to be careful. So I like to keep questions. We do this approach and then so this is the she's back. She's this is the kind pushing for constraints and then you can manage the landing and then so ultimately it can be because this thank you so much. I'll be happy to do 1 or 2 questions if you want and then yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. More questions, please. You answer those what you read. Yes. With that, it's time for our next discussion. And to get that first, I should introduce moderator for the scene, Dr. Abhay Sinha, Director General of the Services Expo Information Council, SEC. Dr. Sinha's deep understanding of healthcare, resource and policy and service session towards a fruitful and insightful discussion. And while we set the stage, I should introduce the speakers and then shall with the discussion. This panel is on access, opportunities and challenges for government-sponsored issues. Also joining us time is Ruto Berg, Chief Code and Innovation Officer at Fortis. For the instruments of innovation, so that we instrument that are just strategies to enhance healthcare access and delivery. Strengthen Dr. Albers in the civil, senior vice president of corporate development and international business at it's a little expensive with corporate and international business. Surrounding with unique insights into the challenges and opportunities to the analysis. John Gavin Siraj, your founder, and John Welfare and Lava Consulting. His vast experience in consulting and health management, particularly international markets, is one of the perspectives that will be shared with us to the room. John, this was our so interesting. Because and the sons of trust in human from level. Efforts in ensuring the healthcare also making sure that the sensor which is understood and with that which is a deep understanding of the challenges faced by charitable trusts by charitable healthcare institutions. Not to mention these words of us is over senior vice president and Madame from the city. So Manova has played a crucial role in that growth, excellence, and members of leading healthcare institutions. And Mr. Malhotra is Dr. Srinath, okay. I understand that the session before was very much engrossing for all of you. But we would like you to pay attention to this session as well. Although we are nearing lunchtime and we have already overshot the duration. So I won't take much time. Within 30 minutes, we'd like to close this with a lot of inputs that are possible from the expert panel what we have here. I welcome you all here. And of course, the topic is a bit on the government-sponsored patients, but understanding the area what we can cover, I feel like we should break free from that word and talk more about health access for everyone. And with these words, I would request each of the panelists here to devote 5 minutes on the challenges, issues, and in what way. You see, when we are talking about India as a medical value destination for patients, preventive healthcare as well, and post healthcare, as we say, in what way definitely like government of the other countries from where the patients are coming, how they can also facilitate the visit of the patients to India. We also understand that a lot of patients come to India who are insured by their own government, by the agencies. There was a talk in Ministry of Commerce some time back about integrating the insurance agencies in India and trying to find out a way that whosoever comes to India, irrespective whether they get insured or not, like in what way they can get the coverage. Unfortunately, not much has come out of it. So I'd like you to reflect on this part also, in what way the insurance agencies could be integrated in this entire access towards healthcare, and more so when we are targeting them to come to India and we are positioning India as medical value towards destination. So with these words, I start with Ritu.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. So, as far as government-sponsored patients are concerned, largely, many countries, of course, are facing issues and challenges on the health systems. I don't think any of the countries have got it right. On one hand, we've got NHS, large healthcare systems where wait times are an issue, and then there are many countries where quality of healthcare, personnel, all of that is an issue, every government would want to give the best affordable healthcare to their citizens. So, depending on the need, I think India is very well poised to work with the governments and the ministries to provide accessible, high quality care. I don't think India's quality has been in question. Our clinicians are renowned world over, be it US, UK, you would see large number of healthcare professionals from India. So I think the question on quality, I would assume, is done and dusted with. There is no question on that. Even in terms of affordability, I think Indian pricing is a fraction, and again, that is a very wide knowledge, and again, not to be questioned at that time. So, and Indian healthcare players are very willing to work with governments and ministries and work with them on developing the programs that can work in their favor to provide affordable access to their citizens. I think some of the challenges are there is no proper framework, as in any country. Some of the time, some of these decisions get overturned every single time the government changes. So one of the factors becomes the continuity and the trust of the people who are signing the agreements, because you don't sign agreements with people, you sign governments, sign agreements with the country. So the sanctity of that becomes an important one. So if there is a way where high commissions and embassies can play an active role with the private players, I think that could be of significant help. Second is many times it's a credit issues. We all know that beyond a point, cash flows are important. And in some of the countries, especially, we've faced many challenges about, the credits being really unrealistic and, getting difficulty in payment. There also, I think if we can work somehow with the embassies and high commissions, I think, that could really be helpful. The third would be actually sitting with them and understanding, what would the end-to-end packages. Sometimes the cost escalation is a concern that some of the governments tend to talk about. We are happy to sit with them and figure out transparency in what the decision of the diseases could look like and treatment packages that could be worked on. So all in all, I think private healthcare in India is one of the very uniquely placed areas which can work with any government across the world. And while today the medical value travel is still restricted to some of the countries, I do think that we have got wherewithal to serve much larger population and work with the government for their citizens.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Business World and Sanjeevani for this invitation. Greater mention has been highlighted in the session before this also. Was done about connectivity and cost effectiveness. She mentioned the challenge of NHS, of long waiting times, challenge of high costs and then countries. Is also one of the cost. High quality outcomes, digital outcomes. The challenge is quality strength of it work. Also a challenge. Why? The issue of trust still remains trust for high quality. I'm not saying that hospitals alone, that's true. That's true. Still of high quality. Who has to get quality. Since like the GCM, thank you for it. But shows for often services for international issues. I say this because the experience of a patient comes to an Indian hospital, it's not going to be the same quality of hospital. So it's possible that next to another should transfer the same quality. That's total quality. Like I said, I was sort of the hospital, so that we should have the transit industry. So this is the challenge to have to become. That you can hospital is relationships with hospitals like the Preventive, the legal facilities, develop the government and the transnational relationships. So it's a relationship it's a long-term relationship. Hospitals in foreign countries, it's a capacity building, also knowledge transfer, training of a team, those basis. So you can offer them big writers to work with governments in different countries. So if you can invest salary, well, salary to pick up such issues like was which have based to land so far we got on the six and some of this which we plan. We can invest such a high stage before we from hospital. See, currently we are still doing the countries which are less developed infrastructure with this. This is not. I think also it's the quality issue, the trust issue of the hospital well. The patient from the management. Responsibility was trust information facility. So I don't want to does the question should be done. The patient try someone one just more than someone this is what major. Thank you. I'll make some other questions later on, but I request Mr. Tabeja. Good afternoon, everyone. We want to speak on the same topic or you have something else to do? Because it's about the quality. So if we talk about the government ambitions, according to healthcare is like a fundamental right now. It's for certain people. This is what I feel because in the government there are a lot of things, a lot of bureaucracy, 6 months of the patient has to wait and wait for the time to be back to the country. And there are many which is Australia, which is a special committee for some patients which can't be Australia. Some other issues. Some patients 6 months. Some 7 so they can travel. Usually the to the countries and the GDP should spend sometimes so the challenges which has to be done and as Kasabia said, priority only the patients from the development countries. Further, skydiving. Healthcare companies talk how to prevent it. So, let's thank all of you, Dr. Simon, the CPC, thank you for hosting us. So, that's what, we all know that India provides quality healthcare overall, the infrastructure is good, the facility is good, irrespective of the hospitals. What we need to do is we need to cooperate with the governments of the other countries and make the procedure a little easier and comfortable for the patients to travel and and the insurance companies to cooperate with our country. And there is no doubt our infrastructure is the best and the patient care is one of the highest. As they all mentioned, there's no waiting period over here. And so many benefits are there for the patients when they come to India. They get quality care, they save time, critical care has been addressed, and so many other things have been addressed.
I think that's it for now. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with our inventory. That's my life experience. It's done. It's like I started quick sometimes so the is also issues. What which is patients coming from and count. That's the authority. Okay, diagnostics. That's the best. We just the care. We can. We pay us. Just and outside somewhere with food, especially with the started prescriptions office. So now you have to story. Two of solution. So do your money, do more, just I take us to the companies, which are the national market first. I'm telling you, California, Saudi Arabia, Fiji Islands, issues. Master, master money, unfortunately, would be Australia, but then Russia, market for us. So they are the companies. The government has to take us. Why hospital have to pay? Every time when they get their travel, and it's really hospitals, the country. And also, so it should be a company of the team where the government agrees that is healthcare, hospital, that was available. That will be best for this kind of that's yes. As far as the survey go, I don't think anybody will in the hospital district. So that's it. Thank you. The effect is like the party. When I from the fraternity itself, because most of the patients coming to India are actually government sponsored. So that's where this question came up. But at the same time, it's more broad based. Like in what way we can enhance the access to healthcare for anyone seeking healthcare from any part of the world. Also, when it is India positioning itself as healthcare destination. So on that, yes, I want to add, I remember visiting a patient which is very so the patients come to the hospital. Exactly. Our cash version and here is back to the of and some companies. Side of the bill.
Right. So, should not be talking like the government from the second issue first. Yes, what can take us to other what issues study. Efforts asking Sharma focus infrastructure and SBC. That can be the same. We try to accept the vote. Why did people be expensive? Sir, understand. You don't let's put it down. Take some out of me. This is unrealistic. You know, the ask for issue. We have a issue. So that issues. So now, you know, yes, our that's huge. Something this so easy, but this is the benefits. This should be like the hospital, so we should the benefits of doing it. This is the other, this is a bridge to investors for support. Is to take a step towards the term, medical tourism, because the other shows that you should see, they come here and they give us propositions to take up medical tourism, and that's what we are here. So, yeah, well, so I feel to be connected, money is doing something. So after that, it's all about the so you know, this is one why we different, so that strong. Some question.
So I think that's just as you know, I think government started this whole initiative about Heal by India and Heal in India. I think those two were meant to be large umbrella government initiatives at that point of time. I think it's lost a little bit of steam over last few months or year and hasn't gone to what it was envisioned to be. I think if there's a way to revive and get the new energy in that, I think that would really take care. I think everybody's, you know, all of us are invested in the cause. All of us do believe that there is a significant opportunity here, and you know we are well poised to well over it. I think a little bit of a government support, and I do not expect government to sponsor our tickets. I think government you can partner with so that we can do it on our own. But yeah,
Sponsor our tickets to go to where they can.
I don't government will not आप चारों की for stars, if you aim for stars, not looking for money on that sort, but yes, I think creating a platform and an umbrella under Healing India and making sure that if it gets endorsed at the top level in multiple dialogues, in multiple forums, international forums, and embrace just the fact that, and it's just not about healthcare delivery. I think the diagnostics, the genomics, the NGS, all of that. While we are all focused here a little bit more on the delivery, but I do know that there is an excellent work that's happening on genomic sequencing, or a little bit high-end diagnostics. All of that has got a huge potential. Many countries do not have the capability right now. We do. So we just need a little bit of support and a platform which is endorsed by the government. And I think also the use of these tools, digital tools, can also enhance. So, for example, there was not very clear, demarcation or guidelines on teleconsult. It started in the COVID, and then there was a little bit of ambiguity around are doctors allowed to teleconsult patients from abroad. I know that some hospitals are doing it, some are not doing it, but there is a gray area. Similarly, for capacity building, people come for fellowships to India. But off late, about last year, I think there was a regulation that said that even for the smallest of observership, which is a couple of weeks, it needs a registration from NMC. And the fact is that many people go for registration of NMC that never comes. I think that is these are smaller wins. These things can be controlled. There's no risk to it, and these are all friendly initiatives that can help all of us do capability building for the governments, for people, and just enhance the trust.
So I would like to add one thing. See, if you need to see the examples all around, just take 2 examples of Thailand and Turkey. If you go to any international forum, any capacity, is there any pavilion? Is there any kind of a health expo? You see always a Thailand pavilion and a Turkey pavilion. Where the hospitals participating. They have different doctors, they have different sort of specialities which they are getting. So they promote that. But it goes under the one country pavilion. This is what happened. This discussion I think has been happening in the last couple of years. Mr. Malhotra said, but the 50 also, the government also. We need government to intervene. It's a virtual destination.
Thank you so much for being there. In fact, for the session moderator, but I think the questions have been put across me. So I take the liberty to answer a few of them, and more so, because as an organization, we are definitely committed to promote India as a destination for medical value tourism, and also to take up the issues and challenges, whatever you have all mentioned. So I will start with 2-3 points. Maybe I can miss, and you can remind me if it remains unanswered. One very basic, you mentioned about visa. This has been actually taken into consideration, and very recently, Minister of Commerce, in fact, I have insisted Minister of Commerce, we are a part of the Minister of Commerce. I have asked them, we have requested them to constitute inter-ministerial committee, so that it is not only the Minister of Commerce taking the lead, but all the stakeholders, all the related Minister of External Affairs, Minister of Home Affairs, they have a very critical role in visa issuance. There has been some challenges, some gray area. That's why, despite e-visa and other reforms taking place, we still have issues in the issuance of a medical visa. I myself encountered a case where a patient from Nigeria, and in fact, they wanted to come to India. It was a small kid, and they could not get the visa on time, and it was a life-threatening treatment they needed, to save. But unfortunate instance, and we have taken into account, but some time back, and Dr. Tohan, our former chairman of ACPC, almost mentioned that in the Ministry of Commerce, we gave certain details, and they have requested Dr. Trehan to chair one session on these issues and challenges, and in what way India can bolster its image as as a destination, not only talking about quality, but also reposing the faith in quality. And that's what has been highlighted. It's a continuous process. So a session needs to be organized, and the issues we have already collected will have an interaction. So I request everyone present here and other hospitals who may be in the audience and whom we would like to invite. We'll have a session with our Honorable Commerce Minister to be chaired by Dr. Chauhan, and these issues will be highlighted. So because of the elections, and of course today also they could not come, we are awaiting a date, and on a given date as per their convenience, we'll hold that interaction. But every issues and challenges can be discussed. Not only about the visa issue, coming back to the second part, is about how do we promote outside and create a position for India. I mentioned about tourism part, in global India. Likewise, of course, Sanjeevani is one such initiative. We are promoting India as a destination for Sanjeevani, which basically talks about integrated healthcare, not only the modern medicine system. Yeah, I'm coming to that. We are involving all our embassies and mission in this. And in fact, whosoever has been invited here as a delegate have been coming through our missions over there. We are going to soon have some kind of mechanism for having a regular flow of information exchange with all our missions and embassies overseas. So this is one aspect. Yeah, exactly. Likewise, I'm going to. There will be a lot of violence. So, let me say that government in the last 20 years. We've seen a lot of support, but you're asking for more. And also, when I support the government of India and Indian business, let's go back to secondly, back from financial resources, the government industry. I can tell many comes from the government of the country. Hospital and food banks, never managed. Taken into we experience of such campaign, which actually brought Indian pharmaceutical sector to the global map. Any part of the world will know about Expo Council, Pharmacy, and about Ministry of Commerce. The campaign, Brand India Pharma campaign, was started humbly I say that it was started by me and my colleagues and the Director General at that time in Pharmacy, and it was led by Ministry of Commerce. Although pharma comes under Department of Pharmaceuticals, but the global campaign was led by Ministry of Commerce with all the stakeholders under one umbrella. So Brand India Pharma campaign, where it was branded as responsible, India as a responsible healthcare. There also it was not pharma only, it was the entire healthcare sector. Responsible, where we talked about affordability, sustainability, and credibility. Another campaign, good example, is Incredible India. We are actually working on that, and we have requested Ministry of Commerce that to take the lead, because there is already a model which has been very successful during COVID time. Our honorable Prime Minister kept on talking about India's pharmacy of the world. That was the slogan which was created in 2012 when we signed CEPA with Japan. And after that, there was a campaign. A lot of negativity was there. And in healthcare also, we need to have a PR campaign, as you mentioned, from, India as an umbrella. Every hospital, big or small, would definitely be doing a lot of branding on their own. But if they all come on one common pitch as India, I think we are doing a lot of good work over there. So that is also one of the area where we are working as an organization, and now being led by Dasa ma'am and Elisha ji also here, chairman. We are definitely looking into that. And coming to this, you mentioned about the delegation. I can just mention that very recently we created Africa Desk. So for Africa, because I believe like there has been as an outcome G20 also, there is an ambitious goal of a certain billion goal of trade with Africa, where healthcare is a very important aspect. And it is not only about, you know, taking care of the patients coming from them, but also about the technology, what we can offer to them. It is about medical education, training, and all those things can be integrated under one India umbrella brand. So we are looking on it. Delegation, definitely those countries are on very much on our radar. We are planning for delegation, and very soon we'll be coming with those details. And anything else, because time's up, as it says. I'll start the last word from you. Maybe we'll say we can and investigate. Yeah. Very good. I'm going to I'm sorry, participate. Listeners, and I don't care what city, information, support the the first time, we solid today. I got that impression when so much of the body to somebody. It's shame. That is what we know. We know we are done. You are promoting the development. Okay. Yeah. So I need to jump over. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. In fact, I have a lot of takeaways, a lot of points I could have. Unfortunately, I can't open the floor for questions, but I believe the questions will resonate with whatever has been discussed. So we'll come back again and probably again engage with all of you, the hospitals, particularly about the 4-point plan. And I have one request that when we are talking about FDA, this access also comes up for discussion. We fall short of providing the information to the government as well. So this is an expectation as an organization from all of you. Please do participate in whatever input we ask for, because that's where we can build potential, build the road future for facilitating access for the patient. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone. Thanks. Thank you so much. Just a second, Chris. Chairman of the Diagnostics, was the control of the banks. I was
So this, that's thank you, Dr. Sunil, for moderating the discussion. So, and you know what it is, this is seven, this no, well, thank you so much. And now, so I'm intriguing when intervention is presented by your show as super specialty hospital. This case study will offer aid without into the healthcare challenge. So showcase solutions like ensure central solution joy. So please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Webber, Sana certified orthopedic surgeon and urologist. Joining him is Dr. Aman Singh Manik. Dr. Simon Surgeon, is Dr. Frederick. But for anyone who is medical presentations, let's start for them. And after that, let's do end of the British answers to know with. Also, friends at the back, you can occupy the seats in the front. Please come. Our friends at the back, you can occupy the seats in the front as well. All the friends are not moving down at right, it has to move from forward because it is. You can, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, continue technically. Very good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much to give some time of you and showcases some cases which can be showcased to you. So this is our new facility. We should so this facility which we are coming to work the medical specialty center, the personal complement there, and it's going to start in that section. So I then really surgery, different subspecialties which we will arrange. So already discussed the system part, now the management part, we are like to the part where the challenge cases has to get over. Surgical skills and the medical skills and it is a case of for the patient. So, from the because what is needed is so scars which patient needs to get for kidney transplant and cancer surgery before the money surgery. So we slide basically it's large to the surgery. The last the video has turned over all the technological and the surgical advances much more precise and scientific. As the government instruments involve additional videos along with additional vision and complete safe and level surgery we can provide with very easy, especially in the less accessible audience, general service or the diaphragmatic service. The cardiac, the lung surgery are also done by the medical. It's very helpful in all the cancer surgeries. That's like cancers, prostate cancers, cancers, cancers. All surgeries are done vertically now. It's not choice.
the research work the last commissioners only has an additional mode of freedom. The instruments are very fine in small access area and the single right. Someone dimensional and 20 times. Just access to those and we check the cancer or anything which is inside. So small things the arms enter into the human and the family and perform the surgery in a very situation. So this so this is first time is that conventional surgery sees more than 10 more set of the large to be the surgeon stands over the patient and then forms and you have arms to the surgery. So that three forms of surgeries. So we discussed lesser scar, less blood loss, less surgery, less injection. That is course. So I will discuss small and almost why patients are part of the service. Some specialty like common so other than gynecology and access and vessels. We so the kind of books we got from the mail, majority is very surgeons and the gynecologists and everything around. Assess with surgery for different kind of procedures. I would like to show a small video. The best such system, which is a third generation, actually fourth generation of the which is the and should the small we can enter into the category. And these arms are conducted by 7 also, which is in the same room. So southern action does not stand over the action. We can see the national southern console, and we can conduct the vast all of the arms. And movements or assistance to movements are screened with the help of this technology. Along with Flavi and see the cancer in the way. So, and the research cancer will spread. So, better outcomes of the cancer surgery also. You can mount your spread part of that. So, these are small things. Choose the surgeon is just to you can shift inside of the so this is the way into the abdomen. This is the camera to see the national camera. And after completing the surgery, for the end of surgery, we give a small incision and just three interesting cases. One, this young man jumped South Sudan out. We also. So he did, he was around 6.5 feet with help and he wanted it's like this for the cancer and the baby. And on the time, so he was charged. That's the criticism. 3 to 4 which is just remove the specimen to the specimen. This is the side of developments. So from South Sudan, so the cancer treatment of hospital and so so on the first day of the first post-operative sitting consulting life. So this patient, this lady needs medication. So she's 145. She wanted into this sometimes she hypertension shock and issues. But so her surgery and we should and so found that so with this studying but you can see the side what's you have to do and the side sees them. So the surgery yeah, and it is also because of that so maybe picture from now it's not much so that dialysis access. So these cases very challenging. It's not success transplant. So can provide substitute dash. So so transplant team along the following these years, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you very much. Sure. So challenging which we face with some of the transplant patients in the last years. Thank you, Dr. Rao, sir. So, first of all, very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Prajeet Majumdar. I'm Senior Consultant in the Department of Nephrology and Renal Transplant at Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital. So, in our department, we are doing everything that is done throughout the world. We are doing every procedure which includes renal transplant, dialysis, vascular access creations, and AV fistulas, and all cases of this complicated dialysis. So, please, next slide, please. That is me. That is that. So basically, we are doing everything that is done throughout the world. So in transplant, we are doing ABO compatible transplant. That is transplant between two patients of the same blood group. Apart from that, we are doing ABO infertility transplant. That is transplant between patients who are not having the same blood group. Apart from that, we are doing very challenging transplant. That is transplantation in sensitized patients. So who are the sensitized patients? Patients who have got history of blood transfusion, history of previous transplant, Fourth part, patients with multiple pregnancies, all these things what happen, they lead to the chances of antibody mediated rejection because there is a lot of antibodies and they lead to rejection. So we are doing transplant in these sensitized patients also. Apart from that, we are doing this cadaveric transplant. So cadaveric transplant is basically for those patients who do not have a living donor. And apart from that, we are doing swab transplant. So what is swab transplant? Basically, whenever there is two pair who are not related, who cannot be done because of the AVO incompatibility or because of HLM mismatch, we are doing transplant in them also. Apart from that, as I've said, we are doing dialysis. We are doing dialysis in ICU patients also. This is not good. This is the next. This is the next rule. Yes. Okay. So we are doing the vascular access creations and also vascular biopsies. So now, most importantly, I'll just be sharing some important critical cases and challenging cases that we have faced over the last few years. So we have a very successful transplant program that I've already discussed. So we have done a lot of challenging cases. We have done a lot of cases that has been rejected by many hospitals, and ultimately those who that really face that these are very challenging. So we have also discussed few of the most important cases. So this was a patient from Myanmar who was rejected by many hospitals and ultimately had landed over to us. And he had on pre-transplant workup of pulmonary artery pressure of more than 60. So basically he had a severe pulmonary artery hypertension. So what happens when you have a severe pulmonary artery hypertension? It increases the cardiac mortality, increases chances of morbidity and mortality. So we went ahead after explaining the risks and taking the proper consent, and the patient underwent transplant successfully. And to follow up on over the few months, we again measured the pulmonary artery pressure. Because renal transplant is the best form of treatment for all patients of CKD. Ultimately, the pulmonary artery pressure came down from 60 to around 35. Then next, this was a patient. So basically, this was a patient in which we did bilateral nephrourectomy before transplant. So in renal transplant, what happens? Generally, we keep both the native kidneys in situ. But this young child, he had bilateral VOR, vesicular reflux, leads to UTI, recurrent UTIs. So this guy had recurrent UTIs, and ultimately we had to remove both the kidneys. Now, doing a pre-transplant nephrourectomy increases the chances of morbidity and chances of mortality. So this was another challenging case in which we did a pre-transplant nephrourectomy, and then we went ahead with transplant. This was another case in which the patient was hepatitis C positive and had lots of blood transfusion. As I previously said, blood transfusion leads to a lot of formation of donor-specific antibodies. So this patient had around 22 units of blood had been transfused over the last 6 months, and he was also hepatitis C. Hepatitis C also leads to increased chances of antibody-mediated rejection. So this patient had all these risk factors, having more than 22 units of blood transfusion, hepatitis C positive, again was refused or not done by many of the top centers, and and ultimately came to us. So it was a very challenging case. We explained the pros and the cons. We took the consent, gave his proper induction. Unfortunately, the patient is doing well today with reckoning of 0.9. Apart from that, the most importantly, this was a case last month in which we gifted a patient new life on his birthday. This is the most happy feeling that a nephrologist can have. And lastly, this was on the occasion of the World Kidney Day last year, in which we facilitated all the donors. As we know, the donors are the main ones who are donating the kidneys, and I would like to say that they are the real heroes. With this, I would like to conclude, and I would invite Dr. Amit Singh Malik, sir. Good afternoon. Thankful to SCPC and Yeshua Hospital, especially to our director, dynamic and good hard working Basma man, some opportunity to prevent other goals. Actually, Surgery is always challenging. Margin of error is very less, highly morbidity and mortality. So, in our, I've been discussing the cases. The success is that it can be measured differently. For a surgeon, it can be a total the CT scan. Somehow the outcome will not be good. Sometimes we feel successful, but for the patient, the tumor may not be out, he may not be radiologically cured, but his symptoms and his relief from laboratory goes away. And the hospital is successful when both the surgeon and the patient are happy. So we have this 50-year-old, 54-year-old patient from South Sudan. He had headache, diabetes, a depression in visions, behavioral issues, and difficulty in walking. And at the time of presentation, wheelchair bound. So the family was traumatized for the last 10 years. From that, we had hypertension, diabetes, hepatitis B, positive, and long-standing disease. Actually, we had come to India for hepatitis B on that there is any chance for surgery or some condition as well. The challenge. So this was the CT scan. You can see a large this is the extended from the cellar to the cellar. The so the challenges in hypertension, diabetes, hepatitis B, and she had coffee and the visions, protecting the eyes, and the assessing equity. The large sets of the from the patient and expectations and the budget. International the budget starting to has to be. Then the pressure. Pressure to the this was the first patient from South Sudan. I still remember telling that when I set up the action where a survival medical number very small, symptoms. And I asked for gamma type. So I went sir, I went for a surgery. So I said, then the surgeon. So he said, sir, I went to surgery, then from our small and so he's an excellent surgeon, but somehow this didn't happen. So these kind of pressures we have, not surgeons are for always. Then we do the right renal anatomy. The surgery was bilateral optimizing the patient so that is the vision safe and maximum and absence standard issues. So we have there was excellent investigated after 12 hours deficit vision and child seven so we have excellent outcome situation. This is the top scan on which one of the tumor is gone apart from this and this is the direction. So this was the first case. Next case, we had a lady from a small village in Uttarakhand. She 6 months. She had it was a patient also left eye less on prognosis. She had been to different hospitals and diagnosed. What was that? She went to hospitals and surgery left out. So we did the VC, the VC total contribution of small communication. Then we say theoretical cavernous fistula, which is an abnormal application between the nervous system, cavernous sinus. So it forms seven goals. So this is the fistula and this is and we have a normal conjunctive artery. So we so we have to block this. We have to keep this artery that has it is the main artery of the body. So, we did a boiling with getting a micro catheter and this is the well, this is the benefit. So benefit is prevent the fall of the coils from this vascular. It's not good. Yeah. So here we have putting the coils here into the CCF and into the fistula. So next slide please. So this is the final. So we have block and next please. So this was the hour three of so you can see this normal condition and the primary fistula and this is the post procedure scan. We are completely done this and the normal artery at this. So the fistula application and the main artery to get. Next please. So So it is appreciate this proportion and the redness of the items community bond. And this was on the stock breakthrough. So by this endovascular is difficult and challenging things immediately diagnosis and particular on time. Next, please. So this is a small video of our first question. Just want to show how the patient and can be developed. The last squad the middle of it. I said 17. Thanks. Thank you. You know picture? Thank you so much. The photography design user. We should have jumped to the front. Uh, it's too done. Thank you so much. Thank you. I always see this from food for thought. It is now time for food for our stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's food then. We shall begin with our next session of food for thought. The next is very interesting. It's a fireside chat. We have the discuss and meet one about its life and for such as to be. So highly engaging. So let's start sharp. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. The lunch is served at the back of this very well find away from Thank you. Colleagues are not well, you can call them well about to start in the next. It's a fireside chat with Brigadier Shivalji. 3 to 2 to 3 minutes. So the speech ready. Welcome all the colleagues back and then we shall start. If any of your members are in the exhibition or still having lunch, you can give them a break. 2 3 minutes, then we shall start. Yes. Thank you. Friends at the back, you can also occupy space in the front. And also outside the hall, and they can hear me. Request you to please join us. We're about to start in a very short while. Yes. Great minds think alike. Our friends at the back, you can come in the front and occupy the seats. Yes. If any colleagues are outside in the exhibition area, you can also invite them. So you should invite them. The next one's it's really interesting. Okay.
Before signing on the back, she's come. We shall wait for all to settle down and then start. Yes, remember. And spoken language. Sure. For every new standing in the beam. Interesting. Those questions first, you all had lunch, yes or no? I only got 4 yeses. By show of hands, if you had lunch, please raise your right hand. I'm using my left hand for choose, just saying. Yes, you all have. Good, well done. Yes, I also see you, ma'am. Extra happy. I believe you got the knowledge system, and you got the problem. But okay, glad you had lunch. Surely. Next is a fireside chat. And when we do that, I first welcome the one who's got those 5 questions ready. Mr. Harbinder, the remember CEO of BW Healthcare World, so BW Wellbeing World, and also of BW Pharma World. Please, Harbinder ji. So now you had lunch, I select your eligibility document. So I speak that down. Yeah. And the one who is number 5 questions for. Please join me in welcoming on stage your honorable Brigadier Dr. Arun Nalji, Padma Shri Executive Chairman, Dr. Lal Bat Labs. Let's collectively welcome them. Friends of the back also. Thank you. Excuse. Friends of the back, there are still a couple of seats left on the front, which you can occupy. Yes, the fact comes on sort of pushes you to do that. You can. We're going to do that. Thanks so much. After this, another medical intervention case, followed by a couple of final discussions more, and then have the conversation set. A great announcement from tomorrow. We also have the mission exhibition happening for all our foreign languages and visitors. So, we're trying to get details on that for the discussion. Yes. Getting everybody in the room post lunch can be really tough. But we have someone who is not just someone who is succeeding in what they did, but also someone who is an inspiration for a lot of us of how we did things. Because, at the end of the day, one company versus another company, one hospital versus another hospital, everybody's doing the same thing. And the difference lies in how you do what you do.
And behind this differentiation is the mind of the person who's leading the way. So it's such a pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Lal, because you've not only done a lot of these firsts, but you've inspired everyone else to do things differently. Dr. Lal, before I delve into various other aspects of what I wanted to ask you, you did your MBBS and then chose to specialize in pathology. Your father was running a pathology center. Was that the driving force that you choose the subject, or were you thinking differently, was trying to do something? What motivated you to become a pathologist?
Thank you. First, I kind of giving up something responses, and that's thank you coming there. So and the conversion in the education system now we have this quality is true. In my days, in the 60s, when I was in school, we so we had to choose subjects in the ninth class and science or arts, and if you chose, say, science, then you had to, maths, physics, chemistry, English, and there was a choice between geography or biology or geometrical drawing. So I chose geometrical drawing because I was the best cadet NCC Navy in my school. When I recommended drawing a line from Bombay to Southampton, I must know how to draw properly. So I joined geometrical drawing. I never had biology in school. And that is what happened. And later on, when I had to go to the National Defense Academy in Karakoram, so it was discovered that I had, highest number of what we call multiple on my left eye. So I told them I never know. So I got that. So so he told me this to you. So it's like one direction in my life. That's right. So I most to join this, to join all these guys they started but it's not I can just and I needed my dancing please and so I said I actually my friends to do. And my father said was like just the blind. And he has truth. And when I my first class that time and the to Germany, just so begin the people I said, done. I will come. I don't to do something doctor. So I became a doctor by the beginning pathologist.
So you studied from agency, and then after become a lecturer there as well. Are there any stories of how you would deal with your students there at that point in time? Because I believe there have been some interesting stories which have created a memory for mind even today. I'd like to share something with us.
So I was appointed after I finished my MBBS and things so performing training. So that was going on. It was very consistent. It's become a hostel. And I had 650 especially medical college students, and especially class of because in this strategy, it is to study history. You can't have special business. Once the assistant hostels. And actually the problem actually is good because the police and some last side hockey sticks and so having in charge of the genetics in the college. Statistics spot the talent which comes from emergency. It's a coming up on the stage. So, this is 1976. And a G matchup and not benches. The results in 1976 have come, that's a pro match. And I was considering preparing for a show on the Paris State of Office. That's 1962. So I saw a very style who was violent. And I went up to him. I said, I would meet you because he says, what selected me to this college? I said, then how about the stage? This is because my cousins wanted to do these guys a lot of cousins in general. Because the violence of us. So that's how I played with it. I said, with the agency isn't this. I said, what happened with it? This is not interest. And I'm interested. And I've done series. I said, what's the so what happened when cut off date? You see, there should be medical college chance of see and respective other colleges. So they were that such and such day, which is if of the still you can see that can be filled up with who comes first. But the condition was we should have a merit list somewhere. There are 120 students admitted. He can be 250th. But as long as he's there, it's how the agency selects us none of our criteria. So I knew that rule. So I waited for that day. And I also waited that none of my seniors, even in a 4G college, the boss tells you something you got to do. Admit this boy, I did it. So we came and I told the guy who takes the money for the admission, I said, I'm going to bring a child at 10 minutes to 12 before the changes. And his name was Mr. Nair, I remember. I said, we will bloody well accept the money. Admit him, I got the receipt. I was able to allow him to. And in the morning, I went to the mission. And he said, I'm committing the student related. And he said, let me have I said, son, it's not against this. I have to think that somebody and I said, I didn't trust you. I can't help you. I have no idea this child and then besides you. So this was admitted. He did his MBBS. Then again he came to me after his MBBS one day. He was practicing pathology. And he said, sir, you got me into MBBS. And now you will get me into post-graduation. I said, look, Mr. So-and-so, I have not signed an agreement with you, but I shall take care of you throughout your life. He says, no, sir, but you have to do it. And even that is another long story. I got him with the anesthesia, I became an anesthetist. And well, that's it.
That's a brilliant story. You know what? People would ask me that, Arvinder, how do you connect with doctors so easily? And I did not realize until very late, because I got married to a dentist who comes from a family of doctors. And when I would listen to my father-in-law about his stories of college, and that is when I realized that how much fun medical hostels are. So, it's only when you know the other side of the serious doctors when you are able to connect much better with them. So, I believe that a person's value systems and the belief systems while growing up define how and what they will do later. Not what they will do, but how they will do things later. What are your, when you look back, when you introspect, what are the kind of value systems, beliefs that have helped you today to scale your business, think of innovation at the time when innovation was tough to do? How did it help you to build the path labs to where it is today, sir?
When I came in, another aspect of my journey is that my father had already passed away. And I was a lecturer, as I told all of you in AFMC. So I had to leave that job and take over a headless kind of organization, but the organization was there since 1949. I think as is the oldest pathology lab in India. So 1977, all this thing happened. And I came and I took over, and everything was done manually. There were no machines or instruments or anything. Everything was opened heat some and so it is also a matter of sheer luck that the automation started happening at my time. I was always at the cusp, and people would start coming and say that, well, we can offer you a test. So I can share a quick example. There was a test these two tests were and also communicate and something and take the patient's serum, which is blood, and do the test. And it used to take us half an hour of incubation in a water bath to report one test. And of course, there had to be something before and after that. And if the value was very high, the serum of the blood again. So this would take us hours to perform one test of SGOT, SGPT. And when the machines came, etc., you will not believe it, Alveda, we could do it in 2 minutes. And I would have taken, and I mean, so much of mixing, matching, etc., etc. So the automation, the innovation, no thanks to me, But whatever came into the market, I made sure that I was the first guy to grab it. And in fact, and experimented with it, and that created a lot of problems also. Because I remember in 1988 or 87, 89 maybe, I had to go to, there is like Arab health all over the world. There is a bigger consumption show, which is in Düsseldorf over here. It's known as America. So I had to choose a heavy duty analyzer, and I'm not a biological physician. So when I went, I saw so many, at least 5 or 10 such different companies. And then I said, I like this one. And they said, oh, this gentleman is very busy, experienced doctor, a PhD doctor, biomedical engineer. So they gave me a date. So 3 days at least at this time. And that gentleman, and he said, Doctor, the instrument did very sorry. And not the one which they sell in India. I said, thank you very much. Now, this was the easiest thing for him to say, but for me, to say that instrument means, and the Indian counterparts of the down, and and at the end of the day, it costs money and to so many things. That is supports. And then, first time, this was in 1982, and I was the only one with Dr. Rangaman, but we were telling him he was a sector. And I don't so actually so listen to me and it's a motion. This is I looked at my wife and I said, we can't. Not half of it. Okay, the same person, I'm but anyway, my good thing is, I said, sir, don't you have anybody who can trust me? And he said, yes, there is now that you said. And he mentioned the professor of medicine in Oriental Institute, so Professor Basu. And general election, but the election, so he close to my house. So we did some meeting. I went to the Basu and guess what? So please go the first fees. And the fees was 100 rupees for me and 100 rupees for my wife. In 200 rupees, he was going to teach us how to test thyroid. So I said, that now, sir, I'll come tomorrow. What time do you want us to come? 9 o'clock. And he started laughing at us. He said, Dr. Lal, nothing new is tomorrow or day after. This test we do only twice in a month. So you come after 15 days. Oh my God, it was music to our ears. We went there for 3 months, that was 6 times, 7 days time. We took our test. I said, now you're fit to do thyroid testing. And then the thyroid test started arriving. So each kit, which was 100 tubes, used to cost 500 rupees, which is a hell of a lot of money. The dollar and rupee parity was 10 rupees to a dollar. So I'm telling you those days. And those tests would come, 3 kits each, and they had a time schedule. The radioactivity means the count keeps going down. And after 1 month, the test is useless. And my mother was my chief financial officer at that time. So she would say that now, son, you don't get even 1 test. And that's a fact. And for months together, 1,500 rupees is a hell of a lot of money, which is my salary in AFMC at that time. These 3 kids are coming, we don't perform a single test. And you throw them away, and yet you want to continue. I said, Mom, please hold on. And anyway, ultimately, once tests started coming in a month, the 2 tests started coming in a month.
And today we do thousands of tests in a day. Sorry. Fantastic. I mean, you actually preempted my question in terms of what are the challenges that you faced. Dr. Lal, in the morning we were talking about how India already the best doctors, but we did not have the technology. Then over a period of time, we got the technology, we built our environment, which is a world-class environment. And it does not happen automatically. The evolution happens because of the people institutions have life longer than the people. How do we create innovation as a culture in our institutions so that the culture of innovation goes on, keeping the institution always ahead of its time, of its competition, and becoming relevant at any time? See, basically, I have a great regard for the modern generation. Just as you correctly saw, this is one big business. Some other. So, so what I'm doing to show you. So first of all, I'm sorry. Space engineering. So first of all, you must be adequate to adequately for example, should not have done space in college. That's what I'm trying to say. We should have done some kind of engineering, some physics, or whatever. So there has to be some matching in what you want to do and what you should do. And you cannot base your mind on what Zuckerberg did and etc. etc. These are what we call outliers. So there's a bell-shaped curve. This Dr. Pritchard, so he will explain me what a bell-shaped curve is. And 95% of the values are in the bell-shaped curve. But there are 2.5% this way, 2.5% that way, what outliers. So these guys are outliers, so you should not copy them. There was a lady in pathology in the Governmental by the name of Elizabeth Holmes of Paradise. They tried to do this. She was not trained for the job. And she, but she did a single test. So that's why it's in America. So she and she's by the way. So this lady did recommend to come and tax what she he said, I have a oven at home, so I cannot come back before 11 o'clock. So this is the reason I'm sharing this with everyone is every entrepreneur has a spiritual side, whether it is spirituality, religious, whatever. But every spiritual person also has something which we call gratitude. They may be aware of it, they may not be aware of it. But what I have observed is the most successful people, most successful entrepreneurs who have a spiritual side live a life of gratitude. What is the role of spirituality? What is the role of gratitude that is there, which when you look back has contributed to your success? Become a respected entrepreneur and also kept you grounded. So I would like to, share 2-3 things which are very general, but they're true. You see, money is very important in life. Money can give you food, shelter, clothing, etc. And money can get you a nice watch, it can get you a nice car. But it is now more or less universally accepted that money may not be able to give you internal happiness.
So that internal happiness, there is another, aspect of it. So one aspect of being internally happy is to be a very, very hard-working person. If you don't work hard, that happiness will desert you or will not come near you. And the second thing is that especially those of us who are brought up in India, the India is a land of gods, etc. And in any God. Just saying, so spiritual person still believes in God. It's one of the is never consent. And actually these are things like that. So basically, all is in front of it, like this. Astrology is this. So this is not alien our society. Actually, other societies are what is doing. So what we have learned is to have happiness in life. There has to be a spiritual side, which has to be first of all, fully loaded. When you are in school and colleges, all your professors, masters, they tell you that success is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So I'm maintaining the same thing. It's 99% perspiration, which is hard work, and 1% can be God's name or Guru's name or whatever else you want to do. But the problem is, or the fact is, the good part is that 1% of that, can become so handy. For example, jump of Om Namah Shivaya or Ram, etc. If done properly, and there are ways and means of doing it, that 1% can help you achieve doing the rest of 99%. So that is how the things are weighed. But if there is no 99%, this 1% is not going to help you.
You know what? These two were standing behind the console. They were looking at me, and I was like very happy, delighted. But then I realized they were giving me very, very angry looks, telling me time ho gaya, time ho gaya. But I still have one question to ask you before I let go. We also have foreign delegates who are visiting us. You've been an academician and you've also been an entrepreneur, succeeded in both the aspects of that. What is that one universal mantra which is applicable to every wannabe entrepreneur who's trying to make a difference that you'd like to share, which can inspire people to do better, great faith, and do it right?
Well, it's not just one thing. It is, to start with, there has to be fire in the belly. For entrepreneurs, it's very important. Otherwise, you can do something else. And with that, it's a question of how you're being trained and whom do you approach. For example, a man can be doing all the right things together, but he may not find the right kind of investor to give him money, etc. And then to raise the thing up. So I have decided that when hopefully one day I will also retire. I'm 75 now, so I'm looking at it very enthusiastically. I will try to help entrepreneurs in health sciences, in healthcare, into getting up their profession. I'll have to hear so many new stories, which will also invigorate me, and that's where I want to go.
Awesome. Dr. Lal, thank you so much. I know you need to go, but you stayed back, honored our request for having this conversation, which I am 100% sure is going to be useful to anyone who's been listening to you. Thank you so much for taking out time to be with us. I request for Savatwa, Dr. Abhisna, and Dr. Atul to please come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Lal. Sir, you have done your job. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. You deserve that's great. Let's meet you. Wonderful.
stage ready, I shall introduce our upcoming panel and the panel, so together we welcome. Yes. Next discussion is on India's role in shaping the future of healthcare. This session will explore how India is positioning itself as a leader in global healthcare with a focus on robotic surgery, productive healthcare, clinical research, and addressing challenges in infrastructure and accessibility. This conversation will be moderated by none other than Mr. Deepak Sohani, chairman of the clearing the healthcare space. Because we're at the forefront of transforming in India, harnessing the power data to create smaller, better efficient systems. And now the panelists. First, get the presentation from the director, astrology, andrology, plastic surgery, transplantation, and service of hospitals and diagnostics. Application is an genetic surgery as the better. Transfers in sciences, setting new benchmarks in clinical excellence. Joining them is Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, Managing Director and Head of Orthopedics, and joined with Akash Hospital, Specialty Hospital, and leader. So insight into the future of healthcare and joint with experience is that level. So join them to other CEO of national acquisition of hospitals and workforce. This condition teaches reliability, setting standards, and also ensuring where across healthcare facilities. Also, during the last Committee of Administration, senior to the Managing Director for the Shoulders Super Specialty Hospitals. Administration, innovation, and excellence in healthcare contribution to this. The regional growth is connected to the yes.
So, okay, I just move from the all of Northern. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be running late after the lunch, but we'll try to conclude and make this session as useful as possible in the time. So first of all, thank you all the panelists to be here. It's a pleasure to be on the stage and hosting this panel with the stalwarts of the industry. First of all, I'd like to definitely congratulate ICPC for this extraordinary efforts that they have put in together. And it's never easy to bring the industry, the international players, the hospital, Ayush, all of them together under one panel. So congratulations to all of them. And obviously, the congratulations to the organizers and various sponsors, which has made it possible for these events to be here. I'll take a small time to just introduce everyone. And then I think anything that I miss, I can introduce and add up. It'll be easier for all of them. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Mr. Atul Kocher, the CEO of NABH. And he has revolutionized the value accreditation in the medical travel business, taking NABH to the doorstep of medical value travel companies, adding quality and quantity to the business to healthcare travel. And I think for a lot of medical value travel companies having NABH is getting your brainchild, and I've been seeing that very closely. I'd like to introduce Dr. Subhasna Arora. She's part of the committee of the administration of CBC, managing director of Shudra Super Specialty Hospital. She has been in the forefront of promoting India as a healthcare destination everywhere she's been going. Her engagement is really, really remarkable in every forum and plays a very important role in promoting the space. Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, again, we just met, managing director and the head of the Department of Orthopedics and Joint Replacement, Akash Healthcare Super Specialty Hospital. Needs no introduction. He's a living example that how beyond borders India can actually take healthcare, but actually getting into Uzbekistan with some hospitals out there and working in the region.
I would also lastly like to introduce Dr. Mohan as a director of urology and oncology, surgery and transplantation for Fortis Hospitals. He's also the chairman of Regional Science Specialty Council Fortis Hospitals. And surprisingly, I've been told that if you visit Uganda, he's like a household name there. So we've been taking healthcare there. So thank you everyone. I am Deepak Sani, founder of Healthians, the company that's at the fifth place today in pathology industry. We brought healthcare to home and the doorstep of people taking using technology. And one of our division also has medical travel as a division. So under the brand name of LGBT Medical Assistance, we have been continuously doing and adding up to the medical travel industry. And we assisted more than 3,000 patients in the last 2 years to come to India. Moving on to the panel, and anyone who wants to add, you can add up your stuff. So, and if I've missed anything in the introduction, please pardon. Moving on to the topic that have been given largely today, it's in India's role in shaping the future of global healthcare. So I would like to move on to the panelists and ask certain questions, and I will try to keep it more interactive, and then probably if the time allows, we'll take some questions. So I will start with the first questions with Dr. Ashish Chaudhary first. So I think you have been an early adopter of technology, and technology plays a very important role when it comes to global healthcare. And specifically when it comes to robotic knee replacements and adoption of technology by medical practitioners. How do you think this technology will put India in the center of the world healthcare map?
So, every question, robotics, no doubt, is one of the recent advances in innovation which has created into healthcare big time. If I recall my first stint and exposure to robotics way back in 2005, when I visited a particular hospital in the private sector to remote. My first mission, I'm sure most was able to find information out. So, if people become useful for service and safe for patients. If I talk about service programs, it's add some data. And of course, if so has to be from the patient perspective first. Of course, any technologies can be limited. Patients to the patients function because I think that's the development is going to stay. If I talk about the characters the last 5-7 years, and still actually compare the which is an established system and this so national architecture will be playing out. So automation which is happening across transmission of information through for example, passport yeah. Those things are yeah. I'm sure things to come. I want to see much
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. That's what we are looking at. And I think largely when it comes to technology, we are already ahead. When it comes to IT and technology, we are already known. The doctors are very known. And when people start looking at this technology being used in India, I think that will further drive traffic here. I will move on. My next question is to Dr. Mohan. Sir, we know that India is not a leading destination only for international patients, but in particular, it is becoming a leading destination for a lot of transplants, right? And I know with you and your colleague, Mr. Vivek, Dr. Vivek, there has been an incredible number that we have been seeing in the transplant that is happening in India, which is for the global patients coming to India. With all these new developments like ABO, compatibility and all those robotic transplants and all. How do you think India can assist countries like US, where obviously the living donor transplant is still an issue, or countries like UK, where the waiting time is a bigger issue?
So, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here today. Would thank SEPC and Business World for having me on this panel. The question is interesting. India seems to be the backyard for everything that is difficult but can be done at a reasonable cost with exceptional outcomes. So what is possible with the dollar is possible with the rupee in India. But when you come to robotic surgery, and I'll come to transplants further, we only do 0.5% or less than 1% of the robotic surgeries done in the world. So the scope of enhancing robotic surgery at all cost points for that part of the world which doesn't have access to robotic surgery is possible in India. And if we come specifically to kidney transplant, we are moving from an era of open kidney transplant to robotic kidney transplant. What does it mean? One of the questions I get everywhere is why robot? Why not laparoscopy? Why open surgery? I'll take 2 examples to explain, one of which is transplant. Suppose you want to do a kidney transplant and the only donor available is a donor with a right kidney that can be taken. It will be very difficult to do it with open technique, but it is very easy to do with a robot. The only donor available has multiple arteries, very difficult to do with open technique, very easy to do with a robot. Now, if you look at cancer prostate, which is one of the biggest areas where the robot has made a huge difference to quality of outcomes, whether it be open, lap or robotic surgery, the cancer cure was the same, but the ability to preserve continence and potency in the gentleman to enjoy the life beyond cancer cure was very limited with open or lap, is much enhanced with robotic surgery. Specific to your point, India will be the center for enhancing excellent outcome transplants, whether it be open or robotic. But the question is, how can we do it? Cost is not a factor. The only real factor will be medical legal framework in which ethical donation can be arranged. So at this point in time, deceased donor transplant is available for international patients only with lung and heart, not with kidney and liver, because we have a lot of Indian citizens waiting for these organs. But as far as living related transplant, whether it be open or robotic, we should be the center for the rest of the globe, considering our quality of our ability to perform transplants with excellent outcomes. But the medical legal framework has to be created where patients can travel from any corner of the world, and the surgeon already knows that the ethical aspect is taken care of for the donation. That's the single limitation at this point in time.
Sure. So would you like to add any regulatory challenges in this case?
Yes, the regulatory challenges are multiple. We have, again, there was an emphasis on the speakers before. India has evolved in the diagnostic space spectacularly well. The same thing with the HLA DNA, our ability to say if there is any genetic material matching between the donor and the recipient is exceptional. The turnaround time is 72 hours, which is again the best on the planet. The real issue is when there is emotionally related transplant. I'm your good friend. We grew up together. I have kidney failure. You want to donate a kidney. It's very difficult to prove that there is no exchange of money in this donation. So the regulatory framework at this point in time is the embassy of the country from which the donor and recipient have come. I get patients where there's the eminent gentleman who is the donor and there's the eminent gentleman who is settled in Bahrain who is a recipient. So 2 embassies are involved and the relationship may be 2 generations apart. But as long as there is HLA DNA and the 2 embassies accept the legitimate passport holders of the 2 countries, there's not an issue. Here, the government of India can come up with a 1 window clearance. Unlike what we do now, we approach each embassy, each hospital has its own criteria. We have an in-house committee, a regulatory state committee, we have a national committee. We have a single window for international patients coming for transplant where the ethical
as well as the legal aspect is taken care of, then that framework will allow India to rapidly handle transplants from across the globe. Sure. Looking forward to that, sir. I will move on to Dr. Pasna for her comments. There is a large demand of healthcare actually that is coming from developing countries like Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, etc. What do you think? What role, according to you, the India can play for our fellow citizens from these particular countries to grow? Do you also see venues or any spaces opening in for India for the whole travel? So, can you pass on?
So much. As you can see that India is going to be the most desirable destination. Why I'm saying that if you were there, you have seen few cases from different countries hospitalized of Indonesia, like someone is away. So there was a time when only few countries were traveling to India. But now because India is a place where you are getting affordable care, same time quality care, because it is norm for all MDT players. Players means hospitals who are doing medical value travel are supposed to accredit it. And when they are accredited, they are definitely maintaining quality. India's treatment, if you see and compare with other countries, it's very less than that. So same kind of care, rather I should say better care from other countries, because in India we believe in Atiti Devo Bhava as it's our basic nature, it's in our DNA that we are treating everyone as a guest. So we are providing them best care, quality care, affordable rates with personal touch. And the most important thing that is our so it's a holistic healing kind of treatment we are offering. So now India is becoming the desirable place, and as well as our Honorable Prime Minister also promoting it. So when government is pushing something or is supporting you, then you can, I mean to say, all healthcare providers can create things for the world. In same time, countries, I think everybody was these days Bangkok and these were also started doing good job. But you will see within this year, 2005, again those who are traveling to those places will turn to India because our outcome is very good. And now we are going to publish all this thing on digital and with the income. So then you can see that this place is providing the best care, best outcome, affordable price. So everybody would love to come to India. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Looking forward. My next question is to Dr. Astrology. Sir, we know NABH is playing a great role, and we've also been seeing that it has been started accrediting internationally, also going overseas. While that's happening, we're also seeing that in the Western world, a lot of people are still not traveling to the country, like say from US and other countries. We still prefer Thailand and all other places. Largely, I think because we all signify this has to be a JCI accredited hospitals, and that's where the international has been promoted, right? So, sir, my question to you is, how do you think that we can actually popularize NABH? And how does this quality standard can benchmark for people who give them a confidence that actually our hospitals are equally created and our hospitals are equally in the quality standards that has been defined, so that there is more trust and more credibility towards the country?
Yeah, thank you so much, Deepak, and thank you so much to OCPC for this opportunity. So you're right, JCI always had the first mover advantage. They did come about 71 years earlier. I mean, when we are into the 19th year, but standard for standard and objective element for objective element, I think we are where it matters. And as Madam has said, that it's finally the outcome which matters. So probably it's more of a question of geographies. I mean, even Turkey has its own standard now. Its own TUSK, a Turkish United accreditation system which is there. So it's not really good of JCI everywhere, but I think it's more about making people aware. Yeah. That quality is paramount when it comes to Indian hospitals, which follow certain standards and SOPs. Yeah. And NMH being the national has really made a difference. We have about 2,500 of the quality hospitals, the cutting edge modern medical hospitals, but also the holistic healing. So we also have the only IU standard in the world. We also have digital health standard in the world. So there's a lot of reassurance that for all patients traveling from abroad, we are going to get at a fraction of a cost the best outcomes which are comparable to the best in the world. So that itself was a big seal of quality which is there. So I think what we need to do collectively is to take a single window system as Dr. Mohan mentioned right now. But cutting edge technology we already the Atiti Deva, wherever the intent, the empathy to special care, we already have. Now we get based on how marketed and make people to go out of and different us to validation and take something besides a successful treatment. So all of us have to step in and do that to make. Sure. In fact, do you think it is requires more PR, more SEO, more marketing, does the helps in terms of at least spreading awareness? Absolutely. So I think the more road shows we do, the more collective awareness campaigns we do, right, the guidance from the center also. So very few years back, there were lots of confusion, no absolute failure in the domain. Now for the past 7, 8 years, I think there has been a review first as a central agenda. So health and information for researcher, it's been a sub subject. But now with a collective consciousness, I think from the center, Honorable Prime Minister's vision is also there, that we must give the best to the mission in the spirit of one nation, one earth, one health. So that spirit has to be given, and he in India, he by he from India. So all these campaigns where we not only and it's a central truth that doctors, Indian doctors, do everywhere they go. And then, so why not give that benefit for lakhs of doctors which are located in the Indian subcontinent, and then do treat all the patients with the same empathy, same skill. So I think that needs to be re-empowered. There are certain challenges in the form of some regulatory landscape, which I believe the governments are collectively working on. And such conferences are a good boost and a reassurance to the entire industry that see there is a central driving force in the form of OCPC and everyone who's and every industry body like FICCI, ASSOCHAM, CIR, also come forward and deliver so I think we all must come together and drive India. So that's the need of the hour. So moving on, I think this question is for every one of you. Probably we can start from anywhere in the order. So as we know, we as Team India, which obviously includes hospitals, the medical value travel companies, we are having doctors, the diagnostic companies, quality and accreditation sitting on the board here, and the government. We have a ambitious dream target that this should be about a $9 billion industry as an MVT, about 27, 28. If that happens, that puts us definitely ahead of where I think we can fairly claim that India is shaping the new future of healthcare. What, according to you, probably are the top three things and top three priorities that one should look at in terms of making this dream possible, right? As you said, either from a point of view of he in India, he from India, or he by India. All of this adds to this number. So probably maybe starting from that side, if you all can add up those particular three priorities that India should look at in terms of making this dream of $9 billion by 27-28 possible. So we can start from there. I think I should give the time to do it. So essentially, yeah, I think that's very, very good. So one, my wish list would be that we promote brand India. It should show our intelligence to our Indians and who offers the best. That's one strategy which is going to as we I wish list. The second one would be the safety in the systems. And currently, it's much of regulatory challenge in the form of health visa, the finance, the fair penalties, the all those things. But I think also and interesting because the governments are working on that. The third would be to bring on technology and become transparent. So much work has already been done. So here in India, about the passionate effort by the Institute of Health and Family Research is very deeply populated by the village. So there are 1,500 hospitals facilities around there. So we collectively showcase probably the work which has been going on. And probably that zone is the field has to be true because it says so much about spiritual wellness, which is already happening in India. Nations are benefiting, but some of that showcase effort is lacking little. So your comments, Dr. Ashish. So, do for us, very listed about excellent material. Looking if you just switch as Indian healthcare industry moving focus. Infrastructure development. We first time hospitals, services to organizations issues. First time, and because it's the cost of behind that gets a bit also can be if you want to answer. Since not stressing, you know, also start with pictures. It's kind of one to can start and switch the chance to also so saying get the ball. Okay. Insurance number so starting was back still expect 7%. So insurance number this is the for most this cancer projection that was of course the same the short of the she was started to system system it's so much in wisdom and you know the can save the triple the safer adaptable so the first steps means of course the government is pushing so my partnership working you know chemistry, 70% of chemistry comes to one year. So we want for much stuff done to it. First, for us, population for strong field and yes. Since chance just so the countries can that's nice. People personally work the evidence base. So as my previous son, it was collective efforts. Right now, what is happening? Some hospital is somewhere in some country in this promoting seven we are this hospital and this hospital. So if you see, people are not aware what India is doing. So we should focus on India. At same time, I believe our missions who are placed in different countries, they have to look for reason.
They should not be delayed because in India, if somebody is flying from some other country, only what cosmetic cash get, it's not a choice of the through. So they should be practically medical visa instead of giving tourist visa. And the most important thing, we should promote that we are different from others because that identity that Western only India has, not any other country. If we will do this, we are going to cross this boundary. I am 100% sure. Thank you so much.
So I have a very different perspective, Deepak. At this point in time, the world does 2 million robotic surgeries a year. We have done about 14 million Da Vinci based robotic surgeries now. Just excluding us and looking at soft tissue robot. So at 0.5%, even if you go to 4%, I see whatever growth India has in the medical value proposition for space, 20% will come from robotic surgery, 20% will come from organ transplant over the next 5 years. So moving from 0.5% to 4% of the robotic volume will require three things. You will need people who can perform robotic surgery in India. So we need training. And to set up training centers, to take my own example, 8 years ago, I had to go to France to train, expensive, difficult. So the first thing is NMC to set up a centralized way where we can, there is no fellowship in robotic training, there's no structured training program. So we need a structured training program for robotic surgery in this country where we can define a level 1, level 2, level 3 program to make robotic surgery safe and allow certified people to perform robotic surgery. The first point is to get ecosystem going in the country to train robotic surgeons. The second is equipment. Made in India is good, but right now 80% of all robots are Da Vinci Institute manufactured. Like Apple phone is manufactured in India over the next 4-5 years. There is Mantra. It's an evolving made in India robot, but I also see Da Vinci being manufactured in the country like it has been manufactured in Taiwan or China. Yeah. The last and the most important part is the ability of the country to project robotic surgery, India as a robotic surgery destination. Right now, we are wonderful in low-cost procedures. Even if it is an expensive piece of equipment, if we can provide an exceptional outcome comparable to whatever is done in North America at a lower cost point and publish our results. So three parts. We should become the training center for the world for robotic surgery, number one. Number two, we should look at manufacturing robots in the Indian ecosystem. And last and most important, publish our results to say not only are we capable of delivering good outcomes on an open kidney transplant, we are excellent in robotic kidney transplant. So publishing our results on standard standard platforms is essential. Sure. So I was coming to the publishing of the results only before I jump in there. I think yes, as I really see this, we have to actually achieve any numbers, you need capital, which is the first thing. And luckily, in the healthcare industry, we've seen capital flowing into diagnostics, capital flowing into hospitals. I really hope that the capital should start flowing into other places medical collaborations as well, because that's something which is lacking. Once that starts happening, there's going to be a lot of consolidation. There's going to be a lot of companies are going to open offices abroad, so that patients are going to come in. So, and honestly, advise the way towards 9 billion and surpassing that. My last question to anyone is on, see, one way to compete, and I talk a lot so people talk about it. But actually, they know the number of the success rate on the numbers, right? And somebody like any BH1, is there anything? But there can be some sort of success numbers or that can come up, right? Because those are very important. From a principal point of view, or sitting international point of view, by choosing hospital or something. Is there a way, is there a repository that can come in, like Dr. just said, that from not only from a perspective of only robotic surgery and all that, but our number definitely helps a lot of people to know what is our success ratio and stuff like that. So any one of you, probably all of you. So I'll take this question first. Area of interest close to my heart. So there are two things that have happened in the Indian scenario in the post-COVID era. We have an initiative-driven all centers doing robotic surgery in the uro-oncological space. We have come up with a
with a combined effort, collaborative effort to publish our results of robotic partial nephrectomy and robotic radical prostatectomy. And we did find that the outcomes and the numbers were comparable, although we have done possibly only 2% as compared to North America. The first step is to collaborate, because the centers that can do robotic surgery are not many, maybe about 50 centers in the country. So collaboration to publish data on a given platform, which is steered by the ethical committee of the respective institution. The second way forward would be to create a database wherein NABH can take a lead, the government can take a lead, where certain procedures specific, for example, robotic knee replacement versus a robotic radical prostatectomy, robotic transplant, we can put data there and publish it quarterly, compare it to what is the best in the world to where we are. The last is, of course, and possibly the most important, is to publish the infection rate post-surgery. So these three areas, because even if the procedure went well, was done at a reasonable cost, the outcome was wonderful. If there's an infection in the short term, SSI, surgical site infection, that will mitigate. And that is one of the reasons why your first point made, why does North America and Europe not travel to us, is the fear of surgical site infection. If you do the procedure well, how careful are you to prevent a surgical site infection? And that's a whole ecosystem. It's not a surgeon, it's not equipment, it's a whole hospital ecosystem. This is a fear at the back. I don't think many people want to vocalize this fact. SSI is one of the biggest mitigating factors why a so-called developed country patients don't travel to us. All these three, if NABH can take the lead, or any central organization can take the lead, or any central organization can take the lead to become a repository of this data and is voluntary, and then publish it quarterly or 6 monthly. That would help. So, right. Dr. You want to add something? Yeah.
So essentially for the past 2 years, just to add to what Dr. Mohan said, NABH has been working on this, and we will be very happy to know that next month, in the middle of January, we are releasing the rating and ranking framework for Indian hospitals. It's it's open, it's for invitation. It's for about 300 and above hospitals for a certain of already accredited facilities. It's a very prescriptive standard towards excellence. And towards that, being all participating hospitals, the weighted average score, it's already been rated, validated. And now, whichever hospital wishes to, on the list wishes to participate in that, will have to share real-time raw data. And it's not going to be Excel file, but on a framework. And that framework will translate into a public facing interface also, will be questions that will make a very informed decision. So that had lots of other weightage. And insurance companies are very keenly watching it. The patients are also very keenly watching that. And maybe it's going to translate into very tangible gains for the hospital after the ABPMJ or so, yeah, ma'am.
I just want to inform you, like when I was before this session, like chairperson for CPC, and we given this project to government from it's very that's upside. Lots of things we were supposed to put in that program. That this doctor has done this much of surgery. This is the success rate, as well as same time rates also. He was supposed to disclose everything. So it was a very good program, and it is there. Government wanted to run at their own, but because of many reasons, they did not adopt it. So maybe SCPC will run this portal, and this portal will be accessible to all in the world. So somebody who's coming to India for medical value travel, they can choose their hospital, they can choose their doctor, and then maybe it will give this thing rating system. Then this will be very easy for others when they are coming to India.
Thank you. I think that time is up, so I will go back to the board. So, series of device, the season and resolution, trying to discuss what is the best of the case.
And if you look at the website, the comfortably by listing all the contribution rates of various departments. So I think the for history, which is what you know here, the customer oriented numbers, the priority numbers, they should be seamlessly within possible towards the which hospitals do better. And might have for patients. Actually, started recognition so surgical infection. I think this can also patient outcomes. Strong
Well summarized. So thank you everyone, and I think doctors like you and experts like you, dietitians like you, probably definitely shape the future for the global care. So concluding this, thank you everyone for your time and thank you very much for the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My please request, Madam Advocate, Chairperson of Resolution, Madam Sir, I guess as well. And a picture as well. I get it. Awesome. Sure. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Next is medical intervention case, which will be presented by Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, Managing Director and Head of the Department of Orthopedics and Bone Replacement at Akash Healthcare Super Specialty Hospital at Glasgow. Dr. Chaudhary will share a detailed case study highlighting innovative orthopedic treatments and the successful management of complex joint replacement cases. Different seconds of the stage here, but sure, question service. Well, please welcome once again Dr. Ashish Sharma with your applause. Thank you. So, keep us idea from which you're listen to what is. Yeah, because it is. So much, Mrs. Reverend John us from Joseph was asked to find out person where there was some emotion and I was fine. So here, yeah, so then sometimes yeah. Can you switch it on? Hello? Yeah. So this is another debate. So just like yesterday. So the case. So that what is the adolescent or teenage going coming with decisions start the standard solutions. So if I look at common
From the patient receives. External sometimes when comes from Sudan, having 5 or 6 years of age, and doctors the 6 procedures, but she can she was empathizing. So, standard solution that structure from this point from this one. So, so, and possibly you could say multiple several multiple stars. I'll show you a picture of the before the server, police woman. The multiple stars. And the side of the so the most common one is just from the cinema. I actually was the other something child. So can be possible option. As it was that can be something harvested from somebody the client is and that's people that's trying to and the side for together. So you can find the simple the from this so that's a skill that never don't make so much about the scars, because of the pictures which are and this was my so child, but large so the language of short and struggles. But I'm saying this that's possible from others can do from the express and then it's only in life not enjoying. See, but shows down the road, and this is down the road. Because see how the feelings become different. From the photo is the one section and then now just to pass features control so this is
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chesney. Now we have another medical prevention case. To talk about this, to present this Robert, who is joining me, and welcome to the Dr. Vikas, Principal Director and Head of Pediatrics, Hematology, so current head of French's healthcare. So, I'll be very honest. We cannot finish our subjects who come later, just sort of, totally very welcome to them as well. Let's try again and welcome you. Thank you so much. The presentation is good. All right, so moving forward. Fantastic. Thank you very much, the organizing team, and thank you, my friend, for the kind introductions. So, friend, I'm a pediatric hematologist. Just a disclosure that I don't see other patients. I do pediatric. I look at patients who have got pediatric blood disorders. I do pediatric cancers, and I do transplants for patients who are less than 8 years of age. So that's my disclosure. And we have a patient with us, a family, Rihanna's family, who has traveled all the way from Kenya, from Nairobi, for this program. And this girl came to us a couple of months back, I think about 9 months back. She came to us unknown diagnosis. She just came to us without some found platelets, and she was deployed with that classrooms in the same county. So I'm going to share her case, and this is something which is rare of the rarest. So why this is rare of the rarest, we're going to talk in the next 5 minutes. Can I move the slides? This one? Okay, before we talk about Rihanna, let me just tell you what I do. I'm a transplant physician, and what doing a transplant is. Next slide, please. So transplant is the change of the immune system. Somebody has got a defect in marrow, clears that marrow with his own stem cells, which is called an transplant, or when you need a that is called allogeneic red blood transplant. And to prepare a patient for a transplant, we give some chemotherapy drugs, and we give subject motivation so that the plants and he or she can accept the results. Next slide, please. So this is a process of donation. The donor goes to the operation theater. If you are thinking of doing this, but now it's using these of collecting the stem cells, and that's the stem cell collection. Some injections are administered for 5 days to the blood bank, the blood bank to collect the stem cells in 4 to 6 hours. And then in case you're thinking of doing the transplant, rather preserve those stem cells. If you want to do the transplant at that point of time, then you infuse the stem cells. So who is the donor? When we talk about the donor transplant, the best donor is the brother or sister. There is a 25 to 30% chance that somebody will find a donor in the family. What does this mean? This simply means, let's say there are 100 patients who require a transplant and have got siblings. 25 to 30 will be lucky to fully match donor in the family. Means the sibling will be fully matching to the patient on a test called HLA. In case you don't have a full match donor in the family, then you search the donor outside the family, and that's the unlikely donor transplant. And whereas she's again somewhere bigger donor, but that's not 100% correct to sometimes also the family. The last option is doing half match transplant, like you need father and mother as a donor. Because 50% of any child students come from father and 50% come from mother. So you can do father and mother as a donor and do a half match or a half organ transplant. And this transplant has come from this country. So this girl eventually was diagnosed with something which is very rare called Pearson syndrome. I'm just going to tell you what Pearson syndrome is. In Pearson syndrome, these patients they present hemoglobin early in their life.
the median of 5 months, it represents some counterflows. That's a disorder. When we say that's the powerhouse of our cells. So there is something defective in the core of our of your cells. So there's a DNA deletion, there's a mutation in that, and because of that, kids become anemic, they have ulcers down, pancreatic insufficiency, kidney involvement, kidney involvement and involvement, and because of these things, you can have some specific findings when you do bone marrow process, and then natural manifestations what we see in a patient start such as the throat type, muscle hypertonia, pancreatic issues, liver kidney issues, can have disorders. And in this disorder, majority of patients, I would say roughly 50% patients die first to a flourish. If you don't start at 20 from then all of them will lose their life by 6 years of age. So these patients can have a tendency to develop into malignancies, blood cancers like maybe diarrhea, issues, they may have kidney issues, cardiac issues, they may have issues, they diabetic, and they may be muscular issues. And there are certain medicines which have been tried to get the main positive power. These patients who are like now, the system, the matter is to be through the head and one through and for that. So, I really think what I'm saying. Roughly 7 successful transplants from person have been done in this world. In the just 7 cases of patient transplants have been done, and roughly 150 to 100 cases of patient syndrome have been reported. So that cases of patient which have been reported, just one. Some have been reported from India as well, but roughly 6 to 7 transplants which I could find in the literature because this case was been reported with the picture, and out of these 6 or 7 cases, 3 are survived. So that's what it's good. And those are the cases some patients who underwent transplants which are and after looking at that approach, then when we made a diagnosis as a Diana, she came to this research rather for 3 months. From the 3 section that was on transformation and diagnosis of cancer of the brain. Cancer of the brain and she came to us, we found that the bone marrow is inflamed, and then we did a genetic marker which was confirmed the diagnosis of cells in brain. So we screened for the non-hematological issues, the cardiac issues. Somehow she was not having non-hematological issues, and we counseled the family that this is something which is very rare. I've never seen a picture like this in my life. There are around 6-7 cases of cases which have been transplanted. But not in a single case has been done from India. That we can see the transplant and experience a similar sort of problems like the syndrome, that background within transplant for so actually the family really the she was the only child. So there was no sibling in the family. So the option of match sibling in transplant was all. Research in the unrelated registries in the world, but we couldn't find any unrelated programs. And then we decided that we were going to brand this medical transplant and some chemotherapy links therapy participants conditioning was used, and the transplant was uneventful, and she is now almost 6 months post transplant, and that picture was when she was in Bulgaria Focus Hospital now transplanted, and this is the that she went back to the country almost 1.5 months back. The other point which I would like to highlight for all of you is that she's the first successful half-match transplant case for a person in the world. So 7 cases which have been done in the world are either massively unemployed This is the first successful half-match transplant or haploidentical transplant for PSN in the world. We published that, and the last point which I would like to highlight and like first on is that disorders, the second disorders like primary deficiency, imagine we are focus on those in which people are not aware that transplant is a solution. I would like to see that bone marrow transplant can cure these kids suffering from different disorders. That I'd like to love the family and please share your experience over to the family.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to share Ariana's journey. My name is Sanjeevani from Kenya. Thank you. So Ariana is a preterm baby born at 34 weeks because I got financially and long able to save the baby and I was through an emergency CS. So all was well until she was 3 months old. She was working in October last year when she started having feeding issues and we consulted a pediatric doctor. We discovered her to a kind of courage. We tried introducing iron supplement, but that didn't work because people were trying to say we were in for gas transfusion. So the first in January 2024, and it confirmed the marrow was not able to produce nerve cells. So that the first time we got a recommendation to have her get a bone marrow transplant. So it was a huge choice because it's another service to do that was quite huge for us. So before we could do the finances in advance, we managed to come here on 17th of May. And the reason we chose Fletcher's is because Tavikas is a pediatric hematologist, so we kind of comfortable around. And we had a chance to meet in Nairobi. We had come for a conference, so looking at the reports, the general was generally okay. But from the reports, he could tell something was amiss. So he came in and spent the first month in diagnosis and I need to the institutions by teachers that confirmed Ariana syndrome. That was the first time I had that swatch. It was quite shocking knowing that it's a rare condition, it's not one, but we kept holding to the government and we felt that she was fight through and similar fight every day, making everything to give support and it was fabulous. And then the dedicated medical team was to took the advice they gave and they put in for the body the transplant. So it's been over 5 months now. We have done a blood transfusion, we have done a blood transfusion since then, and we're hopeful that everything will go well because we're trusting in God. So the reality is the baby. This being the seven happy identical transplant for PSN syndrome, and we're grateful to God and believe that they will be more about their failure, and we believe in the will. And the best thing I could do is, the best thing personally I could do as a mother is to fight for everybody. And so nowadays she did well. Apart from being in medication, we can't tell there's an issue. So we are grateful. Then when we went back to Kenya, we actually went to one. We spent about 6 months here. There are so many people who have been reached out to because people like information out there and want to give the best care. So my encouragement is if you continue passing the information to the people then and giving to then the proper diagnosis and access to the medical care, we can save you so many lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you. Very good. One quick congratulations to her.
Yes, also well, yes. And before I'd like to introduce the next panel, it's just some important announcement. So, your sessions for healthcare work should happen starting next year. It also the nominations for 30 under works. I went to the Jerome that next year in the summer, like the month of February. Just for that, you need the case of Mr. Right around here. Can expand is on upskilling global health job. We are role in nursing education and attracting international students. Session is a way that as healthcare continues to work globally. It is attracting international students. Promoting and healthcare related education is becoming increasingly important. I think this discussion will shed light on the challenges and opportunities of this very crucial area. It's an honor to welcome our panelists for the same. Joining us virtually first is Dr. Rajiv for medical University of Faculty of Medical Health Sciences and Biosciences International University. Serves with the forefront of advancing medical education and also for leadership in the healthcare academic sector. Joining my joining research president is Swami Ramesh Kudanka, a professor of excellence at Sarvadya Healthcare. Ramesh is for the personal partnership episode of excellence, showing that education and training are provided in the next generation of nurses. Joining them is Professor Savani, our founder of Shannon. It says experience in healthcare technology and innovation as well as medical services. So also joining them is Mr. Ashish Jain, the Chief Executive Officer of the Healthcare Sector Skill Council. Mr. Jain has been leading the effort to enhance the skill development among the healthcare sector and also foster the country's role in global healthcare education. Joining them is Mr. Soman Sheikh, Vice President of International Institute at IHH India. Mr. Shetty brings insights into the internationalization of healthcare services and the importance of education, each exchange and attracting people. Also joining them is Ms. Jyoti Kaur, President of International Marketing Medical Trial at Yeshua Super Specialty Hospitals, Prashant, management driving global outreach and connecting India's healthcare capabilities to the brand. Supporting this panel lies with Dr. Charlie Arora, consultant physician, geriatric home care and palliative care head at Working Action Hospital. Dr. Arora is expertise, geriatrics and palliative care and his experience in health management is guided. So please welcome them collectively with your applause. Dr. Arora. I personally feel that the collective experience of all our panelists deserves a warm round of applause. You can try again. Thank you, Dr. Arora. That was big. The time was well there. Yes, you can see that. All the best.
So thank you so much. Thank you for the warm introduction and the welcome, and special thanks to SCPC and Business World Healthcare for having us at such an amazing conference. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv, for giving us the time virtually for this very important session that we are talking about today. Myself, Dr. Charlotte Arora, I'm the consultant and head at American Health at Asian Hospital in Faridabad. And thank you and welcome to all my fellow panelists for this wonderful session that we're going to have. Personally, this session on upskilling the entire global education and dealing with nurses at the center point is very close to my heart because day in, day out, we deal with them, we train them, but we don't value them. Unfortunately, at the Indian healthcare system, we consider them as the least, most supportive, but the least interested and the least ones to be, they are given the least value. And that's unfortunate. And that's what we are looking for from all the stakeholders, from all the people with so much of learnings and knowledge. And how can we actually bring them to par and also call our outside analogs from different parts of the world to come to India and make it a melting pot. So I'll start with the one lady who's next to me, Ms. Bobby, and Bobby ji has been heading nursing excellence at the Sarvoja Group of Hospitals. So, we'll start at Ms. Bobby with what, as per you, with your understanding, what are the major current gaps that you see in India in the field of nursing education, and how do you feel can those be filled when it comes to meeting the standards of globe?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Charidat, for that question. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, SEPC, and especially Mr. Harvinder Narla for giving me this opportunity. Because in healthcare conferences, as Dr. Charu was telling, in India, nursing, though it is a supportive group, they are not recognized. In all the healthcare conferences, the representation from the nursing is seldom there. So I'm glad that I've been invited to be part of this conference. Thank you all so much, and a very good evening to everyone. Now, coming to the current gaps, though we produce the nurses who go and work across the globe, and Indian nurses are in great demand, especially the Kerala nurses, and I belong to Kerala as well. Though we send them, the gaps in education, we have lots of gaps. Starting, the most important gap is the workforce shortage. With nurses going abroad, the teaching faculties are not available. Only 15% of the teaching institutions have full-time teaching faculty. So when adequate teaching faculties are not there, then the quality of training is affected. Next comes the infrastructure. Except for those reputed colleges, we do not have colleges with infrastructure for teaching and training the nurses. Many of the colleges in the country are running their institutions without any parent hospitals for the nurses to train. So they are just sitting in the classroom, and many colleges are there where students are only going for exam and they are doing a distance education. Whereas as per Indian Nursing Council, it is mandated to have a regular training for a diploma nursing or a graduation or a post graduation. The course is full-time mandatory, but then many colleges are offering courses and the students are indulging in such malpractices, and when they pass out from such institutions and come out, they do not have the skill and competency to take care of the patients. Thirdly, the organizations do not pay that much importance to a nursing institution wherein they have to invest there, because as you mentioned very rightly, while the doctor is in command, it is the nurses who are executing the care plan, being with the patients 24/7. So if the nurses take care of the patients well, the image of the hospital improves, the business improves. So they are not considered as a profit center, unfortunately, in our country. They are considered as a cost center. So the organizations are up to reducing the cost, be it in the hospital, reducing the headcounts, or be it in the education institution, not having adequate setup, even the labs for training the nurses. So having inadequate infrastructure, not releasing adequate funds to train those nurses, not having qualified and competent faculty to train them, these are some of the, and not having a uniform curriculum. Though Indian Nursing Council has come out with a curriculum and syllabus, only those reputed ones follow that very seriously and follow the curriculum. Every hospital, every nursing institution teaches in their own way. So there is no uniformity in this teaching curriculum, and there's no importance given to specialty in nursing. For example, a doctor, if he does a PG or a super specialization, he is in demand. His salary is different, his designation is different, but a nurse, be it a diploma nurse or a nursing assistant or a graduate or a postgraduate, all are treated equally, and so they are not encouraged or motivated to take up this specialized course. Though Nursing Council is conducting 16 different courses for nurses, no takers of them. So hospitals need to give that importance. Staff who have been specialized in various nursing courses, they need to be given a different designation and different pay scale for them. Doctors need to demand for their specialty nurses, and all the nurses doing a basic nursing also should have adequate infrastructure, keeping up on trends with the latest developments and the level requirements. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Very well, sir. I really, really wanted to compliment on the way that you have come up from the HR perspective to the teaching perspective and even coming to the knowledge perspective. Now, moving ahead to Mr. Ashish, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Healthcare Skills Sector Council. Now, sir, being heading such a vast organization of such a diverse country, how do you feel that we can actually leverage the strength of India in making it a better knowledge exchange programs for our nursing education and become a hub for all the international students coming in? How do you think an organization like HSSC can be a melting pot for that?
Thank you, Dr. Charu, for the question, and I wanted to thank the organization for inviting me for the session today. Coming back to your question, if you look at our country, probably we have all the ingredients for attracting the global students to India. If you look at from the infrastructure point of view, we have the best of infrastructure, which is available. We have good trainers, a country which can actually help training. We have good quality educational institutes which are there. We also have, in addition to institutes, the skills training institutes which are provided in addition to the different programs. And also, if you look at the kind of programs offered in India today, from degree programs to future programs to skills education programs, so depth and the offerings also which is there. We have a lot of international benchmarks. If you look at curriculum, why we actually benchmarking exercise with multiple countries that our curriculum is not any way lesser than any developing country today in terms of curriculum. And the being is also quite good. And that is the reason probably our nurses, doctors are being welcomed across the globe, and that's the training which we bring on the table. So probably this is place for any country, any student to come from any part of the world to learn, because of the infrastructure given, because of the training facilities, because of the curriculum which is the and as you rightly said, probably we as the intersector sponsor to learn from the central this. We can help students with different institutions, the program, the hospital for the we have multiple certification programs which can be offered, which can be taken with international students, and we can utilize them as specialization, as Bobby just mentioned, that the specialization program. So what we do is we can short-term specialization program in few days, so we delight and the doctors with that method, we're creating those programs which are being taken up. I think Bobby also spoke about one important thing is that to value the research which has been taken. Unfortunately, that is not so much for country guide. We do see screenshots in some of the hospitals for 1% that people have gone through certain programs. Hospitals have actually given that weightage to that certification to increase the salary, the position of nurses and doctors who undergone that program. And I personally work with so many of those, so I can see the for that, we have to show that people will value the skills and the competence one person has, and they will make it accordingly. Unfortunately, at the same time, why it has happened so because we have multiple quality levels which is across country today. We can see best of the quality at the same time, like I think she also spoke about. They're non-academic levels also. So what we're trying to say, can we bring some kind of a uniform certification, which is can come from healthcare successful council, which can give a weightage or which can give us significant confidence to the employers saying we having a certificate, they have the skill sets which are with them, and they can do accordingly. So I see a lot of opportunity for foreign students to come in, and I'm sure we have the institutions, nursing colleges, medical colleges, but I think private hospitals which are willing to look up and shape them on the specific which is important. And this is our strong which can utilize it. Thank you.
So, virtual media, Rajiv, I hope you sir.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible. Good evening, everyone.
Pleasure to have you on the panel, and pardon me for not welcoming you personally as well. So Dr. Rajiv from Symbiosis International Deemed University. So being a part of such a huge university and of provost, see what are the major issues that an international student looks for to come to India for choosing an international medical education program, and how does India stand on these major things?
Well, very pertinent question in this era of globalization and focus on internationalization and India emerging as a hub for internationalization of higher education and specifically for medical and nursing education. My focus and thrust has always been that rather than focusing on medical tourism, India should focus on medical education tourism and nursing education tourism. Because as the ACPC, rightly headed by Abhayji Sinha, thanks to him for having me on this panel, we should realize and unleash the potential of education as a business commodity in this capital intensive medical education sector or the nursing education sector. So, coming specifically to your question, the factors that attract international students to pursue nursing education in other countries is predominantly a host of factors, some of which would be the first is the rigor and the strength of the curriculum. We need to include niche courses in specialized areas and do not forget the importance of soft skill training such as communication skills, because do not forget and underestimate the fact that the nurse is most often, if not always, the first responder to the queries raised by the patient, and the absence of a satisfactory response by the healthcare team member is the first seed of litigation which is sown and helps in building up of a trust deficit, which today unfortunately is the bane of healthcare delivery system globally, more so in India. So the curriculum has to be great. Second thing is there has to be a thrust on clinical training, robust clinical training, experiential training, focus on public health. So as the National Medical Commission has said, they want to rear up Indian medical graduates. The Indian Nursing Council should think of focusing its energies on raising up of Indian nursing graduates, but at the same time being globally competent. We should not be shy of adopting technology. So the integration of tech tools, right from the AR, VR, artificial intelligence, and most importantly, the advent of simulation as a safe method of honing the clinical skills of all healthcare professionals is a must. It is here to stay. And incidentally, next year we are hosting a seminar, an international conference on simulation in medical and nursing education, which promises a great by way of content capture and the expertise which will be sharing their viewpoints on the advent of simulation and its foray into medical and nursing education. Fifth is there has to be a strong focus on research and collaborations, because research generates evidence database that is inescapable in today's world. There has to be, as my university has the name of international ingrained, we need to focus on internationalization. So student mobility, global partnerships, use of English as the universal language, and a cross-cultural sensitivity is a must. Our qualification need to be globally recognized, and incorporation of NCLEX and OEAT training would be a definite advantage. And finally, we are here to produce nurses who are capable of being placed globally. So placement opportunities have to be ensured. But the full and the final point is nursing education has to be made affordable. You cannot aim to sell a Mercedes to a population which is capable of buying only a Maruti, figuratively speaking. So nursing education has to be subsidized and be made affordable so that larger masses of students can enroll for this much required program. Thank you.
Perfect. So sell a Maruti to the person who wants a Maruti, sell a Merc to a person who can deserve or afford a Merc. Right, you said so. So moving ahead to Vinay. Vinay is founder of Shinon and almost consulting, healthcare consultancy, a leading one for more than 400 plus global healthcare partners across the world. In continuation with what Dr. Rajiv said, how do you feel is a public-private partnership, government initiatives, scholarships can actually support the overall inward bound of medical education program from international, students?
So when we specifically speak about nursing is the backbone of healthcare. But unfortunately, nursing remains the most underpaid job. Not only my work, but also the everything going. So, when we talk about the students from these countries, specifically the developing, our Indian comes. So, that's about really helping them upskill skills to any for improvements with these people so they can go back inside the issues. But if you're looking at a commercial angle, then have these people come in and pay for the training courses for them, understand that it's the opportunity drives wise companies. So the idea side of the amazing service control comes. So you don't expect them to come in fully for filters, but they still see. So then you create some jobs for them that they have them focused at private hospitals, and for hospitals that handle the fact that the diagnosis from different countries to different patients. So there is that comfort that a patient from Bangladesh is coming, so it will be serviced by a Bangladeshis. So we create that kind of a system and we can then have a commercial plan.
Very helpful. So, in combination with that, when I personally remember that I visited Rwanda on a UNESCO-based, a fundraising program. It was a volunteer program, and I went there for 3 months to work on animal and human model together. And what I was very very happy about was in a country like Rwanda, which is on the verge of huge development, not only on the basis of their cleanliness, but overall medical education as well. They were working very strongly with other countries of Africa, sending students, nurses, especially from even veterinary institutions, and learning about the overall ecosystem. So, across collaboration between African nations was happening, and similarly, we can actually create that partnership model with the Southeast Asian countries. Great point. So, moving ahead to Somnath. Somnath, my question to you will be when it comes to opportunities for foreign students should not be limited only to allopathic and private hospitals or Western medicine, I would say. How do you feel? Because India is a hub of alternative medicine, and now people in the West are reaching out for yoga, meditation, and alternative medication practices, traditional medicine. How important do you think can India become a melting pot for holistic health, functional medicine when it comes to even nursing education programs?
Yeah, thank you for this discussion. As you rightly said, the world is looking at the policy practices for healing. We say healing plasma is largely because of stress. The disease problem is largely because of stress. And as we speak, first, the celebrity is yoga day. Just to add some things, this figures about so I can share. So about points, I was summarize that. So we had an Irish in August in Bangalore. And the first point which was discussed was that we need to standardize the Ayurvedic practices. There's a lot of there's so many in terms Ayurveda circles. So that was the first approach to seriously take this forward across the world. When I say standardization, it was also mentioned that we should because look at integration of uh, what is possible, we should integrate more practices. I would mix it, but it's very possible in the developmental institution. Kerala has taken it's invited now international students for teaching. We can also take a because it's a practice which I think this is in recent months. Kerala has taken a lead. Other institutions in India should but as foreign students. The cases are generally from starting from 10 days to 3 months.
And as a lot of students from CIS and Europe have been traveling to India to Kerala for this training. I was especially also wanting to start a education visa for students in terms of participants and feeling things. Make sense because country is best general population and so relationships restaurants.
Wonderful. Focus on integrative medicine, focus on functional features, bring it on complete holistic development. Very important. So, last, my question to you, Jyoti, don't kill me for you being the last, but I'm sure you're going to be the best. So, how do you feel with so much of experience? How do you feel that what are the things that we can do to facilitate the knowledge exchange and collaboration with our other institutions in different parts of the world so that we can promote nursing education in India? And overall quality, I would say.
Last but not the least, thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, to SCPC and W for having me over, my former organization, SCPC, and Dr. Vigeshwara. So definitely, yes, India can facilitate knowledge exchange and collaboration in nursing education by implementing certain strategies. Of course, India is known for its three eyes. Three eyes are institutional tie-ups, infrastructure availability, and sectorization by the government. Of course, as far as the institutional tie-ups are concerned, we need to collaborate with global nursing colleges, institutes, be it with Canada, UK, or other countries. And of course, these programs, exchange programs which are taking place inter-country, definitely is one of the strategization which we need to take up. For example, Thailand is conducting specific nursing training programs and within Asia and with other countries as well. Then in management, so this is happening to America, Thailand, and other countries, other foreign. We need to have these exchange programs even culturally, so that even cultural exchange can, as rightly said, that that the releases need to have the soft skill developments, ethical coordination, communication, the time management. All those will be possible if when we have these exchange programs. These exchange programs, of course, need to even come up with the curriculum, collaborations, research collaborations, joint paper publishing by the nursing institutes, conducting the joint researches together. And also, last but not the least, the technological and AI learning services, especially UK kind of countries that have come up with virtual reality training programs. So sitting anywhere in the world, to ensure these AI programs, take up those training programs, and that if physical exchange is not happening, through this technology, we can have the exchange programs. There are different, like the Indian Nursing Council has had an MRO, a true recognition agreement. Singapore. So now Singapore nurses are free to come and work in India, and Indian nurses are actually free to go register and work in Singapore. Similar kind of agreements through the skill council itself, SCPC, we need to bring them about. Americans need to come into work. And like the UNCC, credentials council, and also the International Nursing Council, the INC. We need to really look into this in a very, very aggressive manner and
Very, thank you so much, Jyoti. Thank you so much. Now, in continuation of what Jyoti said, Ashish ji, my question to you is, how can an organization like healthcare skill sector can actually get into its foot for technology and innovation and bring in a better change for nursing education in India so that we can attract more people from outside?
See, going forward, probably technology is one thing which is going to play a major role in terms of even how the healthcare services are delivered
from education perspective. School educating also becomes very critical if you bring in technology to different talk. I think just spoke about simulation. So simulation is going to be a critical area how to teach a student without actually giving them all the freedom without actually trying the patient cases. Similarly, we have if you have the technology, it could be device learning, it could be individual learning, it could be assessment, performance wise, and it could be like that. And most importantly, if you're moving students from abroad, probably language and cultural adaptation becomes much easier. And the technology that gives us this accessibility, gives us this cost benefit in terms of the healthcare and in healthcare, probably this is the best thing that we want. Look at it. Probably everything can't be, official with the kind of automatic. Some of it, a major part of it can be done through work, educational kind of thing. And rest of it can have hands-on, which can be either operating to the investigation country. So technology is going to play a very, very critical role. See how technology is being for the multiple students across and universities and we see people some students actually be willing to pay the courses to healthcare. This is possible because multiple universities have been taking such as so don't have to be there for the complete duration. They are going for 1 year. They can destinations and trade site, which reduces costs, which also gives them the cultural adaptation once they come here. So it's much easier for a foreign student to kind of learn it. I think one important point which Jyoti mentioned about recognition from countries, that is something which government is seeing to the particular nations where it has some mistakes that great sign. But I know that's what we was also famous in countries.
Thank you so much. Now, from nursing, from healthcare skills activity university, question to you, Dr. Raji, will be in how can actually, as per you, what is the exact future direction for nursing education in India?
As I said, the quality of nursing education has to improve on the points which I mentioned earlier. A robust curriculum, incorporation of technology, evidence-based research, clinical skills, a public health focus, ingraining internationalization into the curriculum, development of soft skills. So these are all on the capacity building initiatives. In addition, what we need to do is to ensure that visa requirements are streamlined. There could be a one window clearance for obtaining visa. The second thing is we need to develop and spruce up our infrastructure. And most importantly, we have to invest in our faculty. If we get the best of master trainers and faculties, the world will come knocking to us for getting the necessary knowledge, skill sets, and competencies. So, to put it in a nutshell, beefing up of the curriculum and development of the academic infrastructure, including the adoption of technology and the government support by liaisoning for ease of visa requirements and bilateral equivalence of reciprocity in recognition of degrees and professional upgradation programs between two countries will be the right direction for the Indian Nursing Council to take this initiative forward.
So moving to body, when it comes to the government initiatives in improving the nursing curriculum, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now, you being a part of the nursing excellence for years, how do you feel is the current situation of nursing education in India and how well is it aligned with the United Nations goals and how can we improve it, apart from what Sarah said?
So most of the speakers have covered all the points. And as I mentioned earlier itself, the Indian Nursing Council has it's having a set of syllabus and curriculum. All your educational institutions are not following the same. However, there are a lot of scope for improvement. And presently, a year back, Indian Nursing Council has come up with a new rule that over and above the approved seats for nursing admission, on superannuation quota, you can take up to 25% of international students. But most of the people are not aware or not encouraged to do that for whatever reasons. Because if Indian Nursing Council has given 25% quota for foreign students, the organizations have to work on that. The international marketing and medical value tourism people have to work on that to attract foreign students. Presently, most of the foreign students are from Nepal, and maybe South African, Nepal, Bhutan, and South African countries. We can look for other countries as well, and these countries also try to bring in this 25% seat, most of it goes for a waste. So first, we need to look into filling in these admissions so that students from other countries, developing countries, are benefited. And also, the funding and sponsorship, which was mentioned, we should be having some sponsorship for those students coming, and with sponsorship, we can attract more number of students. And also blended training. Everybody need not be on a practical training 24 by 7. With us, with the education institution, we can have some of the courses like a leadership training for nurses or critical thinking, which is a must in the curriculum, which is lacking across the country in your nursing training, where nurses have to be trained not only on communication skills, but also in leadership skills and critical thinking to take care of the patients. So researches by WHO has proved that nursing students who are trained on this leadership and communication skills, they definitely, the patients have a better outcome, and that promotes patient safety as well. So for these international students, when they come in, so these aspects have to be looked into, and some of this training on leadership and management need not be bedside based. It can be online or blended based, so that more students are encouraged to come and join in our country, our educational institutions in the country.
Absolutely, absolutely. And final pointers from Ashish, Vinay, and Jyoti before I can give you a
Just
sum up or
I, I would like to
sum up.
just step in here and totally endorse what Madam said just now, because as a management centric university known for imparting quality management education programs, I do totally second what Madam said just now, that you train them in leadership skills and you train them in soft skills, and nursing education would be seeing a new leaf in due course of time. So management skills, and of course through technology enabled platforms, we can reach even the remote interiors and the corners of the country.
I think the management skills, I believe it shouldn't be limited only to the nursing. It can be actually, everybody can become a business leader if you train properly on leadership and critical thinking. So definitely it stands true for nursing. Any final points from the panelists?
I'd like to add in about the SDGs, United Nations SDGs. We need to incorporate that, especially SDG 4, 3, 4, 5, 10. Have quality education for the nurses. You have quality education, you can promote health and well-being for the patients and also for the community. Students and staff have to be trained on community activities and community health awareness programs, and they need to be knowing about the health inequalities and how they can advocate for the community and to prevent all these inequalities. So these and faculty in the teaching institutions, they need to be trained, and ongoing updates and ongoing training should be given to them about the SDGs so that they can incorporate that in the curriculum, and the students who come out, they'll be better nurses and better citizens in taking care of not only the promotional aspect but also the prevention aspect by indulging in a lot of community health protection related activities.
Very well, so advocacy to take a center stage. Any final points? I need to
Out of time, but we get 2 points. I think one, I think was better about the worship and yes, worship program. So I want to say that we can look at plans for going from level worship versus and senior leadership nursing programs which are available for certificate. And we've also developed programs specifically for the clinical applications, which is simply to online which can be utilized and can. So we have done like several integrated approach. We also keep on the Irish side as well, and created programs and standardize on the Irish qualifications for those certifications for me. And examples of hospital in the country of regional and Irish departments of state as an Irish department. Miranda is an Irish department today, looking to the multiple things. So please, and programs have responsibility and specifically requires a permission people that get better.
The national energy programs for CDC and projection of scientific and governmental and research development programs can be brought about in joint collaboration.
Sure.
So, any final pointers?
So just touching upon what Bob just said, that things we should discuss. If you put in the discuss upskilling, having career path and resources. This will push a lot of people to keep nursing. What I see currently is people who need resources. So that's what I was just talking about. Yeah, we have different lives. This is what 2030. Actions seems put together. This it was required goods there should be more time. Yeah. Yes, there should be so everybody such an education since paid should be up to us. Yeah, teachers source I don't know used to go to
From the stage, no points from Vinay.
So absolutely of course so probably these sentences and to start with that was concept to things to introduce the services and we'll probably get from that.
So, for a wonderful session on upskilling global education and nursing role, I would just like to, thank all the panelists and give some fireside pointers that we learned in this session. Value your nurse and recognize their work. Focus on public-private partnership. Make medical education the core of medical value tourism. Focus on public health. Adapt technology and simulation. Work on possibly on complementary education for students who are coming from developing nations. Functional and integrative medicine should be an integral part and standardize the curriculum and not to forget soft skills development and critical thinking with leadership. So that will be all from this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv, for joining us virtually. And thank you so much, this wonderful panel for a great discussion.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, co-panelists. Apologies for not being in person.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajavan and Guru. Picture please, request Dr. Stanley. Thank you, Dr. Have to this present the program of this. Thank you so much. Shadow service. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
We can expect better class, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sure, it's this one. Guys, looks like chairs. I chairs. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. Night. Absolutely. I thought we were night as well. You get me personally. Thanks with us. I won't measure that. Just one stage. One is much. Thank you. But the team is still very fine. The coaches are part of the system as the buzzer. Thanks out. Look at the stage already. We have one more final discussion left. And before that, we also have medical intervention case. After this next one, I think on the stage I will introduce the welcome the doctor together.
The next medical intervention is to be presented by Dr. Sanjeevani, senior consultant and associate professor of surgery. As he shares a medical intervention based on the surgical cure of epilepsy at the hospital in Hyderabad. Says the contributions in the field of neurosurgery have been outstanding, and of course, we look forward to Sir's practical approach at the surgery. Everybody, with your applause, let's please welcome to the stage Dr. Sanjeevani Bhadra. Please. Give the doctor some confidence that you want to listen to him. Thank you. Second one. Centers of Burn Firm and Testament. Good evening, everyone. I'm something from Hamilton Hospital's lab. And the answer thank you to the executive of Sanjeevani before for giving us this opportunity here to present something which already has been discussed quite on the past and the session about multidisciplinary care. And the next few minutes, 10 minutes or so, I'd like to show you surgery. And I'm sorry. So you can see the list of names here. There is just a look of the iceberg. This requires a lot of supplements but also from here and patients that have big already a surgical cure for epilepsy. This process in terms of measuring function when it's supposed to be centers for most surgery in the way to from the surgical from epilepsy. So this form is the 5 parts and we'll go through which I will spend some time in illustrative cases to demonstrate how to deal with such patients. So what is the meaning of epilepsy in the world? The submarines will know that almost 65 to 25 people that are there throughout the world have epilepsy. Then 30% drug-resistant epilepsy rates. Then for at least 1 year and respiratory seizures more than the quality of life is really low. It's not among for such people because they're not able to live in society, they cannot communicate to the economy of the country wherever they are. Then she produces very high, she's the institute. So, this is already documented in literature. Medical literature, there are numerous articles which are telling us that once a surgery is the best chance that you can do something resistant. But unfortunately, surgery is to be underutilized. So what do you have for such a different on the left side you see it's intraoperative on the right side is modulation. It's valid. The first outcome is either resection, sorry, either resection or connection surgeries. So start with people with epilepsy, we don't want to find out what is the get zone, and we do free surgical workup to find out that zone. And in that zone, is the one which will reserve out. So when we look at groups of people with epilepsy, drug resistant, drug resistant, people with an epilepsy, and we can see something in the MRI, and that's the epilepsy zone, MRI negative epilepsy. For cases, put MRI positive and MRI negative. So the first case I described was this I is also made of insulin. So since you see this sort of a slide where you find that the young which need these antiseizure medications, I think 5 of these drugs which are going on for those patients. And we can see we shows epilepsy and for the MRI. Look at such and we'll see that this is a side of the normal MRI. So it's a huge abnormality at the center where you just not single patients.
We should see that there are some brain modules inside which are on a spiritual levels. Where is the season come from? Special surrounding media, system, and also sort of when I was like, well, this is from the all the you but this was from. It's this is a weakness. Decide whether we should have the information. Of course, if six feet over the floor, this is speed, which not just so this is what it looks like before surgery, where I sit in the brain lab for software program, start to the data, use it, and then now travel. So it's done. It's language frame, which is the because of frame, which is the gamma knife. Can you tell the difference inside the patient's brain? This panel, of course, one need that then after surgery, routine so to see what exactly what people can do. And the person was doing saying that 2 weeks ago, like this and analysis around people. Not so one of drugs, but also just when it's sad as in them. So sure, each of the stars from seasons, from see when the skin, see your mind and find your but it's taking to the realms problems. So you are trying to still the trying to get to see this, but also trying to see which part of the mind, which travels to put is trying to find out real source of the water in your so you go to see so that you look at the slide that is studying things from each other. So without stimulation and animal stimulation of the target of when you shows better than the spread. Which are the challenges that it's numbers and practices. And there are actual goals which are which we should those are the goals. You will find out totally those that are the so it's shown when we watch the red is the island of peninsula around 6 to 7 years to and so check procedures. Consideration, which is a complicated procedure, saying this is all the it's very focused. Show the season for solid surgeries. Some solid slide, so so second case is when system which is very very small in brain function such as so this comes to seen themselves in issues right was a medical again the same so many drugs that was choose from foods that's the same thing, the same sequence of should be it's only showing some working structures that the letters on the left hand side. So when we look at the charts of being this is probably the seniors can't it's because she stopped organic high functions after that. So we do this the function MRI, so we're discussions. The function showed that eyesight verticals was dominant. And she was nice and glass. She was drunk. One of those changes was shown as bad. Confucius findings is completely as a true. So this is what is very difficult. So I call it the first mission as the one hemisphere problem, one like the true body brain. So this one component again seasons for many so at start wisdom. So I will see result to me. So he came to the clinic with help when because he was solid and very close and find out what was it's probably coming from the right side we were looking to the right side started straight and what tips one that is MRI we found that there is no anomaly in this one And then other forms of test to look at the hippocampus volume, which is the volume. Session test, scan, the test, and trace the side and bottom. So this is really the dangerous for us, not because it's a good hemisphere. We are now in the other question, which is the one which is the culprit. So, so they give a gas spectrum as a left hemisphere, something called nerve slot and makes a banging. Right cluster to signals coming left hemisphere. So now we have a problem that the physiology is telling us right hemisphere, but all the data is telling us left hemisphere. So what we do, we have to do just expectation. We're plan the sides, which is so this is a really good skill. It's planning across the left side of plantation. This is how it looks before plantation. The moment we come to check, which the started points was the transfer records. When we can see what we started getting, so there's still populations, like the same seasons coming from the same four records. We have this seasons. One of the represents false weakness. So now we know that we can ask this. God himself that we are. So what we have in Utah's the data is that we have this reception because these are the functions for seasons. But also have this hidden one so you map out all these enhanced amount so find section that the most of the very sure this is where social stuff out the structure. Research of disclosure. Without running helmets. Simulation is so how we from the left hemisphere, it's from the dominant hemisphere, the left hemisphere is responsible for the language. This comes with a Spanish word for medications and crowd of investigations, we do a social sequence MRI or spoken MRI. So to look at it carefully, it seems normal, but when you look at it, we do find that the foods left front so it comes to this language which is from the success. So so we make it out. Cannot take it out if you look at it because of the concept. What is the function MRI for? Thankfully, this functional MRI shows that this right side, right hemisphere is the area of speech. But even then, we are not sure, just jumping in. So we the section this still not satisfying that the idea actually causes speech deficit. So to be represented as she was talking to this brainstorm because I think it's very the most important game. And this is what I was in 1 second. When we're reviewing this, this is really sound and better than it's all right. Just answering questions, it will be fine. And finally, sometimes and there's more research, there's communicacy program now. The children's like. So in the last 1 year when they started this program, almost 100 cases from the violence now very complicated with step cases because of the dynamics. I will completely say that the surgeon is actually really for all its patients. But you go out and so everything has to be centered towards the patient. And thankfully, I don't know what we're looking than this. We the strategy called the three strategy. To spread out to society and have interaction questions for infrastructure and all the more solutions and all that is to enter the group so you and now so that's something that we're talking about. These are the papers. Programs signing information and so these are that there is a social that's some guidance. I think we should such positions so that there's so many people else. Thank you. Any questions? Then anyone else? Okay, I think there are no questions. Thank you. Thank you somewhere. Questions, doing job well done. Yes, thank you so much for engaged. And organizing team, can you please let the stage open? I don't know yes. So good. Our next last final discussion for today, extremely important one. So, introductory. Body and soul. This theme explores the interconnectedness of physical, of mental, and also spiritual well-being, emphasizing the importance of holistic healthcare. As healthcare professionals, we understand the need to treat the whole process, addressing both the mind and body, which is a balanced and properly response. And to do that, the team of package joining us. And first, let's welcome on stage Professor Dr. Gupta, Chairman, Principal of Medical College and Research Center, Harvard. The level of experience in medical medicine analyst as well. Dr. Gupta is a leader promoting integrated healthcare practices. Next, we're also honored to have service Ruby, Seer, and Astrology. Because Ruby's unique approach to healing, blending astrology value practices, provides valuable insights into the mind-body connection and also spiritual health. Joining them is Dr. Pallavi Sharma, Director at Kalan Sugar Hospitals. Dr. Sharma has been instrumental in enhancing healthcare delivery with a focus on holistic treatment approaches that balances mind, that balances your body, and also balances your soul. Also joining them is Dr. General Administrator of Ayush. Dr. Rathore was a critical promoting Ayurvedic yoga, Shivaji, Nani, Siva, and Homeopathy practices, contributing to the integration of these systems in mainstream healthcare. The focus of this session was found to be the back as some so I'm going to another CEO but also of world. Also, leadership and dedication to healthcare and wellness. And all that cross discussions around individual health, making yes, all of us are looking for this one, especially for the this is when so just welcoming everybody. Yes, your mind, body, soul, connectivity. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was looking something else, but there are two things I want to tell you before we actually get into this conversation. One was when we were putting up this panel, we could not find anyone who wanted to come and moderate this discussion talking about astrology and anything else. Everybody talking about homeopathy. The second thing is, it's my humble request of all the people sitting here. When we're talking about, when we have this conversation, I want you to just have a very open mind, listening to what you say. Don't be judgmental about what is possible, what is not possible, what you believe in, what you don't believe in. Listen, hear them out, and then choose with a lot of information
already well exposed to. Thank you to all the panelists for joining in here. Dr. Pallavi, let me first begin with you because you represent an organization which is an allopathic hospital. But you also are now setting up an institution which is focusing on this. How do you perceive the concept of integrated health and the opportunity that India provides for integrated health, best known doctors for allopathy. Homeopathy, which is now one among the top countries in terms of acceptance of homeopathy, we have Ayurveda, yoga, and we also have spiritual aspects of meditation, mental well-being, astrology, all combined to create an outcome which is patient focused. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Habinder. A very good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Like Mr. Habinder said, that he was not finding people to cover this topic. But that is the very important thing that this event and this topic being taken out is very important because we have realized that India, the oldest civilization, and yet we have the most advanced and the most specific cultural practices that now people are looking back to, and we are going back and researching on it and going into it. So, and as Mr. Habinder said, we have not just started. I'm happy to announce that Kailash Group is boasts of running an integrated setup in Greater Noida as well as in Noida since 2008. So we've been running a successful model of integrated healthcare. And I would like to highlight here that, like you asked, that, allopathy, we are embracing technology. And we don't say that embracing technology is bad. At Kailash, in all of our allopathic centers, we have 8 allopathic centers and 2 centers that are holistic, offering holistic care. And under one roof, we saw this actually 2008 onwards, we were actually running it as separate centers where there was not too much of intermingling of going to and fro. So COVID was a time when it helped us to realize where people were mentally more sick when they were physically sick. They were scared. There was a discussion, there was an arena that was being created. When urban health, there was something else required. And that's where the spectrum became complete, where the mental, the spiritual aspect came in. And this is something I'm talking not by virtue of just theoretical knowledge, I'm talking by virtue of experience, what we really had with our patients. And I have my Ayurveda Acharyas here, I have my team here who are serving those people, successfully treating those patients. And we're just talking about joining hands. We're not talking about replacing what you already have. Rights, like we say, you have a right. It's flying high, but it doesn't forget its roots. So our roots, the culture, we belong to India, which is a nation of Sushruta and Chara. We belong to those people, and we are very proud of our ancestry. That this old Indian civilization, new medicine and surgery, and the evidence of that lies in the Rigveda and the Atharvaveda, which is supposedly the most old manuscripts that we have as of now. And unfortunately, because of a lot of invasions that India had to face, a lot of our scriptures and the text got vanished, and people wanted this to vanish away. And I'm very happy and I'm very thankful to the Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health, and most importantly, I think our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, he has been a brand ambassador himself for taking yoga, for taking Ayurveda, for taking naturopathy to the global level, portraying India not just as a center for
medicines, illness. But here we are talking about the broader aspect. Like the WHO defines, health is not just physical sickness. It is the mental, physical, and social well-being of a person. And here, when we talk about an integrated care, we have seen that effect in COVID, and even later, we have seen how patients have come out much, much better. The outcomes have been so better when, along with the drugs, along with the surgeries, they are being offered that physical, that mental care, they are being offered those therapies. They've greatly come out of it. And some of the rare cases which were refractory on allopathic treatments have shown results. So again, like I'm saying that every form of medicine, be it allopathy or be it Ayurveda, they have their own limitations. So when we can join hands and cover up for those limitations, you cover up for mine, I cover up for yours, and we saw this happening in front of our eyes. So we were truly, truly, I mean, it was something so amazing to see it happen and hear it from the mouth of our patients. So we've been running this integrated program since 2008. And we offer and the patient has a right to make that informed choice, what mode of treatment and what form of treatment they want to take. So they take that choice and they're very happy with it. So like you asked, yes, and the biggest advantage of giving integrated healthcare is better patient outcomes, and that is what we all are targeting.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you because it is not about choosing this or that. It's a complementary. So while you're getting treatment through allopathy, you can also jockey towards keeping yourself emotionally strong, mentally update. And today we have technology available. When we look at technology, when we talk about technology advancement, it's not about allopathy itself, it's not about surgery itself. Today we have monitoring systems which are available so we can monitor the effect of what is happening to you while the treatment and the outcome evolves. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Let me come to you, Dimpiji. I mean, when we talk about so that because this very interesting. We're trying to figure out how can we build it and strongly input healthcare, right? And until you she had a convincing answer to it, where I would like that answer to come to word directly. Because this alignment of stars, how do science, how do charts correlate with critical findings? It is something if somebody asks me, I don't have an answer, but you have convincingly showed to some parts. Why don't you share that with everyone? Good evening. And I need to thank SCCC for giving this platform for subject, which is basically Bharat Ki Chart. It is streamlined properly. And that is why the question and that is why the descriptions, which is what is not good. But then it is. Maybe we start from the thanks to everybody. The alignment of stars start from the time of inception. The moment the baby comes out from the womb is the first event of that So what we do is we are trying to figure out about the planets and the effects of that person or the soul or the child. We are deleting the 9 months. And that is where we go wrong. That is where the calculation goes wrong. And I always have been saying it's the scientist who goes wrong, not the science. The science is perfect. It has so many offshoots that even the has found. And now coming to the part of the health, we have 27 laws, which is like called basic genes. So from the genetics, we can check out what is being carried over to the person and how to retain it. I will give examples of education plus doctors, but
This is the moment so that transplant say positive for positive. So similarly, when we used to pay back, then they would check on the concepts of matchmaking. The theme was that the support bring a child worldwide good human soul, giving some benefit to his members. But right now, the usage of astrology is just talking about it for benefits. And when will I become rich? When will I buy a car? Without the better friend, then chance. Not for them. They just want to be best for themselves. And here is where I'm having a problem. One, this is such a reflection. So very unfortunately, do I drinking from this bag and from examples, everything. But most of the time, you want to disclose some astrology. It's like to pass to downloading by Sunday. Having better hours in any hardcore astrology is very difficult to work. Because of the different things which you don't want to emphasize with. So way back in the right about it from the English. The king, she says, to them, we want to ask about the astrology. That's not first. So it was, as soon as I saw one is good, it went to my mind when I so she's able to see. I said, you know, please go for a health checkup. I'm a gynae. You think that I said, okay, thank you. So 3 months later, the other girls, she's supposed to breast cancer. And now she wants to get off her system or life on the day I give that. As now this is very difficult. She didn't want to live when I had to do some advice. But then she said, I've understood that you get from this earth. There should be on a good day. Coming and going. It's like we travel. So it's a travel. And I also explained to people, the life to be mantra, six, family God, मतलब कि यहाँ तो मेरे कष्ट उठाओ या मुझे सच से मुक्ति दे दो so whichever way that way and it's not necessary that if you do the multiple mantra you have to be careful it could be for reason going from the particular so this is a very natural and a hard level of astronomy which is never going to be accessible. So floor is this level, and then, like I said, with the Sahashish floor, I have many creative life because this I don't have the details, but I'm furniture is supposed to be fun. I'm happy. It gives release that God has given his blessing. And I understand this with all these seen educated people, but I'm very uneducated, that we can make use of this. If you get to we are moving towards this problem, I'm sure the state governments will get a very good benefit for it. Apart from what the Jerry's James also there is a problem. She says something that we know about time. That doesn't really happen. Every day there is a burden for this subject. I'm just very shocked and thankful that what is doing is spectrum. Thank you so much, ma'am. You can see the conversations flowing. And our friends from overseas who are listening to us, so much more thanks want to come out of this time. Why don't you come in front? It'll just help us get excited
carry on this conversation. But you brought up something which is very, very nice. It's very difficult for us to understand. Too big. The conversation was distinguish between our physical body and our soul. Because when we look at our physical body come to this life, which is what our body is, distinguish you said that with your conception, when you are birth date, that is the life cables, that's what they do. That's what I could gather from the conversation. Thank you so much for bringing this up. Dr. Ravi, sir, before I ask you the question, what is it you they have to make? Do you believe in astrology? Right, sir. This is a platform, so you can open my anybody see. Sessions are also astrology, whatever traditional what you call the sciences are concerned. So we think that there is some kind of rationality provided that the astrology or any other science which is used in its original connotations. Somehow, many of the what we call the so-called astrology persons are actually not useful for the real context actually, or whatever it is written in the astrological sciences actually. Specifically, there are many astrological textbooks actually which was actually original came because yeah, countries astrology has been available for actually, and even so there are a lot of astrologers as like third parts of the generation. So the context actually learn the differences in that context also, just like Ayurveda or yoga or the traditional medicines. So there are certain people which actually having that kind of devotion, that kind of beliefs, because belief system is also part of the creation. So that's what I believe. So in that context, there is also a language. So the belief system. That is a question from the person who said, keep the mic with you. You represent the Ministry of Ayush. And most people who have been traditionally coming to India for treatment have come for allopathy treatment, elective surgeries, etc. What is it that we can do to standardize and validate therapies to make them so that people would travel to India for its expertise and what we are known for without any eventual. Yes. Actually, if you're saying very nice that this of sector eventually, there is a large definition to system of different. You're saying that one of the most important we can say that we created an environment system for traditional medicine in general. So, what kind of organization is function? It is a tremendous impact. It is supposed to be created in the traditional sector. Now, before I were, I mean, this is really the other traditional places to century. I mean, like you might know that, how from last so decade actually. National Day of Women is actually a major to first time. It's a trust that the history of the entire population has been and should take the on that actually. So as far as the standard social systems is concerned, whether it is latest standardization is all the voluntary standardization of the healthcare system. Standardization means whether it is the environment, whether it is the service sector, whether it is the human resource actually. One substance actually tremendous efforts have been taken over the last 10 years. For example, we have created for the training in the human resources, separate commissions have been created, national commission, national commission, which actually taken from the gain of making people and the training programs actually based training programs have been in central it has been now informed for information. So that is as far as the human resource the standardization is concerned, and the standards of the teaching institutions, as if you see that which was actually lying in some corner of the country actually for the last 10 years. So once these healthcare institutions, in terms of nations, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of what you call that point parameters. When you speak about the service sector, actually, we are also taking into consideration the strengths of the traditional medicines, the chronic, debilitating disorders, specifically Ayush can intervene. So that kind of disease conditions have been identified, and there is a convergence platform has been created between modern medicine and Ayush systems by devising the standard to do guidelines. So I belong to the institution and I'm looking out the language of the services for speaking which kind of activities or issues can be easily understood. So this is the first step to standard and guidelines. Even because we have on that many of the state governments are actually implementing the establishing act and reports actually. Even for the Ayush systems also, the program standards are actually coming up for the establishment groups actually. So first for standardization is actually coming along with that through certification system. For example, in NAB International Accreditation Board of Hospitals are increasingly now accredited to the hospitals actually. As when we pointed out that even integrated centers are being put up in the private sector, work in the government sector. Central government hospital like the Subjective Hospital, even Lady Medical College in Maratha, hospital that we have the actual partners actually. And it is also there coming up many of the hospitals, Nagandi, Naganda, and many of the corporate hospitals, and even the other hospital also, many of the outreach departments are happening. And we cannot imagine even the hospital, at least to the third and direction. So that kind of tremendous impact is actually coming as far as the traditional systems. Fantastic. I mean, that is something that is especially in our country. You know, each person in this panel has surprised me, has surprised the society in some way or the other, and that is the reason they found this space on this dais. The next person out here is someone that I actually look up to because in COVID, the world was trying to wear a protective suit before coming even yards closer to a COVID patient. This man, without a mask, without a protective suit, would go hug every COVID patient who would come to this hospital. He was the first NABH accredited homeopathy hospital in the country. When we look at homeopathy, first of all, to make the job done, I mean, we've set an example for what medical professionals should be when they are treating patients. And it's the epitome of empathy that was demonstrated at that time, sir. What do you think is the role of treating chronic illnesses, which even allopathy finds it tough to treat, for which homeopathy and homeopathy professionals, the institutions can appeal to the overseas patients who should come to India with confidence, but without any doubt. Thank you very much, everybody. So can you keep the mic a little closer? Since thank you very much. All over the globe, homeopathy is the second most
line of treatment as good, but it is the first line of treatment for the diseases which are not coming to, like the autoimmune disease, are the and far most important line of treatment. As far context of medical tourism for India, we need some support from the government, the Ministry of Health, is wonderful job. But that's a little bit lacking. So we need some center of excellence promoted by the Ministry of Health, for especially for homeopathy, and some certain areas, certain diseases, which homeopathy has a like I see a two diseases. Like it's very small, but there is single medicine in homeopathy. One is can cure anemia, that is India. But it is not known to the public. So such kind of knowledge can be disseminated through the various channels through the government. And the second thing is the cons in the food. So there is single medicine that is called anti-food. 99.9% disease that is very troublesome. And it has not answer in any other medicine. So you have to go to operate it and long process and very painful. So within 4 days, the cause is removed permanently. So as far as my hospital concerned, it is a global leadership homeopathy. We receive patients out of the world from the stuff like Germany, France, Portugal, Polish. And so what is lacking? Like our fellow colleagues, Dr. Raghu sir said, like sometimes they don't have a so there must be a dissemination of the knowledge that even I am not knowing much about it. And there should be some more uh, focus and in the terms of both the things, the infrastructure and the manpower also. And what we can do much more important, the India is the global hub of homeopathy. We had more than 250 colleges, we have more than 3 lakh practitioners, and every corner has an approach of homeopathy, and people believe in homeopathy too much. It is a pure, most of the homeopathy doctors purely practice homeopathy, and they are giving the reviews to the and it is very affordable. The question is just that patronage from the work, particularly through the Department of House, and there must be a global recognition with the MOU signing, the examination of the knowledge, with the working out the cases, maybe the peer review journals like that. So this is art which we can look at and we can find a very good atmosphere for that. Great. We have 45 seconds left, but I am tempted to carry on the conversation with one question for each of you after the shot. So, Dr. Kalvi, we all understand the power of integrated medicine. We understand that, at least in India, everybody believes that integrated medicine can work. But somehow the environment is not conducive for providing for treating someone. Trying to say that allopathy believes that homeopathy does not, homeopathy believes these guys don't give us an opportunity. But since you're running both the institutions, what thing is the challenge that you face in terms of creating a collaborative approach and make things happen for the betterment of the outcomes that you create?
You said the problem itself, yes, there is a collaboration issue. And the way, like Dr. Raghu said, that like this center that we run, it's an MBH accredited eye hospital since 2008. So the government realizing it, the government putting it forward, and we've had a lot of sessions of our allopathic doctors communicating with Ayurvedic doctors. And trust me, now that we had such a different bond, it's just that, instead of just saying that, it's not my area, in your area, they're putting hands together. And now a lot of our allopathic doctors are very bad patients themselves, have become practices when they are handling medications of Ayurvedic doctor, taking their therapies and they're being benefited by it. So they have themselves seen it. The benefit. They are obviously going out and telling the people that, okay, fine, even if I've operated your knee and you want a knee transplant. But if after your knee transplant, I'm telling you some kind of therapy, so that patients who come from international, instead of staying in a hotel, they say, we want to stay in Ayurveda, where the rehab and the post-operative care will be taken in that aspect. So that is how the transformation has to go there, which is a whole number of interactions the clinicians have, the updated doctors have with our alternative medicine doctors. That is how I think we can bridge those gaps. And instead of making very, I see a lot of people in media, saying, see there are good and bad people everywhere. Especially when we talk about science, it's body healing itself. So we are just waiting. All of us can get together and help the patient in the best. We're talking about prevention more when we are talking about preventive, and like Dr. Ravi said, chronic illnesses. As their lifestyle disorder, the pattern of disease has changed in India in the past few years. So that needs to be dealt with a very combined approach. And the challenge is, like you said, that collaboration is the deficit that can only be ditched by more number of interactions and not making very stark remarks of saying, okay, I can treat this, I can treat this. No. We all can get together on one platform and give the patient an informed choice of, see, this is, and testimonials, like Sir said, that when a patient speaks out that, okay, see, I got this done, patients of knee pain, back pain, frozen shoulder, chronic asthma, all of those cases are taking benefit from a very composite integrated treatment. So I think the resolution lies in the fact that there should be more number of interactions and supporting each other instead of finding flaws in each other's treatment.
I think you have brought up something which is very beautiful, because it is not about what is going to work, what is not going to work, or what should be done, should not be done. But I think operative, post-operative is a seamless environment created using different modalities therapies to do what needs to happen for a better outcome. Dimpiji, I mean, Dr. Pavlini spoke about prevention. She used that term. Predictability leads to prevention. Because if you know that something could happen, you can do something about it. We know today, science says you a point where you're talking about genomics, right? I'm very scared to talk about it, but I would still ask you, is astrology something similar to genomics, but a science which we don't understand, that tells you that, probably you could be predisposed to some illness during this point in time that could help us understand or predict a challenge which needs to be addressed. How does astrology play this role? So it's not it's a fully question. And happens as much as the genetics. So what was done for the genes and the placement of the other planets, we get to know what is the child talent from the parents. So here in the sense, you are in a preventive measure. Now, what I keep telling people for years and years, Dr. Master has because if you treat astrology as a weapon, it's a tool. If you use it much before time, you which is so awesome. Then we had a saying
hurry, worry, and curry. If you're in a hurry and you're always worrying and you're in the wrong curries, you're gone. So nowadays, it's become different. It's not curry. Because curry will be stupid. We have time. Then there's a hurry because you the hotel से जल्दी भाग वो शादी की जल्दी करो जल्दी करेंगे and then becomes curry which hospital to go. So this weapon and hurry worry and curry are very common things in astrology. And we can go back to the times and actually think of we have no preventive measures. Please excuse me if this is because of my get me at this position. But the thing is that even if it's zero, right now, Mars is in the worst condition. It's a mental disaster. And I can assure you with my studies, because I can't remember the names, that whenever the marriages happen in a particular very semi-educated position, we had this problem. Because I've been practicing for 20 years, so I know the trick of the trick. So I know where the problem is. So in this debilitated mass condition, if somebody is going to get pregnant, you know, right further, they will definitely have blood disorders. Or health problem. So earlier, it's not easy for people to understand the community is not educated. So it was just told, don't sleep under the street, because not the Bible. Of spirituality when you can because if you go the technical part and the scientific part of it, you can make it into the person understood. So that's very good. Which carrying over has brought this subject to a position where people say, it happens. People say this, people don't say this. So I do not know which ministry to request. I can only thank the CCC for making this platform. But the onset of discussion of planets, I'm sure the medical team can do better. All we need to do is that yes, this is not the time now. It's really not active for national. I can't find the names, so I will ask extra questions to these gentlemen before I close the panel. So please excuse me with everyone sitting there and giving me Dr. Anthony, I wish got some importance when there is a ministry set up for it. The government focusing on this particular sector validates and brings acknowledges that modality. Because practitioners will always talk good about what they are doing. But when the government or a recognized institution brings focus on that, then it gets validated. What could be the responsibility of the Ministry of Ayush in terms of helping the modern medicine and our traditional medicine blend offer seamless opportunity for this country? The cost of the question actually because so the federal political system has to become together. Definitely there should be cross understanding that's a big person. It's probably for the political systems actually. So one of the focus in that we are actually providing so information we take the research aspect. So I don't say this but during the time I want the field itself actually. When we have part of trains, from different systems of the business, even the tradition of the systems. It can also start to be not to just organization.
We have chemical trials, research, and as a result of that, actually, our system referred as a research council, more than 150 peer-reviewed publications came out of that actually. So this is a short span of, for example, 2 to 4 years, this kind of outcome generated. And if you see that we have a dedicated model which is contained in such concepts under the exchange values, which is called as Ayush Model. For a scan to that, more than 40% applications are available. This is the different level of innovative section. So what it is implies that for the last 10 years actually or so, a large number of efforts are going on, whether it is in academic institutions, whether it's research councils, or some kind of integrated research protocol are also taken up for taking this type of research initiative. So that is one aspect. Simultaneously, you have understood the medical value channel. So I would like to also need to highlight that actually a separate research category, Ayush Visa has been notified by the government. So all this is indicate that there are huge service for the traditional medical system as far as convergence with the modern medicine actually also we can work together. Many areas are there. For example, palliative care, geriatric care, or when the maternal health care. So all these areas contribution can be taken by some systems of research. So that was a short term. But to believe that, we're talking about research papers. And when we talk about evidence for any form of medicine which is not yet as widely accepted as what we are used to, the evidence has to go beyond testimonials, right? Because it has to be something which is validated through research and development, through evidence, through published papers, which are being recognized. And needs to happen since we are only not just a hospital, not just a clinic, but also are a training hospital. What do you think should be done, or what are the initiatives that we as a nation need to do to bring that evidence for people to start believing that hospital can be what it is expected to be by everyone else? The answer for this is only that we need more clinical trials, double blind trials also, and that way to be that it will help that system. And I will research must be written research papers and development to describe the time. Vaccines and the supplies can be decided sort of questions. So these are the things can be done and it can be so much better with and that type of lifestyle before we go to the bios. But how many of you agree that this panel we have people who have spoken about things that surprise us? This is something that is going to be the future of what India could offer to the world. Any show of hands? Awesome. Thank you so much, panelists, for taking out time to be with us and sharing your thoughts. Really appreciate it. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists and Ravinder ji for, of course, over time. As always, these requests, Dr. Abbas Sinha, Director General SCPC, please join us on the stage and present the token to all the panelists. Please.
and Dr. Agrawal, sir. You as well. The chairperson of SCBC, everybody. Okay. Sorry, Dr. See, this was for the mind, body, and soul. So I'm sure. So right now, your hands are clapping. Let's try all four together now and clap for them. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm just finding you. Thank you. Clap. That's it. It's the morning. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I one second say something on this?
I just want to say 1 second of all of yours. I've been coughing like that since yesterday, and as soon as I know that Dr. Sharma is coming here, and I'm trying not believe that I was asked to thumbs up the all value because just when I could doctor, I was still doctor. You know the name of the medicine, I don't get the medicine. All the while I was mastered but no one started asking. So this is the power of the mind, body, and soul. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. Good nice and with that, we arrive at the final segment of this prestigious events D1. Let's run there. Yes, good try. Just two words for you. Good evening, everyone. As the man said, as sir said the name of medicine and she became organ. We always used to tell us in hospital and all the students, if even if you are prescribing correct medicine, you don't need to give. Even you just predict it, you speak with your mouth. It is always present everywhere in the universe and it starts working since the time you thought of that medicine. Thank you so much. So this is a thing that mind, body, soul, and the universe work all together. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Thank you. So Dr. Salman medicine. Dr. was sharing with me. Yes. Thank you for sharing with us your thought. And I तुम्हें also can't do anything. मानो डॉक्टर you can do no one can go Okay, now for the final segment of D1. So appreciation ceremony. First of all, thank you so much for being here everybody since the morning. For all the discussions, you share your views. This is the views of many of our seniors. The stage with their thoughts and presence. And now this segment is dedicated to recognizing and appreciating a select few organizations for exceptional contributions and excellence in specific categories. These organizations have set benchmarks and also exemplify the spirit of motivation, of dedication, and service in their respective domains. So thus, before we request our team to play the first, I would like to quickly thank our sponsors and partners for this summit. Platinum sponsor, Regular Consultants, Vertic.Life, and Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital. Diamond sponsor, Amrita Hospital, a gold sponsor, Fortis and Medanta. A silver sponsor, Akash Healthcare Super Specialty Hospital and Sarvodya Healthcare. A B2B Lounge sponsor, Global Care. A delegate kickback sponsor, Sri Ramakrishna Hospital Multi-Speciality. A networking dinner sponsor, Shine On. A lanyard sponsor, HSCG.
Our partners three, Dr. Pradesh, associate partners, Nish, Healthcare Sector Council, and also Foundation of Healthcare and Awareness. A conference partner, do the new healthcare world, a media partners, FG to medical tourism. Thank you so much for making the one essentially 2024 a grand success. Before we start with the ceremony, we will you on the tomorrow, that is the 17th of December, the week at 9:30 p.m. sharp, inside sessions continuing by 6:30 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 4:30 we boost our big links and the SM provide opportunity to foster collaborations and workshops. And later in the day, the felicitation of overseas Bruce's delegates. Come 3, that's Wednesday, December 18th, 9 o'clock, that's 9 a.m. Overseas Swiss delegates will be visiting some of India's premier hospitals, witness our nation's cutting edge healthcare facilities and also institutions first. With us, yes, please make sure that we start. Sure. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to this appreciation ceremony and present the certificates to appreciate your hard work. The students invite on stage the representatives of the same. First, Mr. Karan Lathwal, chairperson of OCPC, and joining sir is Dr. Abhay Simha, Director General, SMPC, and also joining them is Mr. Harbundan Arula, CEO of VW Healthcare World, VW Wellbeing also, of VW Pharma World. The members of us. And also Mr. Lalit Kumar Chopra, President, Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness Promotion. Now the whole looks okay, with that, can we please have the first AD on this? Yeah. This one, certificate of residence recognition is presented to fourth in the field of robotics and urology. One of us, Dr. Mohan Krishnamurthy, Director of Technology, to receive the award. Sure. So then, please, the photos, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. With that, the audience now. Yeah, working? No, that's okay. Sure, the next one on the screen, please. Vedanta, the Medicity Gurugram in the field of cardiac care. We have with us Mr. Naveed Malhotra, Senior Vice President, to receive the award. Vedanta, everybody. You're the best way to keep yourself warm in the winters of domestic flat. You will as well. You will try in the next few hours. And now also, like my friends are at this table. Thank you. And with that, the next lady, please. MGM, Healthcare, Chennai in the field of heart and lung transplant. We have a last Mr. Yoginder Arya, manager, IPS, to receive the award. Congratulations. Congratulations to it. And with that, the next organization is Primary Hospitals Ahmedabad in the field of joint replacements and orthopedics. We have with us Naresh Kapoor, Senior VP, and also Navkaran Singh from the Chief Administrative Officer to receive the award. Absolutely, gentlemen. And with that, the next hospital, please. Coaches Healthcare Gurufram in the field of Homeopathy and bone marrow transplant. What does Mr. Yash Singh Rawat, Facility Director, Coaches Memorial Research Institute, Gurufram to receive the award. No. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Shelley, and with that, the next hospital is. In the West Apollo Hospital, New Delhi, in the field of pediatric hematology and also bone marrow transplant. We have with us Dr. Preeti Bansal, medical superintendent chairperson of transplant meeting, and also today is Mr. Wasim, who will senior transplant coordinator. Congratulations, man. It's all well. Please. And with that, the next hospital, please. When the best Apollo Hospital, New Delhi again, and this time it's for kidney transplant. We again have that Dr. Preeti Bansal and Mr. Wasim, who are going to receive the award. Well, ladies and gentlemen. No, I realize it's only the presenters clapping along with presenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Moving ahead with the next hospital. That is good from and this type of complete anthology care. We have with us Mr. Yashpal Singh Rawat, Facility Director, along with this team, which is only growing now. Yes, to receive the award. Please come. More the merrier. What is ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Congratulations. Next time. Yeah, it's as well. Yeah, I'm sure. The builder represent. I received a very pleasant complaint, if I can say that. You see, अगली बार awards website के साथ also have claps because it doesn't feel come from here. Just saying. It's on the film by me to say it. So it will be wrong the next time. Yeah, guys, yeah, guys. And with that, the next hospital means. HCG Oncology Hospital, Bangalore, in the field of medical oncology. That's Dr. Manish Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, who receives the award. HCG, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. And with that, the next hospital on the screen, please. Gleneagles Hospital, Chennai, in the field of surgical oncology. Now that's Mr. Somnath Shetty, Vice President, who receives the award. There he is. Yeah. There's one more. One is flexible. No. Thank you. Congratulations on I think who feels happy already? So, congratulations to you. Okay, with that, the next hospital is. Apollo Program Cancer Center, Chennai, and with type of radiation oncology. Gravitas again, Dr. Preeti Bansal and Mr. Racine, who will receive the award along with many of our friends coming. But that means Apollo Program Cancer Center, Chennai. Congratulations. I'm sensing the confidence of getting better than this about me. More about happy. Nothing like it. Okay, with that, the next hospital on the screen, please. Vedanta, the Medicity Gurugram, this time for neurosurgery. We have a senior vice president, Naveen Malhotra, to receive the award. Vedanta, the Medicity of Guru. Congratulations. And the good thing is, all the hard work has been done by the doctors, nursing staff, paramedics. We are just here to receive on their behalf. So, big applause for all the doctors who have worked tirelessly, not only at Vedanta, but most of the hospital. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And with that, the next hospital on the screens. Autonomous Hospital, Gurugram, in the field of cybernational neurosurgery, Dr. Dr. Aditya Gupta, Director and Chairman, Neurosurgery, and CMS, Radio Surgery and Leadership as well. Also joining him is Pramod, Professor Assistant General Manager, International Marketing, and Mukesh Pillai, Assistant General Manager, International Marketing, Ajam. Congratulations, judging. And with that, the next hospital on the screens. No, IVF fertility Mumbai, so IVF. We have it as a head of international business. K. Sri Ram to receive C1. Congratulations, sir. Also request Mr. Rishabh Kumar, the chief of the rights of committee, and OCPC to please join us on the stage and help us present the words. So with that, the next hospital is Cubis. Amrita Hospital, Faridabad, in the field of reconstructive plastic surgery and limb transplant. Where the Mr. Pankaj Kumar, head international business, along with his team to receive the award. Amrita Hospitals, everybody. For the friends standing here, आप भी ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं celebration soon. Thank you, congratulations, gentlemen. And with that, our next hospital on the series. Kota Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Mumbai, for sports injuries. We have the senior manager of the national marketing, Mr. Gaurav, who wanted to receive the award. Then please. Congratulations to you. And इसी के साथ हमारे अगले फर्स्ट वीडियो ऑब्वियसली गौरव जी thank you to be back again. It's again Sachila Bandira Bayamani Hospital, Mumbai, and this time for neuro rehabilitation. Senior Manager, International Marketing. So, Gaurav Vivani is here. You see the word. Congratulations, you know, a very dear friend whom I have the pleasure of hosting for many times. He says कि पहले बताने पे कोई GST और टैक्स नहीं लगता है. ये आगे वाला वर्ड में करना. So with that, the next hospital, please. Okay, so in the field of liver transplant, and we have Mr. Mohit Singh, head SBU for this Noida, along with his entire team, to receive the award. Please. Congratulations. Congratulations. And down to our last week now, the next hospital on the street is. Without hospitals, Delhi NCR for the fast growing hospital north. We have Mr. Amit Singh, Group CEO, and Mr. Vivek Kumar, Group Head International Business to receive the award, the fastest growing hospital in North India. For the fastest growing hospital, everybody knows. Congratulations. With the same fast speed, the next hospital wins. Ramakrishna Hospital, Coimbatore, for the fastest growing hospital in South. Mr. R. Sundar, the managing trustee of Osana Sons Charitable Trust, is here to receive the award. Thank you. Congratulations. And with that, the next hospital, please. The Kailash Institute of Naturopathy, Ayurveda, and Yoga, Greater Noida, UP for Ayurveda and Wellness Hospital in the Northern region. The delegation is being led by Dr. Pallavi Sharma, Director, Kailash Hospitals, and the team. See, I'll tell you, this should have been consistently being clapping with everybody. I think they deserve that also. वो आगे बैठे शुद्ध से ताली बजा रहे हैं सबके लिए. Congratulations. Please. This is the song when I hospital on the screens. So what I'm researching city with a hospital. Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, for Ayurveda and Wellness Hospital all India. Wellness and Medical Officer, Dr. Rahul, to receive the award. Congratulations. Please come. On the birthday, the next hospital on the screen views. That's good. Global J, Gurugram, the biggest, the MVT company also member. Wow. क्या बता Mr. Rajiv Taneja, CEO and founder, leading his entire IPL gang. So many of them. Please come. More than merrier. Wow. Some repeat again. There's only one thing. I hope you keep growing, yeah. Yeah. Come, guys, we all meet tomorrow. आज नहीं जाओ. Okay, come, please come. Smile. No wonder the biggest is added in the world. Let's give them the biggest applause, no? How can you be involved? Congratulations, just be careful. Please. That's one of my concepts. Thank you. Okay, with that, the next hospital on the screen, please. Chanan Global Gurugram to the best MVD company, Governmental founder and managing director, Mr. Vinay Agarwal. Global क्या guys, clap now, maybe all claps for you. Nice. Most of the team joining in. Wow. You took the right one, you took the left one. Please come, please come. The best MVD company, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
You are here. Surely, with that, the next hospital on the screen, please. Simplifying with the Mumbai for best health tech MVT company all India. We have with us Mr. Mihir Vibra, the founder. She received the award. But then, please. Congratulations. Down to our last three awards. With that, the next hospital on the screen is GPS Metro Kochi, the best health tech MVD company South. Government as a founder and CEO, Mr. Jonas Salim, to receive the award. For GTS Metro, everybody. Congratulations. Please stop. And from South, it's now time to move towards best health tech MVD company on the screen. Well, yes, good one. Government as a director, Mr. Abid Moitra, to receive the award. Along with his team. It's a pleasure to watch people come in all smoothly to every corner of the mouth. Please come. Again. Millions. Sure, congratulations, please come. And the last one, but never the least, and of utmost importance, it's full field of homeopathy. Please. Naminath Homeopathical Medical College, Alpra, Dr. Praveer Gupta, the chairman, principal, Naminath Homeopathic Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Alpra, Tennessee, Silver. But that means, oh wait, sir, can we get the picture again? Manchester. Done, congratulations. Congratulations, please done. Congratulations, sir. Thank you to all the presenters. Once for them as well, please.
Thank you. Thank you, management. Thank you. With that, we've come to an end of about 70. What we say now is dinner and drinks, but don't forget to make sure 9:30 sharp. And after yes, my name is Aditya Malik. It's been an absolute pleasure to host all of you. Arvinder so wishes to say something. Guys, I wanted to just sit back for another 1 minute. 1 minute more before we let you move towards the dinners and drinks. I know everybody's excited, yet tired, and everybody's looking for a nice drink. But did you enjoy the recognition awards? Will make you happy, right? I was talking to Adorji, I was speaking to the SCPC team, and I was going through the journey of SCPC and its role in MVT from the last few years to where we are today. And one of the things that we realized was that this everybody loves recognition. SCPC recognition and awards are now aspirations. But when we are looking at something aspirational, something that we're trying to make it, we want you to understand that there's a value in what you receive. We want to make this process transparent. There's always that we learn something or the other every year of doing an event. And we realize one thing, that people understand how did we choose these companies. There has been a process, there has been a method in the madness which led us to choose these companies and invite them on the stage. Going forward, we want to build this process and make it transparent for you. We want to ensure that you understand what it takes for you to receive this recognition. The next SCPC MVT Awards, and I'm choosing the word very carefully, the awards will happen on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of November in Delhi at Greater Noida. Am I correct, sir? November 18, 19, 20. Sanjeevani 2025. But what will be different is we will be opening the nominations for all the hospitals in 3 days' time. You could go to Sanjeevani website, or we could be sharing the QR code or the link for you to apply for the award. And there'll be a jury process. And every company that applies or nominates for these awards will need to come and present to the jury, explaining why they should be recognized for the work that they are doing. And I can assure you that the jury will be such that no one will be able to influence. Neither me nor Adorji or even the chairman of SCPC will be able to tell them that listen, itko dekh lena. वो नहीं होगा, right? So what we are trying to do is that while we know that we are a transparent process, we know that we have a lot of methodology of choosing what's right, but we want to make it transparent to you, right? You guys feel this is a welcome step? Yes? Awesome. So 3 days time, you have the link available mentioning the jury that is going to be there, and the jury is going to keep growing. We're going to begin with 5 or 6 jury members, but every month you will see more and more people coming in. Nomination will be judged by them. You'll be invited to virtually come online, be face to face with those jury members, explain why you need to, why you deserve to be on it, and answer their queries. So I would like to now also, apart from announcing this, want to recognize a lot of people who made this possible today. There have been a lot of people. I know that Adorji and me were sitting together till 11:30, 12. I went back home after that, but Adorji was there and his team was working till 2:30 or 3 in the morning, welcoming the delegates coming from overseas. So there's a lot of hard work that has gone in. We're not always perfect. We made errors. I know a couple of them that I identified, the couple that Adorji identified, but that's fine. we will always have something to go back with, to work on more and improve for the next year. And we also want to recognize the efforts of each member. I know certain names. I know there are several Deepaks and SCPC. I know there is Mohit. I know there is Vishal. I know Ruksar has been working. Ruksar has been, one call and we tell her that Ruksar, we need to discuss something. She takes a cab and she walks. She comes all the way to be the face. And no, sir, I am not missing. There are some people who have to be mentioned with a special thing. And what is it? Mr. Ranchu here? He's still busy. He's still busy setting up the bar for you guys, right? So, I mean, amazing energy with which the ICPC team has been there. It has been truly a pleasure to partner with them and try and be part of what they do. I also want to acknowledge my team that has been working with the SPC team, Bilkis, Sanjana, Shweta, my journalists who are here, some of you may have interacted with them. They're taking the media bites. Kavi, Sambal, thank you so much. Each one of you has contributed your little bit to make this a success. But one person I also want to acknowledge, sometimes they go unnoticed, they don't go unnoticed, but they recognize, but we need to recognize their effort. हर event की वो जान होते हैं. And that is the MC. Aditya, you did a commendable job. We at Business World do a lot of events. You'll be surprised to know we have 2 annual events going on right now. So since morning, we have this event and we have another event which is going somewhere else. And Aditya was booked for there. And when we realized the dates were clashing, I literally had to fight to get Aditya to come here because the energy that you have to pull from the audience is not easy. So thank you so much, Aditya. Thank you. And this event could not have succeeded without one set of audience, and that is the foreign delegates. You are the ones because of which this event is. You are the ones because of whom this stage was set. We wanted to expose, we are not wanted to, we are exposing the efforts of the Indian hospital systems, Indian healthcare delivery system, for you to understand that there's a lot of hard work that goes on. It is not a matter of a magical overnight success that we are seeing in healthcare. This is the effort of many, many decades. I came up with a profitable book sometime back on cardiology, just trying to identify that from the time when India had to send out its patients to the world to get treatment, to today, when you are inviting people, welcoming them, offering them treatment, which is better than the best available in the world, it is a pride. It is a journey of hundreds and thousands of doctors, hospital owners, government officials to put the policy together, make this environment for all of us to sit here today. Last but not the least, all the hospitals that are participating here today. The hospitals that are here are the ones who have shown that the commitment not only they do, but to continue the efforts to even become bigger. And the fact that Dr. Jayan personally came here to is a testimony of his commitment on behalf of the healthcare system in India that while we are the best in the country, we are just at the tip of the iceberg of what you are presenting. Tomorrow, when you have your one-on-one meetings, you will realize when you speak to the hospitals that what are the efforts that they're making, not just in trying to portray or market themselves, but to genuinely keep themselves updated, including the technology, advancement in the skills that they're doing, not just for the doctors, but even for the nurses.
We sometimes forget to efforts of the nurses. There's a whole ecosystem that is making this happen. So that there, uh, and thereafter when you're going and visiting the hospitals, it's the next couple of days of you're trying to understand and meeting the people. So I think SPC, this is a fantastic platform that we have created to bridge the international players with the Indian providers. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And people who've been successful, people who've been small things like putting the chairs in the bias also contributes towards making the event success. So thank you for making this a seamless success. Thank you, everyone. And also let's please thank Harvinder who went for him again. But I've got him also as well. Thank you so much, Arvinder. And thank everybody for being a part of this. It is you that instills confidence in all of us on the right track, as you mentioned before. Work's done. Dinner drinks with all of you. But the moment after the tomorrow, we start work again. Yes, and let's cover ourselves. It's very cool. And so ACBC team on the stage along with the business team for a good show. Yes. Thank you everybody. See you tomorrow morning 9:30 a.m. So that brings me to all of you. Thank you. Pleasure. Yes, we do first the SCBC team, then the business team, and then both of them together. CCPC and then together. And also very important, the video today, as I mentioned before, it's being sponsored by Shannon. So thank you so much. Thank you. The SCBC team means, are you on the stage? And after that, the business will team. Collective. So, thank you. This is what we next. Sorry. Yeah, you're also business world. Everybody's here. Nobody was seeing was it's really a slightness. That's what I'm saying. Who's chicken? What's it to there? But I'm gonna have the money. It's like, who's gonna? So what do you always try to come to? मेरा साथ तो कैसे बात कर रहे हैं तो ठीक है बेसिक या तो क्या बोला और वहाँ से ना से बिचारी पर आप और बिल्कुल टीचर तो सब खाने बढ़ रहा है sorry, makes sense. I mean, thank you for the business world team. Please. Have a good team. SCDC team, please we'll also join by then. For a combination. And that. साथ ही ले लो साथ में